Eugene Rega. The only writer up to now to have written a monograph on envy is Eugene Rega. The 24 chapters of his book Envy comprise some 250 pages devoted to the group of phenomena that go to make up envy in the narrower sense. It appeared in 1932. Rega had already published, fairly regularly since 1900, books mainly in the field of public law, and also of the economics of war, diplomacy and public administration. Rega cites Spinoza, according to whom human passions and their attributes are among the natural processes that are susceptible of examination. He opens with a quotation from Tartuffe, to the effect that envious men die, but envy does not. Rega sees jealousy as the mother of envy and points out how often the one is mistaken for the other. But he regards envy as more comprehensive than jealousy. Both are of great importance in social life and are the most active and powerful motives in our behavior. If it were possible to record an individual's jealousy and envy in the same way as the electrical impulses in his brain, it would be comparatively simple to explain his other affects and his behavior. Rega then examines envy in an altogether conventional series of chapters. First, he seeks its origins, shows how it is linked with jealousy, discusses the phenomenon of envious indignation, and considers envy and admiration. 2 chapters are devoted to various forms of general and sexual jealousy. There follows the geography of envy, in the family, among friends, in the small town, and again in circles in the big city, such as those of lawyers, doctors, and surgeons, officials, the military, poets and writers, painters, and sculptors, thence to the role of envy in art criticism, already incisively described by Schopenhauer, envy in the world of scholarship and between victorious generals. 3 chapters are concerned with envy in democracy, particularly the envy of the masses and its function in socialist aspirations. Finally, he investigates envy in religious life and on the international plane. The concluding chapter examines the social function of envy. Like others, Rega sees the distinction between jealousy and envy in the fact that jealousy postulates genuine expropriation of an asset hitherto possessed. He demonstrates the difference between envy and admiration with the example of antagonists in a competition and disinterested strangers watching a tournament. The latter are able to admire the antagonists without envy. Rega agrees with many other writers in regarding envy as a vice, a negative and destructive characteristic. It gives rise to only one virtue, that of modesty. Although Rega can see no extenuating factor in envy or its subject, although all that the typically envious man achieves by his envy is that he never becomes or obtains that which he envies, yet the modesty evoked by his fear of envy, which is so obligatory in social life, is of social importance. Even though such modesty is often simulated and insincere, it still makes coexistence possible. It gives those whose situation is lower, socially, the illusion that they have not been forced into that position. Essentially, Rega's treatment of envy resembles our own. He demonstrates its ubiquity and inevitability, and the part it plays in 20th century politics, and he indicates the reactions to that ubiquity which help to make social existence possible. Rega seems not to have been aware of Max Scheler's great study of resentment, nor does he mention Nietzsche. The literature to which he refers consists for the most part of a few late 19th century French psychologists and historians. Theodore Ribot is very often quoted, as are some French moralists, among them Diderot, La Bruyère and La Rochefoucauld, whose views he discusses. Schopenhauer is cited once, and there are a few references to Henri Bergson's study of laughter, to Spinoza and Aristotle. J. Bourdieu, Pierre Janet, G. Itard and Renan are mentioned a number of times. What I miss most in Rega is ethnographic data and the discoveries made by social anthropology concerning the phenomenon of envy among primitive peoples. However, it is in this field, particularly, that much research and writing have been done since the time his book appeared. Once he mentions envy in animals, such as the dog, but ethology, the study of behavior, which has meanwhile made such great strides, plays no part in his investigation. Psychoanalysis exerted equally little influence on his work. By a remarkable coincidence, only a year after Rega brought out his book in Paris, the Danish sociologist Svend Ranulf began to publish quite independently his big, 2-volume study of the envy of the gods and criminal justice in Athens, a far more scientific work than Rega's essay. Rega also comments on the failure to discriminate between envy and jealousy, which we have already repeatedly encountered in English and German literature and everyday speech. These terms, as Riga stresses, are often seen as interchangeable, even by important writers of undoubted sensibility. He gives several examples from French literature, though La Rochefoucauld, to whom the point was important, makes a very clear distinction. He sees jealousy as an attitude that is often justified and reasonable, because it keeps watch over something that we have, yet fear to lose, whereas envy is a madness to which the prosperity of others is intolerable. Envy indignation. Rivarol, another French moralist, had already pointed out the remarkable fact that the mental faculty of comparison, which in the intellect is a source of justice, is a source of envy in the heart. Riga elaborated this idea. Envy invariably arises out of the comparison of two situations. By definition, the very possibility of comparison must involve the diagnosis of inferiority in one of the parties. As we shall repeatedly see, this is not at all dependent upon either the absolute level of the persons under comparison or the absolute distance between them. Comparison is potential envy, insofar as no compensatory views and feelings effectively intervene. Envy and indignation are regarded by Riga as identical psychological processes, but there are two kinds of envy: common and vulgar envy, which is reprehensible, and hence generally concealed, and envy indignation, which may be excused or even justified. Francis Bacon's public envy. Both kinds of envy, Riga says, have the same origin. The distinction between them depends on people's impartiality and their sense of what is just and fair. Riga indicates that his concept, envy indignation, resembles the concept of nemesis described by Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics, general indignation, a feeling between envy and malignance. Nemesis, the Greek goddess, was responsible for good measure and was regarded as the enemy of too much happiness, this embodying what the Greeks considered to be the envy of the gods. Riga writes, the noble action demanded by morality is that one should rejoice with others in their happiness, gauder felicitate aliena, a virtue, indeed, which fine natures put into practice, but envy is there, ubiquitous upon this earth, and everything that contributes to the pride and joy of others causes it to suffer. Behind destructive and impotent envy, Riga recognizes that natural impulse or drive without which much of what we call civilization would never have come into being. The problem of the envy-ridden man is, indeed, to know whether his indignation is legitimate. We shall be confronted more than once in this book with the problem of the true and false legitimization of envy. Envy is a subdued frame of mind, and is mostly camouflaged. One of its favorite weapons is irony. Riga recalls Bergson's study of laughter, of which the original function was to denigrate and to intimidate. The strategy of envy has always included the glorification of modesty and the censure of pride, which is called a sin. It may be presumed that those who feel pride are fewer than those who ascribe it to others and begrudge it them. Within the nuclear family, that is, between husband and wife, parents and children, envy, Riga feels, should not be found. Among themselves they are equal, and the good of each one contributes to the good of the whole small group. As experience shows, however, the social structure of the family is in many cases unable to obviate tormenting and destructive feelings of envy among its members. Here Riga is not speaking of jealousy, to which the family is particularly prone. Thus he postulates a possible cause for jealousy between husband and wife, which has since been substantiated, in American experience, for instance. Because a number of professions and careers have been thrown open to both sexes, it can happen that one member of a couple becomes the other's competitor, earns more, gets better reviews, or, if each has a different profession, enjoys more agreeable conditions of work. In his chapter on envy between friends, Riga gives various examples, mostly from fiction, to prove the thesis that even among close friends it is better for each, by an excess of modesty, to beg constant forgiveness for his superiority. Bacon, however, had early recognized the inefficacy of this tactic. Riga compares the proneness to envy of the inhabitants of small provincial towns to those of Paris, finding that the mutual envy so characteristic of the village community or the small town appears equally in the metropolis, but in individual circles such as the professions, neighborhoods, between inmates of the same house, etc. In the capital city envy exists in a number of enclaves, which Riga describes in a separate chapter. Envy in France. Towards the end of the book, Riga turns to envy in democracy. He contributes nothing to the various discoveries made by individual 19th-century writers, such as Jacob Burckhardt and Nietzsche. Some of Riga's observations cast light on political life in Paris, making comprehensible much of what occurred in France after 1945. By nature the Frenchman is a passionate leveler, an anarchist. Riga mentions the institution of ostracism in Athens and is faintly disapproving of Montesquieu for viewing it as a very minor evil. The fear of the truly great, prevalent among French lower-middle-class people and the newly rich, has, it seems, given rise to the belief that the principles are all that count while individuals count for nothing. Riga is very critical of electioneering in the 20th century, but assumes that there are, from time to time, candidates with a sincere concern for the public weal. The hierarchy of the various ministries to be shared out by the Prime Minister among his followers was responsible for irreconcilable envy, particularly among politicians' wives. Riga is concerned about the systematic fomentation of envy and greed in the masses, but he also has hard things to say about the naive stupidity of those who ostentatiously dissipate their inherited wealth, with a complete disregard for the envy of the lower classes. He recognizes envy as a phenomenon of social proximity. A grocer will hardly ever compare himself with a millionaire. But Riga's age, the age of socialist egalitarianism, is one in which ever wider circles harbor at least the illusion that everyone is comparable with everyone else. Riga then returns to the distinction already made between simple, vulgar envy and envy indignation or legitimate envy. He admits the possibility that oppressed, underprivileged classes, when a genuine injustice is involved, may be provoked to action by envy. But, he asks, who can and may decide when envy is legitimate? And what politician, when he incites the masses to envy, asks himself whether his object is power and its concomitant privileges, or whether his aim is to eliminate the injustice suffered by others? Riga has a low opinion of the utopian promises and ideas of socialists who use envy as a tool with which to build a society of people liberated from envy. He is scathing about the methods of a socialism vested in envy, and employing the hatred and vindictiveness of the envious to destroy a social system while having nothing to put in its place. Yet it is precisely the constancy of envy, a factor that can always be relied on, that explains the great success of socialist movements. A social revolution, Riga maintains, does nothing to alter man's general lot. It creates a new privileged class, different occupants for the club armchairs, but as a rule it produces more envious people than it has succeeded in placating. Contrary to its illusion, the Marxist revolution would not change human nature. Ambition, pride, vanity, jealousy and envy are unalterable active elements in human behavior. A generation has elapsed since Riga's little book, during which experience has increasingly taught us how right his diagnosis was. Briefly he discusses envy between nations. These, like individuals, are capable of mutual envy and hatred. Since Riga's book, history has furnished countless new examples of this. His prediction that the setting up of socialist governments and societies would not prevent envy between nations has, at any rate since 1945, been amply proved. Satellites of the Eastern Bloc envy or are mutually envious of what they receive from the USSR or the USA, and socialist developing countries regard one another aggressively and with a jealous eye to see who is managing to get more development aid than the rest. Riga concludes by defining his own view of envy and its concomitant manifestations by means of a quotation from Spinoza to the effect that there are no such things as vices, but only natural phenomena arising out of human nature. Riga does not consider envy and jealousy to be innate, but as arising from social interplay or, as we should now say, in the course of the socialization process. They are attributes of human coexistence, and since the envious must always be reckoned with, quite distinct modes of behavior result. Riga clearly regards some of the actions or behavior designed to avert envy as socially highly desirable. Generally speaking, he seems to have given very little thought to the possible and perhaps extreme extent of the negative influence of this envy avoidance compulsion, so inhibiting to cultural and individual development. What he patently lacks here is familiarity with the data of comparative ethnology. Riga's general definition of the envious man agrees with that of Schiller. All the forms of envious manifestation considered in these chapters may be summed up in a few words. They are nothing other than the reaction of vanquished to victor, the weak to the strong, the attitude of the less talented to those with superior talent, of the poor to the rich, the humiliated to the arrogant. What is involved are disparate reactions of varying degrees of violence, which erupt or die down according to the situation, and which are dependent on temperament and character. And because we are constantly on the defensive towards the envious, the whole of social life is correspondingly affected. According to Riga, this is the social function of envy. Envious political parties. Finally, he reverts to the problem of socialists and of social revolutionary movements. These reject the allegation that they pander to envy, and proclaim the justice of their cause. Riga reiterates that what members of such a party indubitably feel is envy, for they look upon themselves as the dispossessed, excluded from fortune's bounty. The feeling of sorrow and anger induced by the sight of the abundance of good things enjoyed by others, which is expressed in the cry, "Why they and not we," deserves one name, and one only, and that is envy. Yet the sheer volume of this cry, Riga admits, calls for reflection and close comparison. The problem of merit requires consideration. Now Riga believes that as the virtue of modesty arises from the reaction to vulgar envy, so the reaction to envy indignation might give rise to a necessary examination of the right to privilege. Hence, his essay concludes, it might, in fact, be possible to see the universality of envy as contributing to the relative concord of society. It is Riga's virtue to have described the manifestations of envy in a large variety of social groups. He shows how little this problem has changed since antiquity. He warns against undue optimism regarding the possibility of eliminating envy from existence by this or that reform. For it is a basic fact of our lives, and we must resign ourselves to reckoning with it, and in some measure protecting ourselves against it, by carefully calculated modesty. However, Riga overestimates precisely this possibility of self-protection against the envious man by means of deliberate envy avoidance. Francis Bacon had already remarked upon the extent to which the envious man is enraged by any attempt to deprive him of the stimulus. Riga was a highly educated Parisian of the 30s, well versed in modern literature and the classics and familiar with French political intrigues of his day. The urbanity and courtesy of his culture may have concealed from him certain extreme forms of envious manifestation. Envious crime, for instance, is mentioned only casually. If, like his contemporary José Ortega y Gasset, he warns against the revolt of the envious masses and sees a society determined by envy hurtling towards its doom, the basic tenor of his work is confident, somehow man will succeed in dealing with envy. Riga remains untouched by the metaphysical horror induced by envy in Herman Melville, which haunted him when he was writing Billy Budd. He is far removed from the penetrating, flexible and brilliantly perceptive analysis to which Max Scheler subjected the phenomenon of resentment, and consequently that of envy. Nor can Riga's essay be compared with Sven Ranulf's imposing study, which, while taking account of Scheler's work, methodically exploited with rare and scrupulous exactitude a comprehensive and homogeneous body of data. We have considered Riga's book in some detail, however, because it is the only one we know that has envy as such for its subject and deals with jealousy only as a peripheral phenomenon. Strange to say, resentment as a special phenomenon hardly comes within Riga's field of vision. Thus l'envie is an example of the kinds of observation and discovery made about 40 years ago, when it occurred to a clever French writer to devote a monograph to envy. Politics and the appeasement of envy. It is essential to a democratic system that different parties should alternate in office. Thus, from time to time one party will be more successful than the other in attacking, criticizing and casting suspicion on its rivals. Even in the unlikely event of elections being fought with precise and logical arguments on a purely intellectual plane, it is unlikely, to judge by the petty jealousy and often irrational squabbling that go on between scholars and scientists, that the level and tone of democratic debate would improve as a consequence. The aim will always be the factious annihilation of the opposition's viewpoint, and however vulnerable it may be to rational attack, it will always be more profitably assailed by an appeal to basic emotions. The affinity between envy and democracy is castigated in H. L. Mencken's essay, A Blind Spot. No doubt my distaste for democracy as a political theory is, due to an inner lack, to a defect that is a good deal less in the theory than in myself. In this case it is very probably my incapacity for envy. In the face of another man's good fortune I am as inert as a curb broker before Johann Sebastian Bach. It gives me neither pleasure nor distress. The fact, for example, that John D. Rockefeller had more money than I have is as uninteresting to me as the fact that he believed in total immersion and wore detachable cuffs. And the fact that some half-anonymous ass has been appointed a professor at Harvard, or married to a rich wife, or even to a beautiful and amiable one, this fact is as meaningless to me as the latest piece of bogus news from Eastern Europe. The reason for all this does not lie in any native nobility or acquired virtue. Far from it, indeed. It lies in the accidental circumstance that the business I pursue seldom brings me into very active competition with other men. I have, of course, rivals, but they do not rival me directly and exactly, as one delicatessen dealer or clergyman or lawyer or politician rivals another. It is only rarely that their success costs me anything, and even then the fact is usually concealed. Puritanism is represented as a lofty sort of obedience to God's law. Democracy is depicted as brotherhood, even as altruism. All such notions are in error. There is only one honest impulse at the bottom of Puritanism, and that is the impulse to punish the man with a superior capacity for happiness, to bring him down to the miserable level of good men, i.e., of stupid, cowardly and chronically unhappy men. And there is only one sound argument for democracy, and that is the argument that it is a crime for any man to hold himself out as better than other men, and, above all, a most heinous offense for him to prove it. It would be a miracle if the democratic political process were ever to renounce the use of the envy motive. Its usefulness derives, if for no other reason, from the fact that all that is needed, in principle, is to promise the envious the destruction or the confiscation of assets enjoyed by the others. Beyond that there is no need to promise anything more constructive. The negativism of envy permits even the weakest of candidates to sound reasonably plausible, since anybody, once in office, can confiscate or destroy. To enlarge the country's capital assets, to create employment etc. requires a more precise program. Candidates will naturally try to make some positive proposals, but it is often all too apparent that envy looms large in their calculations. The more precarious the state of a nation's economy at election time, the stronger the temptations for politicians to make redistribution their main plank, even when they know how little margin is left for redistributive measures and, worse still, how likely they are to retard economic growth. The appeal of envy in politics. The role of envy becomes patent when, for instance, the legislator shrinks from passing overdue measures, in themselves sensible and of undoubted economic benefit to the community, through fear of the latent envy or indignation of those to whom the measures might at first be relatively detrimental. Housing policy in various countries shows many examples of this. The factor of envy is also prominent in the case of fiscal measures of a vindictive and confiscatory nature, such as progressive income tax, death duties, and other related forms of taxation. As we shall see, welfare economists are coming more and more to face the question of envy and to discuss it explicitly. In the name of an unattainable equality, the legislator uses fiscal means of disproportionate severity to tax the few who, for whatever reasons, even for avowedly legitimate reasons, are economically greatly more successful or better endowed than the majority. Sociological research has shown the extent to which this demand for leveling originates with certain groups of intellectuals, the average voter feeling hardly any definite envy towards those with really high incomes, for the objects of our envy are generally those who are almost our equals. Nor are we fully aware, as a rule, of the extent to which politicians exploit a latent guilty conscience among people or groups that are economically above average. In other words, certain economic or fiscal policies are put into effect less from evidence of any real, socially dangerous feelings of envy among the poorer classes than by playing on an irrational sense of guilt. People feel they must do something because they are so well off, but whether any effective results will accrue to the supposed beneficiaries is a question rarely asked. In this context, it would be worth investigating the mania for making wild promises during parliamentary elections, which I believe is not only based on calculated vote-catching but is often a ritual device to relieve many politicians' consciences. Things are more complicated in the case of legislation on behalf of groups which still enjoy a certain residual sympathy from the past, although their living conditions no longer call for compassion. These may be groups who at one time quite consciously played up their envy so as to make political capital out of the feelings of self-conscious guilt aroused in others. In many countries this is particularly noticeable among the farmers and the trade unions. Originally, the farmers and industrial workers may have felt a justifiable combination of indignation and envy. Yet it has now become institutionalized into a political taboo, an example of the kind of political situation which we believe can only be properly understood by an analysis of the psychological motivation which lies behind it. In this instance, the guilt we feel when we want to throw away a stale loaf of bread is no doubt linked in origin with the feeling that inhibits us from voting against an economically irrational measure that favors the farmers. Both right-wing and left-wing writers have discussed the political implications of envy, with a certain degree of plausibility on both sides. Colm Brogan, for instance, wrote 20 years ago, "Egalitarianism has its noble side, even political egalitarianism, but it is very easily perverted to envy, and socialist propaganda has lost no opportunity of so perverting it. It is a frightening thought that many people are willing to accept grave hardship so long as they are convinced that privileged people are equally afflicted." The scandalous lethargy of housebuilding did not anger the homeless one-tenth as much as the thought that wealthy people might be able to secure a room in a hotel. Ruthless drive in the building program would have got them a home, and the closing of all hotels would not, but they have been more angered by the open hotels than by unfinished houses. Statements such as Colm Brogan's have sometimes been answered by egalitarian authors who have not, however, said how they propose to prove the absence of envy in their programs. The American social critic Max Lerner once defended politics by envy as follows. "It is a theory that has become the basis of most of the attacks upon socialist and populist movements. They are born, we are told, of spite and envy and hate. They are the product of an underlying population that, out of its anger at being denied the amenities of civilization, is willing to destroy the structure of civilization itself. No doubt some such envy, some such desire to increase one's stature, enters into all bids for power. But to think of the common man as motivated wholly by this envy, is a sign of the arid imagination of the elite." The British socialist C.A. R. Crossland defends himself thus against allegations of envy. "It is sometimes said that one is doing something disgraceful, and merely pandering to the selfish clamor of the mob, by taking account of social envy and resentment. This is not so. It is no more disgraceful to take them into account than many other facts that the politician must attend to, such as the greed of the richer classes, who claim they must have higher monetary rewards and reduce taxation as an incentive to greater effort, patriotism being evidently not enough. The socialist seeks a distribution of rewards, status, and privileges egalitarian enough to minimize social resentments, to secure justice between individuals, and to equalize opportunities, and he seeks to weaken the existing deep-seated class stratification, with its concomitant feelings of envy and inferiority, and its barriers to uninhibited mingling between the classes. There is no intrinsic, scientific objection to a social movement, a political party, or a sect basing its tenets on the motive of envy, or using it as an inducement to its followers and to gain new adherents. The envy latent in man is no less socially legitimate in this capacity than is, say, love, the urge for freedom, national pride, homesickness, nostalgia, or any other emotion that can be used to inspire collective political action. As long ago as the last century, the British writer W.E.H. Mallock emphasized that even though envy may be shown to be the motive behind radical, socialist, and other movements, this is no argument against them. There could be situations in which the only possible common denominator for members of a political movement would be their latent envy. One might organize an underground movement based on envy in opposition to a tyrant, an idea developed by L.P. Hartley in his utopian novel Facial Justice. Moreover, mere demonstration of the fact that the provocation of envious feelings has played a part in activating an opposition group does not of itself prove that the powers which it opposes stand for a just order. But, and this is important, either does the mere possibility of organizing an envy-ridden opposition prove that it is speaking up for greater justice. Envy can demonstrably be aroused and exacerbated by such trivial irritants and often quite imaginary inequalities that its power to weld people into groups for social action bears no relation to the quality of the viewpoint which it is invoked to promote. A scientific critique of the manipulation of envy is, however, in order as soon as utopian ideas of an envy-free society are introduced into the arguments. If the envious are urged to take direct action, with the promise that after the overthrow of the existing order there will be a just society of equals, it almost invariably happens that power accrues to the very people whose origins and views make them least able to effect the promised economic reform or redistribution. In the name of envy, the new measures are inevitably extended to ever wider areas of life and to groups of people who are relatively better placed, so that politics and economics are invaded by progressive chaos and paralysis. Clear instances of this can be seen in various emergent nations since the early 50s. Another classic case of this kind is that of Cuba since 1959. Many of the so-called developing countries suffer from the following process, as we have already seen in the chapter on the effects of envy among primitive peoples and in simple village communities. One of the decisive factors in underdevelopment or non-development is the envy barrier, or institutionalized envy among the population. The significance of this factor has recently been acknowledged by a number of cultural anthropologists. The so-called developed countries have accomplished the breakthrough to a state of constantly rising prosperity and technical mastery of the environment because fear of mutual envy could be kept in check through certain religious, social, and demographic factors. Now when, as is quite patently the case, many of the politicians in developing countries make use of all their powers of rhetoric and persuasion for the crudest exacerbation of their people's envy of the rich industrial countries, even to the point of branding the latter as the cause of their own country's poverty, these people's sense of envy, to which their cultures already make them overprone, is intensified. Thus the feelings and states of mind which inhibit development are not lessened but confined and given political sanction by the country's leaders. I would even support the view that those Western journalists and scholars whose economic theories have nourished and encouraged the envy of the developing countries have thereby involuntarily burdened their protégés with yet another psychological factor inhibiting development, and one which is the most difficult of all to discard. An even more fundamental critique of the use of envy as a chosen tool of political action can be made if we analyze the promises which leaders make to their envious followers. A social scientist should not have much difficulty in assessing the degree of feasibility of such promises, which range from the realistic to the totally impracticable. Little objection can be raised if an opposition leader uses the extravagance of a ruling politician's private life as a catalyst for dissatisfaction that will ultimately serve to strengthen a resistance group or parliamentary opposition, so long as his followers are not promised that the tyrant's downfall will materially and lastingly improve their economic lot. After all, however great one man's private possessions may be, their redistribution is unlikely to bring about any economic improvement for the population at large. Hence there are some cases in which envy assumes only a transitory function and is not necessarily institutionalized. Sometimes employees concerned for a firm's prosperity can bring about the dismissal of an incompetent manager by tactically exploiting his penchant for what is essentially irrelevant extravagance or morally undesirable excesses. Situations of this kind recur frequently in present-day American business reports. A case in point is the downfall of a prominent television executive in America a few years ago. This tactic is most likely to succeed if the manager is answerable to a governing board, some of whose members still have Puritan tendencies and recollections of a Spartan childhood. The fate of the dismissed man, however, is due not least to the envious feelings aroused in others by his success, feelings which they make out to be indignation at his frivolously self-indulgent antics. Envy as a trap for dictators. But the envy motive can also be employed within the framework of a dictatorial system, for when there is a struggle for power at the top, the situation resembles that in a diminutive parliament or an electoral constituency where a political popularity contest is underway. Thus those men in the Kremlin who overthrew Nikita Khrushchev at the end of 1964 patently used envy as a lever, playing up, for instance, his nepotism, his vanity and his travels abroad. Even the absolute monarch or tyrant, as shown by Leo Strauss's study, was seen by Greek thinkers as a ruler under perpetual threat from envy, and not only the envy of the gods. We ought, perhaps, sometimes to look at things in the perspective of human frailty, and not always assume a raison d'etat when seeking the reasons behind the travels of a head of state. Nearly everyone who has attained eminence likes to travel, especially now that it has become so comfortable. Lack of freedom to travel, especially when money is no object, can be very galling. One has only to recall the relative unfreedom of a monarch, a prince consort or even a president or prime minister in the free world, who will rarely travel for pleasure beyond his own frontiers because every journey will be interpreted in terms of high politics. How much greater, then, is the lack of freedom imposed on the Soviet Union's chief of state? Every time he goes abroad his danger from sabotage at home increases. In a totalitarian system, the leader's desire to go on a shopping spree in Geneva, Vienna, Paris, or New York is disproportionately greater, and if one of them succeeds in fulfilling that desire he is sure to excite his colleagues' envy. The latter are far less likely than Western diplomats or journalists to credit him with the official reason for his trip abroad. It is more than probable that one of the factors contributing to the resentment which brought about Khrushchev's fall was his aptitude for organizing entertaining travel abroad for himself and his family. The basic error of socialism. The aversion of the radical left-wing writer to any consideration of the problem of envy is comprehensible. This is a sphere that must be made taboo, and he must do all in his power to repress cognition of envy in his contemporaries. Otherwise, he might lose the support of serious-minded people who, while sharing his views for sentimental reasons, and even following him in his demands for a policy and a political ethic dependent upon common envies being regarded as an absolute, yet are aware how little esteemed envy is and how little it is capable of legitimizing itself openly in most Western societies even today. Or, to put it more concisely, insofar as it is a matter of exploiting latent feelings of envy against the outsider, whether among the voters, among supporters, or even in entire populations, Hitler calculated on the German envy of the colonial powers. With the object of securing the support of the envious to attain political power, it is both rational and politically expedient to speculate on the ubiquity of envy as a human attribute. In this, socialist movements have adapted a method which became available to them during a certain phase in the growth of industrialization. Envy, as such, is politically neutral. It can be equally mobilized against a socialist government that has been in power since living memory as against a conservative or liberal one. The decisive difference, however, is this: the non-socialist politician will always direct the voters' envy or indignation against certain excesses, the extravagant spending, the way of life, the nepotism, etc., of individual politicians, but he will not pretend, either to himself or to his followers, that as soon as he is in power his aim will be a society in which everyone will ultimately be more or less equal, and that there will be no more envy. It is only this, the utopian part of the socialist program, that is dishonest. The pragmatic exploitation of envious feelings merely in order to bring about the fall of a government is no more directly connected with socialism than with any other political coloring. What is really deplorable in socialist ideology is the endeavor to concoct a complete economy, a program of sanctions, out of an ostensible obligation to create a society devoid of envy. Here Marxist socialism has set itself a task that is by definition insoluble. Insofar as socialism starts out from the concept of the necessary disadvantage imposed on every person by every other person whose fate is not identical, thus reactivating those very conceptions of primitive peoples which inhibit development, it is far less able to approximate to a society relatively free from envy than are the very societies whose dissolution is its avowed aim. More than half a century ago, Schiller recognized the degree to which resentment and envy are essential to certain political parties which, as power groups, would be swept out of politics were the problems upon which their criticism rests to be eliminated. The more a lasting social pressure is felt to be preordained, the less is it able or liable to release forces to effect any practical change in those conditions, and the more it finds expression in criticism devoid of positive goals. The characteristic of this special form of a criticism, which might be denoted resentful criticism, is that no redress of the circumstances regarded as undesirable will afford any satisfaction, as it will in the case of all constructive criticism, but, on the contrary, will arouse dissatisfaction, since it puts an end to the increasingly intense pleasure derived from destructive criticism and censure. An axiom that applies to more than one of our present political parties, this was written in 1912, is that nothing would annoy them or their representatives so much as to realize part of their political demands, or so turn to gall their high sense of fundamental opposition, as an invitation to some of their number to participate actively in affairs of state. The peculiarity of resentful criticism is that it does not seriously want what it professes to want. Not satisfied with criticizing any redress of a wrong, it uses this as a pretext for general recrimination. A golden crown of thorns, the 1896 United States presidential election, from the viewpoint of envy. If a politician, and more especially a candidate seeking election to high office, wishes to make use of the impulse of envy among those electors who may support him, he will find it particularly expedient to devise a plank in his platform that can ostensibly solve a host of problems by one simple legislative act. If this also happens to involve a complex matter upon which not even experts are agreed, nearly every advantage lies with the assailant. His opposite number, confronted by a sea of angry, resentful, and despairing faces and having to state on what grounds he considers this law to be undesirable, impractical, or premature, is in an exceedingly awkward position. Given certain historical conditions, however, he may still win. The United States presidential election of 1896 illustrates this very well. It is one of the few instances when an election turned almost exclusively upon one well-defined issue which, at least according to one of the parties, could have been resolved by a single piece of legislation which would make everyone literally equal. This was the question of bimetallism, or the double currency standard. This is an alternative currency system whereby gold and silver coin, whose ratio to each other is fixed by law, is made legal tender for all amounts no matter how great. It can be readily understood that the two most important precious metals should serve as targets in a policy based on envy, but the spectacle presented by the champions of silver claiming the support of the envious masses and declaiming against the followers of gold bugs, is instructive. Apart from its implications of egalitarianism, silver is just as good as gold. The man with silver money is equal to the man with gold money. The political exploitation of bimetallism in America at the end of the 19th century is proof that no striking or absolute contrast or differences are required in order to mobilize envy. Even a technical and specialized economic question and the rating of a precious metal can be turned by demagogues into the fuel for a bitterly contested electoral campaign based on class differences and the contrast between rich and poor. We will now examine some samples of electoral oratory in the 1896 American presidential election. At 36, William Jennings Bryan was Democratic candidate for the presidency. His electoral promise was the reintroduction of bimetallism, which had been in force from the beginning of dollar currency, 1792, until 1873. His Republican opponent, William McKinley, neither regarded himself as a financial expert nor considered the currency question to be of great moment. What follows is representative of statements supporting Bryan's nomination. Bryan represents the people, the poor people. The fight now is of the rich against the poor. Everybody, except the representatives of Wall Street, corporations, and syndicates, will vote for him. Thus spake a leader of the American Federation of Labor. A speaker from the Decorators Union declared that Bryan's nomination would mean the first really democratic convention in 25 years, because it had driven an immense wedge through both parties, placing in direct opposition the masses on the one hand and the classes on the other. During the Republican convention, a section of delegates did in fact defect on the question of silver, ranging themselves behind Bryan. These so-called silver Republicans adopted the oratory of the debtor class. We support such candidates because they represent the great principle of bimetallism, which we believe to be the cause of humanity and civilization. Believing as we do that the return to the monetary system of 1792 to 1873 affords the only ground of hope for the betterment of the distressed condition of all classes except those who live by the increment that money loaned gives to those who loan it. Bryan, incidentally one of the best speakers of his time, who succeeded in persuading his hosts to pay him fees and traveling expenses for nearly all his electioneering speeches, led his audiences to pin their hopes almost exclusively on the reintroduction of bimetallism. You must admit that the solution of this currency question is of primary importance. If it is solved, there will be nothing else to do. Bryan managed to formulate the currency question in a way that appealed perfectly to the pseudo-socialist, populist views of his fellow countrymen. His most famous utterance, with which he dismissed his opponent, was, "You shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." Gold, the bogeyman. Within a very short time Bryan had succeeded in giving such an undemocratic, wicked, indecent connotation to the very word gold that his opponents sought to avoid its use. An Eastern Republican paper commented, "Now that Major McKinley has once said the word gold, he feels like the boy who, after long deliberation, finally ducked his head under water. He will keep doing it over and over again just to show that he wasn't afraid." In order to understand why the silver question was so hotly disputed in the United States of 1896, we must take a brief retrospective look at the currency question. Until approximately the middle of the last century, silver was the chief currency. England, however, had already introduced the gold standard in 1816, and the champions of bimetallism in America were only too ready to play up nationalist, anti-British sentiment. Since the discovery of America, silver production had usually been 30 or 40 times that of gold. The United States had become the principal silver producer. When, with the founding of the Union, Americans had to institute a mint and their own currency, they decided on double standard currency. That is to say, by federal law, gold and silver were established as legal and unrestricted currency, at a fixed ratio of 15 or 16 to 1. Anyone possessing gold or silver could take it to the mint and have it coined as legal tender. The system obtained from 1792 to 1873. During that time, the only point of dispute was the fixed ratio between the two metals. But in 1873 there occurred the e-crime of 1873, as it soon came to be called. The United States went over to the gold standard, which allotted a restricted role to silver coin. The decision had been brought about by the 1867 Paris Currency Conference, where the majority of the 20 nations taking part declared in favor of the gold standard. By 1874 not only the United States, but Germany, Norway, Sweden, Japan and Holland had also gone over to it. Increased gold output and the discovery of considerable gold deposits about the middle of the century had made the move seem even more expedient. Now the United States, after the Civil War, was already in a state of monetary transition. Different kinds of banknotes and currency were in circulation whose value was uncertain and varied according to locality. Only 8 years after the end of the Civil War, the United States, the world's biggest silver producer, suddenly went over to the gold standard. The white metal thus lost its status. To the layman it was a very disturbing event and one which could easily be made to look like the cause of the already perilous economic position of the farmers. The producers of silver naturally did everything they could to strengthen that impression. To the debt-ridden farmers and small businessmen it seemed as though the suspension of double-standard currency was compelling them to meet existing commitments with money that was steadily becoming dearer, whereas a silver dollar linked to gold would enable them, while the prices of their products fell, to pay their debts with cheaper money. In 1878 and in 1890, therefore, some compromise currency laws were enacted which, however, only created a highly complicated and confused situation, without relieving the economic plight of the affected groups. But when, in 1893, President Cleveland demanded the repeal of the silver purchase clause of an act passed only in 1890, Bryan opposed him with a fire-eating speech in Congress. This did not prevent the repeal of the law, which in any case had failed to have the desired economic effects, but silver producers distributed 1 million copies of the speech. Bryan saw where the opportunity would lie for presidential candidates 3 years later. In 1892 Bryan was re-elected to Congress, this time as spokesman for the silver mine owners, whose interests, luckily for this gifted if demagogic politician, corresponded at least in appearance with those of the poor. In 1894, however, Bryan did not try a third time for the House of Representatives, but ran for the Senate instead. He was not elected. His friends in the silver trade set him up as editor of the Omaha World-Herald, a post that enabled him to set about preparing the way for his nomination as Democratic presidential candidate in 1896. Only very few observers would have guessed, even in the early months of 1896, that Bryan would be nominated and that bimetallism would become the exclusive issue around which the election would be fought. Even when Bryan had fought his way up through the convention, McKinley, already nominated Republican candidate, believed that within a few weeks the silver controversy would have blown over. He would have much preferred a debate on protective tariffs. The Republicans suddenly realized, however, that in Bryan they had to combat a politically highly potent combination of the silver controversy and populist aspirations and resentment. The Populist Party, in the last 30 years of the 19th century, was an American social revolutionary protest movement for which a justly discontented rural population was responsible, for it had never really recovered from the Depression of 1873. These farmers saw, and more especially heard, a great deal of the prosperity of other population groups. The symbol gold was enough to direct this bitter and egalitarian-minded resentment into political channels. Ostracism, democracy and envy in ancient Greece. To Sven Ranulf, the Danish sociologist and philologist, we owe the most thorough investigations of the social history of envy in ancient Athens. A central theme of his study is ostracism, a practice introduced into Athens in the period following the Battle of Marathon. This was a measure which enabled the people, at least 6,000 citizens, to send any unpopular person into exile for 10 years. From a legal standpoint, ostracism, so called from the potsherd used to record each vote, ostracan equals a shell or potsherd, is a monstrous proceeding. It is a punishment that is preceded neither by a crime nor by the formal passing of sentence. Ranulf, however, regards this procedure as being completely in accord with the Athenian mentality of the first half of the 5th century BC. For the edification of men, the gods, impelled by caprice or envy, bring down disaster and sufferings not only upon offenders and their race, but also upon perfectly innocent people. Men themselves as well as gods punish offenders. It may, then, perhaps seem quite natural that men should also, like the gods, occasionally vent their envy or their caprices on the innocent, and that they should introduce ostracism as an established official form in which pious envy and arbitrariness could manifest themselves. Ranulf compares this with the practices of the democratic citizens of present-day republics and considers that this kind of ingratitude nourished on envy and felt towards outstanding statesmen and generals is no longer prevalent in the 20th century. He cites examples of victorious generals who are later called to fill the highest civil offices of state. We can now supplement his list with the name of Eisenhower, although this should immediately be balanced by recalling the fate of Winston Churchill, whose electoral defeat in 1945 was interpreted by many people as a reaction based on resentment, as fear of the wartime premier who had acquired too much power. De Gaulle suffered a similar fate in 1946. In a way, too, the application of the American antitrust laws resembles the principle of Athenian ostracism. The antitrust actions brought by the U.S. Attorney General's office against certain firms, which are carefully selected as targets on psychological grounds, are, it is generally admitted, scarcely ever able to show purely economic grounds for the choice of a particular firm. The decisive question is usually as follows: which firm do its commercial rivals and the general public regard with such animosity that it becomes politically worthwhile to pay the enormous legal costs of an antitrust action? Many antitrust cases, including those dismissed by the judge as unjustified, cost both the Attorney General's office and the accused millions of dollars. Further evidence for my thesis of the repression of the envy motive is Ranulf's observation that the envy theory, as an explanation of ostracism, is out of favor with present-day scholars. In his work La solidarité de la famille dans le droit criminel en Greece, Professor Glotz explains the introduction of ostracism as due to an increase in humanitarian feelings among the Athenians, and not to any lack of respect for the rights of the individual. In other fields, too, besides the historical study of ostracism, there are enough examples in this century of what Ranulf regards as a laudable reluctance to link certain social institutions and individual and group behavior in a causal relationship with the motive of envy. This inhibition is doubtless explicable by psychological factors in the individual personalities of the scholars in question, as well as by a general climate of intellectual opinion which favors such repression. Instead of the clear-cut motive of envy, people nowadays prefer to adduce humanitarian sentiments to justify collectivist, i.e., usually egalitarian, incursions into the private affairs of individuals or minorities which stand out from the general norm as noticeably unequal. This modern substitution of the concept of humanitarianism for envy as a motivation should not, however, be confused with Glotz's use of it. Glotz throws doubt on the envy theory of ostracism by suggesting that the 10 years' exile may well have been a substitute for much more severe punishment, and that therefore ostracism was a humane reform of the penal system. Ranulf's answer to this is that most of the victims of ostracism were innocent of any cause for legal action or judicial penalty. We believe with Ranulf that these considerations in no way invalidate his basic theory of envy as the motive of ostracism. Plutarch had good grounds for describing ostracism as a humane way of assuaging envy. Ranulf would hesitate to call ostracism an institution for the appeasement of envy simply because Greek authors of the time, such as Pindar, when referring to ostracism, complained that noble deeds could expect only spite and envy in return. Nor would Ranulf be satisfied with Herodotus' statement when he remarked on the monstrous envy of the Athenians. For Ranulf, the decisive evidence is rather the correlation between the institution of ostracism and all the other manifestations of the envy of the Athenians and their gods. His hypothesis is supported, above all, by the attitudes of three Greek writers, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Herodotus, whose works most fully express the prevailing ethos of the time when ostracism was at its height. For an Athenian, it was unthinkable that a man could be happy and prosperous in every way throughout his life. It was the duty of the gods to prevent this. Often enough, though, the citizens themselves seemed to be zealously engaged in spoiling or frustrating any such good fortune as might arouse their resentment. Now Herodotus does not say that Aristides was banished by ostracism because his fellow citizens were envious of him, but he immediately follows his factual description of the banishment with the remark that Aristides was the best and most honorable man in Athens. The envy motive, according to Ranulf, emerges more clearly in an anecdote related by Plutarch. It tells of a farmer who did not know Aristides by sight, writing his name on the sherd. Aristides asked him what that statesman's crime might be, that he should be banished, to which the farmer replied, I do not know him, but it annoys me to hear him cried up everywhere for his righteousness. A significant reason for the failure of so many social scientists to acknowledge the reality of envy as a motive could be the influence of such theoreticians as Emile Durkheim and Edward A. Ross, who postulate as reality a social entity that lies above or outside its individual members, i.e., the idea of a society, and who maintain that all restraint exercised over individuals or groups within that society are the outcome of a wise, benevolent, general will. The influence of Rousseau is plain. How, given such a premise, can such an all-embracing body, the society or the community, be envious? Envious of whom? Of itself or of its offspring? The question obviously lends itself to a reductio ad absurdum. Only by pointing out how it is that individuals succeed, by disguising their personal envy under a cloak of social concern, in raising it into an apparently supra-personal demand, or how generalized envy can be whipped up to pathological level by certain demagogues, i.e., can be exacerbated to the point of ostracism, only then does the inconsistency between Ranulph's theory of ostracism and modern social theory disappear. The nature of this inconsistency emerges very clearly in Ranulph's dispute with Professor Jernit. Jernit begins by describing ostracism in a way that accords with Ranulph's. He who interferes with democracy, who disturbs the conditions of equality, who elevates his pride above the group, draws down upon himself the effects of a collective jealousy. Much to the regret of Ranulph, Jernit finds the use of the word jealousy, presumably used erroneously in this case to mean envy, questionable. To understand the expression jealousy of the people in a grossly democratic sense would be to commit that error of interpretation which consists in ascribing perfectly conscious and reasoned motives to an institution of which they would always fail to explain the peculiarities. In such a domain nothing is easier than to oppose psychology to psychology. There is jealousy in ostracism, granted, but there is also fear. There is fear of oligarchy and tyranny. Behind this common-sense teleology it is necessary to seek, in the institution itself, the profound idea to which it gives expression. Ranulph is right in saying that a methodological reservation of this kind is characteristic of a pupil of Durkheim. And even though a sociologist should never be satisfied with a purely psychological explanation of the phenomena under observation, he should nevertheless pursue the search for the specific psychological situation which has led to the consolidation of a socio-psychological motivational syndrome. Ranulph now develops his reasoning thus. Jealousy, here Ranulph uses Jernit's expression, although he himself prefers what we regard as the more correct term, envy, the nature of which can be studied in Aeschylus and Herodotus, and the supposed prevalence of which among the Athenian people is conjectured here to be the root of ostracism, is probably precisely of the kind which Professor Jernit calls grossly democratic. The theory built upon this supposition does not, however, imply any conscious teleology. It does not imply that the Athenians first deliberately made it their object to gratify their jealousy, and then introduced ostracism as a means to this end. Its import is that an underlying jealousy instinctively availed itself of the means at hand. This might have happened in exactly the same way, even if the Athenians had never known, or admitted, that they were jealous. Professor Jernit's methodical principle of seeking the explanation for a social institution in the institution itself is correct as far as it goes, and it is the principle applied in the present investigation. But the institution itself may be subject to my interpretations, and if the probability of one of the possible interpretations can be confirmed also independently of the analysis of the particular institution, it should evidently for that reason be preferred to the others. When there are additional reasons for supposing that grossly democratic envy was a prominent characteristic of the Athenian people, this is a decisive argument in favor of the envy theory as compared with other possible explanations of ostracism. The fact that Greek authors speak so much of envy as they do is, indeed, in itself no proof either of the prevalence of this quality or of its connection with ostracism, but neither is it a proof of the contrary. Today politicians and reformers attribute far more envy to the average voter than empirical studies have found. As a consequence, W.G. Runciman demanded recently uninhibited reference group choice in regard to all inequalities. Actually, such choice is what envious men rarely exercise, thus making possible complex and productive societies based on the division of labor. Runciman, however, to maximize social justice, does not want a miner to compare himself with a fitter, a farm laborer with a boilermaker. Both men, he writes, have equal reason to compare themselves with clerks or businessmen or members of parliament. Indeed, the poorest pensioner is entitled to a sense of relative deprivation based on the inequality between himself and the richest man. Runciman believes that the poorest appear to be entitled to a greater magnitude of relative deprivation than the evidence shows them to feel. For instance, surveys in Britain have shown people to care much less for steeply progressive income taxes than present tax laws assume. Runciman, finding less envy than expected, argues that his model of a socially just society would not require people to be more disposed to envy. This I doubt. It is an ominous sign that egalitarians now wish people to develop a keener sense of envious mortification than they normally have lest they cease to care for reforms. As we have shown from the start, concepts such as relative deprivation, though useful in some types of empirical research, have helped to repress the facts regarding envy. Our book tries to show what life would ultimately be like in a society of uninhibited reference group choice. In praise of poverty, from sumptuary laws to contempt for the affluent society. For more than 10 years, social criticism in Western industrial societies has been focused on their material achievements. Something simply has to be wrong because the times are so good. The suspicion that this criticism is neither profound nor well-founded, but is due rather to an absence of other legitimate targets, is confirmed when we recall that in modern times social criticism has never yet commended a society for obliging its members to lead a poor and wretched existence. Praise of an inadequate economy never emanates from the critics of a particular social system, but from the holders of power, the very people who should be held responsible for the austerity of the people's life. And they will invariably make out that their austere economy is only transitional. There were clear and early indications of this new social criticism in the United States between 1950 and 1955. At first this was confined to occasional veiled but scathing remarks in journals such as The Nation, The New Republic and the Saturday Review of Literature, gradually spreading to periodicals such as The Atlantic Monthly and Harper's Magazine. So much was this tendency in evidence that as early as 1956 I was able accurately to forecast the very thesis with which John Kenneth Galbraith was to astonish the world in 1958. Truth and welfare. Is there any valid reason why being miserable should bring one closer to the truth? The parables of the Bible may be largely responsible for this peculiar assumption, yet what is meant by truth has long since ceased to be religious or theological truth, where the above may indeed apply, but scientific, verifiable, pragmatic truth, and why this should be revealed to the man with an empty stomach and dressed in sackcloth, rather than to one who is well-dressed and well-fed, is not immediately apparent. If such were the case, then man, from the Stone Age onwards, would have been in possession of progressively less truth about himself and his social relationships, since his condition has steadily improved. Perhaps, then, one should be neither too badly nor too well off if one is to comprehend one's social existence? This argument gives rise to the insuperable difficulty as to who shall decide what is too much, and what too little. This is much harder than determining extremes, for it is easier to agree upon the lowest permissible point to which human existence may descend than it is to reach the correct mean. This peculiar inverse coupling of socially relevant truth, or authenticity, with the welfare of the majority, some main proposition in Western social criticism since the early 50s, probably represents nothing but a revival of a much older ideological suspicion of purely Marxist origin. Between 1848 and 1948 the bourgeois, free enterprise frame of mind was believed in principle to be incapable of perceiving truth. It was a false consciousness, an ideology whose content was determined by the interests of a non-proletarian class. Only the proletarian, the worker, or at least his mouthpiece, the intellectual, who shunned the middle or upper class from which he often stemmed, was possessed of genuine social truth. In the Western industrial countries since 1950, however, this theory no longer makes much impression. The general style of behavior and the standard of living of skilled factory workers, white-collar workers, and farmers are quite similar. Indeed, the relative level of real incomes in many instances has become paradoxical. The factory worker may have a larger income than the white-collar worker. What could the intellectual bent on criticism then do in Europe or the United States after 1950 but extend his ideological suspicion? The bourgeois mentality is no longer held to be per se blind to the worker's plight, but all inhabitants of the affluent society are held to suffer almost equally from loss of truth, from a false consciousness because they are having it so good. Goethe's A Crime. Mistrust and indignation felt towards anyone able to afford the good life derive, however, from emotional complexes that go back a great deal further than Marxism. 2 years after Goethe's death, his English admirer Carlyle sought to draw the attention of Emerson, the great American writer, to Goethe's work. In a letter dated November 20, 1834, Emerson replied to Carlyle, "With him I am becoming better acquainted, but mine must be a qualified admiration. It is a singular piece of good nature in you to apathetize him. I cannot but regard it as his misfortune with conspicuous bad influence on his genius. That velvet life he led. What incongruity for genius whose fit ornaments and reliefs are poverty and hatred, to repose 50 years in chairs of state. The Puritan in me accepts no apology for bad morals in such as he. To write luxuriously is not the same thing as to live so, but a new and worse offense. It implies an intellectual defect. Few will contest that many people, if not the majority, are diverted from serious thinking by all those good things which their prosperity enables them to attain. But we know only too well that the man who owns no more than one threadbare suit, the man who is hungry or confined perforce to monotonous food, devotes ever more thought to daydreams or plans connected with the most elementary necessities of existence. In England, of recent years, we have also heard poverty praised in pseudo-Puritan social criticism. Arnold Toynbee and his son Philip, though left-wing himself, remarked upon this new fashion in social criticism which they both repudiated. Philip Toynbee, but I think there's a certain weakness in the position of people like myself who have complained a great deal in the past about unemployment and poverty and so on, but who, when the conservative government does, for whatever motives, raise the standard of living a great deal, turn sour and high-minded about it. I think one's got to admit that it's a good thing that people should have more money. To which Arnold Toynbee assented, it's rather hypocritical and offensive to advocate spiritual progress without considering the material basis for it. We know a good deal about what is called work inhibition. This very common attitude takes the form of aversion to starting something and causes us to busy ourselves with innumerable matters rather than the work we ought to do. We are never at a loss for a reason why what is inessential should be so much more vital than what is essential. Whatever their job or position, men will always find distractions enabling them to evade serious intellectual work. Ascetic sumptuary legislation, or, because this fails to work, constant and sometimes highly lucrative denigration of the affluent society, in no way alters that fact. True, every single thing that has ever been at the disposal of man is also susceptible to frivolous abuse. Both in work and in play there are sensible and less sensible activities, and sometimes activities that are just plain silly. Curiously enough, it is being suggested more or less explicitly today that it is the business of governing authorities to reduce the private individual's prosperity, or rather the means that allow him to pursue his chosen way of life, to a level that will prevent him from being objectionable, that will keep him, in fact, from doing anything that might annoy the particular observer. Social agnosticism. A survey of recent social criticism inevitably leads to the question of whether, in the eyes of these doubters and critics, there has ever been a time when men could discover the truth about their own society. Obviously not. Primitive man can exist only because he has interposed a zone of superstition between himself and both the social and the physical environment. At higher stages of social development, the intervening layer consists of religion and metaphysics. And when these fade away, there are political ideologies which are themselves allegedly superseded by the euphoria of manipulated conspicuous consumption in the affluent society. At what previous stage, therefore, did man ever have a correct relationship to his society? And what, indeed, is he correct, apart from what the critic of a society happens to think fit? For the moment we can allow such social agnosticism. There will probably never be a true or, from the point of view of an epistemological purist, a correct relationship between members of a society and the social system as such, leaving aside the question of culture and society, as also that of the superindividual forces that uphold and actuate the system. But is that a misfortune? Can it be turned into an accusation against the form of a given society as such? Can a social system somehow be held responsible for so misleading its members that they can never learn the truth about the nature of their society? What for most people really counts is simply this: always and in virtually every society or simple tribal culture, however unscientific, irrational and far removed from reality the average belief and social self-interpretation of these people, There has always been sufficient correlation between what was believed or habitually done, and what was in fact possible in any given social, political, economic, and geographical environment, so that somehow, despite all the waste and inefficiency, social existence was possible. Today we know much better than in 1930, 1900 or 1800 what an unheard of quantity of specious nonsense a social and economic system can swallow without disintegrating. Is this really so surprising? After all, it has long been realized in natural science that, so far as our knowledge and mastery of the world are concerned, control and prediction depend on only an approximate correspondence between human intellect and matter. In many cases scientists long did not know, and in others they still do not, how or why something works, why a medicine cures, or a chemical compound is stable, etc. May not the case of social existence be similar? As a rule, members of a society will understand what is right, at least to the extent of being able to devise tolerable forms of social existence. Claims may vary considerably in this respect, but it would seem to me doubtful whether the people who have prospered most qua collectives are those who have subscribed to the most current scientific theory about their social life. High incomes socially just in the socialist society of scarcity, unjust in the affluent society of capitalism. For several years now, both in America and in European countries, certain young people have adopted a strange attitude of defiance. A short conversation is enough to detect in them a persistent, smoldering feeling, their own society, or Western society in general, does not suit them. They feel ill at ease because it is comfortable, and this is because not everyone is equally well or badly off, and because others are too well off. There are some, in fact, who are very badly off, but seldom, as it happens, the person I have been talking to. His father may even be rich, and this only makes matters worse. It is the Weltschmerz of the egalitarian temperament caught up in a reality which takes some account of their problem, but not enough. Often they may be too well off to be able to take themselves as an example, asking me rather to compare the lot of certain unfortunate people with the luxury of some highly paid individual. But seldom, if ever, are the Kennedys mentioned, or trade union leaders, successful authors, film stars, or the instant celebrities of show business. Exception is frequently taken to the incomes of famous doctors, business executives, and industrialists. When challenged to name any society in this world which would suit them and assuage their conscience, they will invariably reply, there isn't one, but things might be better in Red China, in the Soviet Union or in Cuba than they are in the United States or West Germany. When I have then cited economic facts from the Soviet Union, these have generally been accepted unprotestingly as true. The fact, for instance, that in Russia in 1960 the differential between maximum and minimum incomes was something like 40-1, whereas this ratio in Western countries such as West Germany, Switzerland, the United States and England was more like 10-1, and further that the maximum income tax in Russia, however high the salary, was 13%. Next, I would ask, wouldn't you object to the highly paid manager, general, stage director or professor in the USSR, relative to his lowest, paid subordinate, being much better off than his equivalent in the capitalist West? Not at all discountenanced, my informant would always reply that there was no comparison, since the men I had mentioned were doing something for the people. They were working towards the day when Russians who were less well off would be better off. Thus their incomes were excusable. These angry young people think it perfectly in order if today planning Commissar X has an income 50 times that of a worker, since he is working on a plan which, if all goes well, and quite possibly in spite of rather than because of his plan, would make the average Russian able eventually to buy a private house and a car. But for executives and businessmen in America, whose efforts have enabled the average wage earner to have such things for years past, our young social critic finds even an income ratio of 5-1 socially intolerable. Or might it be that he is upset by the fact that they make the future possible here and now, whereas he looks to the distant morrow simply because this excuses him from making a place for himself in society as it is today? Luxury. In what was once the winter riding school, now the Stadtsaal of the former Salzburg Festspielhaus, the painted ceiling, dated 1690, bears the inscription, "What you now tread on was a mountain, as far as the ridge extends. Of that no memory remains save the two walls of living rock. Everything gives way to strength. And that no mean caviller shall deem building extravagant by reason of its size, be it known that the mighty blocks hewn from the rock were used in the building of churches in the year of our Lord 1662. Guido Bald, Archbishop and Prince." The Church's prince, then, is anxious not to be accused of extravagance. It is notable that the expression a mean caviller should have been used, rather than envious one. The archbishop may not have wished to accuse his critics of a sin in the strict sense, or perhaps one cannot envy a prince, but merely feel indignant at his extravagance. Here again, then, we come upon the distinction between legitimate envy based on righteous indignation and vulgar destructive envy, which is always directed towards those socially comparable with oneself. The battle waged against luxury by the envious is age-old. Sumptuary laws are found in very diverse societies, among primitive peoples, in antiquity, in the high cultures of the Far East, in the European Middle Ages, and they persist to this day. Sometimes a man who could afford inequality could pay ransom for the privilege, could buy off the envy of the community, as it were, by paying, say, a special tax if his house had more than a certain number of windows or stoves, or his waistcoat more than the minimum number of buttons. Today in some countries his car is taxed according to its horsepower. But quite often there was no pardon for those accused of luxury. In the West African native kingdom of Dahomey, the commoner who used too many leaves for the roof of his hut, or who consumed honey he had found in the jungle, paid for this luxury with the loss of a limb, if not his life. Anyone who looks into works on sumptuary laws at different periods of history and among different peoples soon realizes that what basically is nearly always at work in individual societies is a regular and almost universal envious pressure selecting for its target, more or less at random, now this, now that sign of inequality in fellow citizens or tribesmen. Luxury as such has never existed, and never will exist, but only envy of consumer behavior that is branded as luxury. The actual yield, for instance, produced by luxury taxes, irrespective of the state of development of the economy, is almost invariably very small and often insignificant by comparison with the yield from those taxes that are paid by all, or by the majority, without regard for contingent luxury. Prohibitions on luxury. The Roman Lex Didia, 143 B.C., laid down for the whole of Italy that not only the givers of extravagant meals, but also their guests, should be punished. Sumptuary laws were often applied to some choice morsel that had only just appeared on the market, such as shrews or mussels. If St. Louis eschewed gorgeous robes all the time he was crusading, this may have been because of unconscious of fear of divine envy. The less finely I dress, the more likely I am to return. In 1190 Philip Augustus and Richard Coeur de Lion tried to restrict the extravagant wearing of fur by crusaders. In the Netherlands, Charles V forbade the wearing of clothes embroidered with gold or silver, as well as of long pointed shoes, after the Church had inveighed against these things. But sumptuary laws were enacted not only by kings and emperors. Civic authorities in Italy and Central Europe were also addicts of the sport. Independent cities such as Basel, Bern and Zurich had regulations governing funerals, baptisms, weddings, banquets, and the way people dressed. Sometimes a city would prescribe the quality of cloth, or the width of ribbons, to be used in clothing. Again, there is an obvious connection between European sumptuary laws and fear of divine envy, though Christians, indeed, should not have been troubled by the latter. For 50 years the earthquakes of the early 16th century were to serve as an admonition, as justification for the statutory limitation on luxury. From this it may be seen to what extent sumptuary legislation is at bottom a substitute for the magical propitiation of nature and spirits among primitives. I suspect that those who scorn the affluent society are partly governed by these same archaic emotional complexes. Certain mystical agitators incline one to suspect a connection between sumptuary legislation and an early form of fanatical religious egalitarianism. Thus Hans Bohm and der Tauber, 1476, demanded that no one should have more than his neighbor, and in 1521 Eberlin von Gunsberg pressed for severe legislative restrictions on consumption. Doctors, too, were to practice without payment, and taxation must be progressive. By and large, it was not until the end of the 18th century that the rage for legislative restriction of luxury and consumption began to die down in Europe and America, making way for the inception of an expanding and economically healthier free market economy. The connection between Voltaire's belief in progress and his conception of luxury is indicative of the change. Voltaire cited Colbert to prove his own view that, with skillful manipulation, luxury could enrich a state. Voltaire's theory of luxury derives no doubt from certain Englishmen, for instance, Petty, North and Mandeville, but also from men such as Pierre Bell. A century later, the notion that the luxury of the few meant work for the many was to serve a Bavarian king as a political pretext for his extravagances. In the case of Voltaire, luxury might be defined simply as the rich man's expenditure. On the other hand, and quite rightly, Voltaire expressly pointed out that the term luxury was purely relative. In 1738 he wrote, "What is luxury? This is a word which we use with as little thought as we do when we speak of there being different climates in East and West. In reality, the sun neither rises nor sets. The same is true of luxury. One person may think there is none, while another may see it everywhere." The paradoxical public success, with its concomitant political repercussions, achieved since the end of the Second World War by the publications of neo-mercantilist opponents of a luxury, is no doubt largely explicable in terms of the resurgence of archaic emotions in modern man. If I support retrenchment of the affluent society, then I shall have done my share in helping to avert a nuclear world war, and then the aircraft I'm traveling in won't crash, I won't go bankrupt, etc. Another reason for their success might be the existence of social guilt, often of an existential character. Many people ask themselves why they should be alive at all, or again, the total sterility of socialist socioeconomic criticism which, viewed objectively, has long since lost from sight its initial points of departure. To indulge in luxury is to provoke envy. I admit that there will always be people who enjoy making others envious. Things that are used towards this end are called luxuries. An anthropologist once told me about his native interpreter who, having been handsomely rewarded for his work, and in answer to the question as to what he was going to do with the money, said, "I shall buy the biggest drum I can find and beat it in the village. Then everybody will envy me." It is an age-old notion, of which several examples may be found in antiquity, that the only reason for treating oneself to something is to make others envious, to show them that one is bigger and better than they are, superior, in fact. Thus the object as such, its cost and its usefulness are all quite irrelevant compared with its owner's motives, or so Adriana Tilger, 1887–1941, the Italian social critic, maintained in the late 20s, in a scathing attack on the luxury of the capitalist era. Luxury is noxious only when it consists in a state of mind, of the person who associates himself with a given group of people only in order to use them as a background against which he may pose as an animal of a superior breed. Clean shirts, for instance, in the Middle Ages and during a considerable part of our own era were real articles of luxury. But today the man pulling his clean shirt over his head of a morning does not feel himself superior to others because of it. The present-day person who extracts that poisonous feeling of superiority out of a shirt is the man who puts on a silk shirt which he has bought hoping to make other people envy him. This definition of the term luxury, and the suspicion upon which it is based, are still encountered today. But how does the critic know who wants to make others envious, and whether he is, in fact, envied? It would seem probable that the critic is deducing these conclusions from what he has learned by introspection. For surely only someone who was deeply envious could take this view of luxury? How might it be possible to decide whether a man is buying an expensive car because he regards it as the best trouble-free investment for the next 8 years, or whether it is because he wishes to make others envious? Even in America over the years I have met people who would avoid buying a certain make of car, although this would have been the sensible thing to do, only because they were convinced that others would see it as an attempt to make them envious. An exactly similar inhibition is found in American parents when they do not want to send their child to a private school, in spite of its evident superiority and willingness to grant a scholarship. Unnecessary, fatuous, ostentatious and frivolous spending, in most of its forms and occasions, is just as objectionable to me as to any professional critic of luxury. But I also recognize the great difficulty of establishing absolute criteria. What seems luxury to one man will appear to another the only sensible choice on grounds of the object's quality and durability. Where one man might prefer to buy the very best piano, the other will choose to go, once in his life, on a world cruise. As soon as citizens permit an authority to enact sumptuary laws, the door is wide open to every kind of chicanery and envious restriction. Conspicuous consumption. But the question of what is the real attitude towards luxury is much more complex. Generally speaking, even the most impassioned Democrats and egalitarians of today are little worried by certain manifestations of luxury. Between 1961 and 1963, in the United States, for example, academic and newspaper critics of the affluent society could be observed drawing in their claws as soon as President Kennedy and his wife initiated a regal style in the White House which, as was generally remarked, far outdid anything that had hitherto been customary in the American Republic. All of a sudden the same kind of extravagance which, only a short time before, and on a much smaller scale, had been branded as an antisocial irritant in the local manufacturer or car dealer, was found tolerable in the man elected to a 4-year term as head of state. Envy develops among equals or those who are almost equal. Where there is only one king, one president of the United States, in other words, one member only of a particular status, he can live with relative impunity the kind of life which, even on a much smaller scale, would arouse indignation in the same society were it to be adopted by successful members of larger professional or social groups. So long as the envious journalist in England or America knows that he will never be king or president, he is much less likely to be upset by the pomp or day-to-day luxury of these personages than by any display on the part of the most eminent surgeon in his locality. With a little luck, he might himself have been a surgeon. It is not the luxury itself which offends, but the impossibility in modern society of preventing the attainment of relative luxury by people like oneself. It is possible privately to sympathize with many critics of luxury, but this is not to imply that such criticism should form the basis of a new economic policy. For this would produce something inherently different, very probably a system where not only luxury would be inhibited. Today, certain coming-out affairs, like débutantes dances, seem as absurd to me as they did to Torsten Veblen 70 years ago. The fact of their persistence in almost equally extravagant form testifies to the impotence of the levelers. What is perhaps even more remarkable, however, is that in 1963, for instance, this kind of coming-out party, where a father launches his daughter into society at a cost of $5,000 for the evening, could be shown on American television without the public's batting an eyelid. In 1955, after Life magazine had run a story on the grand style of life habitual to the Anheuser-Busch's, a family of rich brewers, it printed, May 23, 1955, an indignant letter from Upton Sinclair, who asked, "Sirs, isn't it dangerous to publish pictures of the Busch family? They have an income of millions. Think of the effect on millions of families who have to get along on a couple of $1,000s a year." The effect, of course, was envy. Sinclair correctly saw a problem inherent in our mass democracies where politicians on the one hand urge everyone to compare himself enviously with everyone else, in order to create a climate of acceptance for their legislative designs, and yet where, on the other hand, the mass media have apparently discovered an insatiable demand for pictures of the grand life led by the few. Can it be that the average man is not as prone to militant envy as politicians make him out to be? Opinion polls as well as depth interviews in various countries strongly suggest this. Nor does it seem likely that, were it otherwise, the millions of readers in more modest circumstances would devour their weekly magazines so faithfully, all of them having as staple fare the intimate details of a regal style of life. If the effect were as Sinclair suspected, all these people would be so frustrated that they would brood over their envy. Some probably do, but hardly the majority. It is possible, and is, indeed, being attempted in some socialist developing countries today, to put a ceiling on expenditure for certain family celebrations, such as a wedding. Apart from temporarily assuaging a few envious souls, however, these decrees achieve nothing, so long as they leave private means themselves untouched. Hence the next step is to pursue a policy of taxation which leaves hardly anyone well enough off to be extravagant. If, however, this wealth is not simply destroyed but removed from the private into the public sector, there arises the further question as to whether governments are less inclined to frivolous spending harmful to the community than private individuals. It would seem unlikely. And here we need not even go so far as to consider those projects which developing countries undertake purely for the sake of prestige. It is sufficient to recall the local expenditure on bureaucratic follies familiar to most of us. Democratic envy, which can in fact play a constructive political role, e.g., restraint on public expenditure, is the less able to put a timely brake or control on governmental or official extravagance, the higher the level at which that extravagance is undertaken. How luxury remains politically acceptable. In the realm of politics, quite independently of any specific culture or scale of values, but simply as the accompaniment of the crystallization of power, there inevitably arise unintended processes that restrain envy and the envious. Whether envious radicals have themselves brought into being an active political movement in order to realize their ideas of a just world, or, as is probably more common, a group seeking power secures the acclaim and electoral support of envious people, in the final count the envious are always the loser. Arbitrary intervention in the spheres of private life, justice and economics, demanded by envy to slake its anger, merely involves, at least after an initial phase of plunder and riot, the delegation of power to a minority of functionaries who can only carry out envy's mandate if they form themselves into a hierarchy of administrators. Often enough, a political party already exists that can act as the executive arm of militant envy. National Socialism came to power in Germany with promises directed at the envious. In this connection, one has only to recall Nazi party platforms such as the limitation of income to 1,000 marks a head, the elimination of unearned income, etc. The revolutionary movements in South American republics, Bolshevism in Russia, the resentful populists in the United States, all were supported by those circles who would clearly be the first to take a malicious delight in the leveling of society. But without exception, and sometimes in the course of a few decades, the new ruling caste has become a bourgeoisie or a plutocracy. It has based its style of life on that of the former ruling caste which it superseded, or on the splendor and comfort it found among its new peers, the ruling heads of those states with which relations were established. And gradually a more lavish way of life became socially acceptable, that is to say, politically tolerable. Every party or group that comes to power creates, of necessity, a new privileged class with an ideology that will again render economic inequality tolerable. The new inequality, however, cannot be restricted to the close circle of top party members and bureaucrats. To protect itself against the envy of those outside, the central authority is obliged to grant luxury and individual inequalities to those who are not directly concerned with government. To this, technological progress contributes. In 1920, President Woodrow Wilson predicted class warfare in America that would be sparked off by the envy of the many at the sight of the few in their motor cars. Not only is it impossible today to make this fact comprehensible to a member of the younger generation in America, but in the Soviet Union the private car is gradually coming to be recognized as something relatively attainable, although it is still far from attainable in practice, even for those who have the money. Is there then any luxury article, any pleasure, any property regardless of size, or any form of existence which, in principle, social change, technical progress or political shift is unable to legitimize and protect against envy? We would be hard put to it to name one. What we call culture in the narrower sense, i.e., high culture, arises only where envy has been successfully diverted away from the alien character of the elite minority. Spengler has stated it bluntly. There is one other thing that belongs of necessity to a ripe culture. That is property, the thought of which causes delirious outbursts of envy and hatred from the vulgar-minded. Property, that is, in the original sense, old and permanent possession, inherited from forefathers or acquired over long years by the heavy and devoted work of the owner. For spending as such, for dissipation, for parvenu ostentation and extravagance, Spengler shows nothing but contempt, but he makes a distinction that is often overlooked. This must be said again, and particularly in these days when the national revolutionaries in Germany rave like mendicant friars about universal poverty and squalor, in delightful agreement with the Marxists, who declare the possession of any sort of wealth to be criminal and immoral and war upon everything that has this superiority in things of high culture and any who surpass others in the ability to acquire, maintain, and worthily use property, and that from envy of such ability, which they themselves completely lack. High culture is inseparably bound up with luxury and wealth. Luxury, that matter of course environment of things of culture that belongs spiritually to one's personality, is a premise of all creative periods. The cult of poverty. If we consider the cult of poverty in antiquity and in the Middle Ages, the German youth movement between 1900 and 1930, and Marxist movements and their disciples, drawn from both working and middle classes, and if we then observe how invariably an increasingly aggressive and resentful attitude on the part of those who are in fact poor, neglected and often despised is spontaneously met by a show of sympathy from some members of the envied classes, we find a most remarkable congruence. At certain times there will appear in a society a Messiah and his disciples whose provocative utterances express anew the already extant social envy. There are various reasons for this: general social change, new production and trading methods, invidious comparisons made by itinerant workers who, moving from place to place and from culture to culture, become earlier and more acutely aware of economic differences than do sedentary workers and thus, as has often been shown, form the enthusiastic vanguard of egalitarian salvationism. the Messiah and his group may threaten revolution outright, or, again, they may protract the revolution in sublimated form, defer the despoliation of the rich until the Last Judgment, and establish themselves as a counter-elite by stressing the glories of poverty and the ascetic life. What these people manifest is very probably envy, resentment, and direct hostility to everything above their own level. But there is usually more to it than that. For the conflux of genuinely poor disciples to the cult is almost exactly matched by a similar conflux from the upper classes. In the Middle Ages, these were members of the nobility and clergy, paupers Christi, who practiced voluntary poverty. These people have their 19th and 20th century counterparts in the children of middle and upper-class parents, in England and the United States especially, but also on the continent and in Asia, who, apparently against all logic of class, not only attach themselves to a proletarian revolutionary movement, but also adopt the frugal way of life of their chosen environment, sharing a marked contempt for all comfort and upper-class trappings, to the extent even of neglecting personal cleanliness and health. Simone Weil, 1909-43, as her biographer Jacques Cabot has shown, exemplified this personality type in a strikingly pure and consistent manner. There are, of course, exceptions, such as the patrician or the English aristocrat who becomes a drawing-room communist without the slightest intention of giving up his comfortable life. Generally, however, he suffers from a bad conscience and seeks a compromise by exceptional loyalty and gifts to the common cause. Many of these renegades may be moved to take this step into ostentatious poverty by personal disappointment, or resentment against parents, relations, or siblings. But invariably there is the factor of envy avoidance and its parallel, the bad of social conscience, the nagging sense of guilt. Perhaps some of them believe that their own poverty will exonerate their caste or class, thus saving it from punishment or destruction. But often this wish or hope applies only to the individual himself. And in a great many cases it is no more than a primarily emotional, unreflecting reaction to the evil eye, to the envy, assumed or experienced, of the pariah, the disinherited, the victim of discrimination. It might also be a case of a member of the upper classes overburdened by his social duties. One tires of behaving at all times as the well-brought-up son of the nobility, of a cleric, or as the daughter of rich parents. But ordinary, private escape into the simple life is not dramatic enough, and could even lead to secret envy of those members of one's own class and family who continue to enjoy their comforts and luxury. There is an obvious way out of this dilemma, out of these ambivalent feelings, the glorification of voluntary poverty in company with the genuine, or ostensibly genuine, poor and oppressed, whose utopia or planned social revolution promises that ultimately no one will be able to afford a pleasant life. A life, although one was born to it, one did not have the courage to accept from fate, because fate, in a secular world, is thought blind. And if blind, why did it favor me and not the other? Norman Cohn's excellent work, The Pursuit of the Millennium, on revolutionary messianism in the Middle Ages and its persistence in modern totalitarian movements, substantiates our interpretation in a great many particulars with evidence from historical data. The crucial factor in the feeling of envy, as we showed at the outset, is always apparent in the fact that the envious man does not so much want to have what is possessed by others as yearn for a state of affairs in which no one would enjoy the coveted object or style of life. But since envy is an altogether relative emotion, in no way dependent on the actual degree of existing inequalities, it can also happen that people leading a comfortable life will attach themselves to an envious revolutionary group of those born poor, when they wish to attack, or harm, or at the least put to shame those more highly placed than themselves. For the lesser nobility will always find something to envy in the middle nobility, as will the latter in the higher nobility, or the prosperous parson in the bishop. The dynamic of envy, which may be provoked and inflamed by the smallest of inequalities, thus explains how it comes about that pariah movements, those of proletarian revolutionaries, are continually being swollen by recruits from the ranks of those with a standard of living higher than that of the disinherited. Moreover, it is quite conceivable that a society having no luxury-addicted upper class, or virtually none, might also exhibit this phenomenon. Generally speaking, there will usually be enough inequality within a group of people, all of whom are favored by fortune, to cause those so predisposed to reject their own milieu in favor of a proletarian party. It is, of course, often genuine idealism that causes people of the upper classes to go over to a pariah movement. Their only desire is to do good, for they can no longer bear the sight of other people's misery. We might assume that these people feel no envy whatever of their prosperous social equals. Even though this be the case, our hypothesis is still true, in that persons of this kind think they cannot render successful aid to their protégés, even if only psychological aid, as long as there are also well-to-do families, the very sight of which gives rise to the torment of envy in the worker relieved of his poverty. Precisely this must have been in the minds of Sidney and Beatrice Webb when they wrote. It is not too much to say that, in Britain or the United States of today, the very existence, in any neighborhood, of a non-producing rich family, even if it is what it calls well-conducted, is by its evil example a blight on the whole district, lowering the standards, corrupting the morality, and to that extent counteracting the work of the churches and the schools. In other words, even when a revolutionary or progressive reformer of good family, although perhaps envious of no one, asks for nothing more than extremely heavy taxation, he finds himself compelled by his consideration of actual, or very often merely ostensible, envy in his protégés or underdog comrades to advocate and implement a policy rooted in envy. The recognition of these interrelationships emphatically does not mean that social reforms and compassionate deeds, for instance, furthered by the unbearable spectacle of other people's misery, are questionable as such. It is both a pragmatic policy and in keeping with the intention of most ethical teaching, secular and religious, that a society, i.e., its active members, should seek to alleviate glaring social ills. Sensible social and welfare measures, which may involve structural intervention, should not, however, be confused with structural aggression, where the satisfaction of unappeasable envy is the principle of action. Such measures are apt to have the opposite effect. They, and they alone, are self-destructive utopianism. Some of the original levelers insisted on a more realistic, less envious assessment of their aims than their modern counterparts are liable to profess in their manifestos. A group of levelers in Cromwell's time wrote, "We profess therefore that we never had it in our thoughts to level men's estates, it being the utmost of our aim that the commonwealth be reduced to such a passe that every man may with as much security as may be enjoy his propriety." Chiliastic movements. In his discussion of the cult of voluntary poverty, which often flourished more especially among the rich and well-to-do, the sociologist W.E. Mollman is in agreement with Herbert Grundman, the historian, who sees the growing prosperity of the High Middle Ages, the rise of a money economy, the increase in urban populations and incipient large-scale crafts as leading to religious movements among men of all social classes seriously desiring to lead a simple, austere Christian life. Neither Mollman nor Grundman seeks to explain the cult of poverty, even in the case of the nobility, as the result of direct social changes in the lives of those deciding to adopt a different way of life. Mollman says, "Meanwhile it must be asked what is actually taking place when the way of life of the poor, that, indeed, of usus taxendi, as the occupation of a despised class, is deliberately adopted and practiced. It is not the social pyramid that is turned upside down, but the cultural structure. No longer do the pariahs invert values to suit themselves, the inversion has lost its class connotation, since it is practiced by men of all classes." Yet Mollman goes no further towards answering his own question. What is doubtless involved, as may have been shown in this book, is a human frame of mind and a change of temperament that are by no means confined to the Middle Ages and the problems of that time. One of man's deepest desires, giving rise to what is almost a reflexive or compulsive style of behavior and action, is the avoidance of envy. He yearns for a social situation in which he need never suspect that his fellow man, not himself, is consumed with envy of others, of him, but not necessarily of him alone. That, and that alone, would be a truly safe society, a social environment without potential aggressors. In as far as man evidently senses more correctly than modern theoreticians of frustration that no degree of general improvement can render man permanently and completely non-aggressive, sensitive people are willing voluntarily to adopt as inconspicuous a style of life as is possible in the hope of evading aggressive envy. The nobleman or prosperous businessman, often of upper-class origins, attaches himself, as representative of his whole class, or of all envy-provoking people in the upper classes, to a chiliastic movement where, firstly, there shall be no envy among its members, and where, secondly, all those values giving cause for envy are denied and despised, a movement, indeed, which actually promises a new world totally devoid of all possibility of envy. It is significant that European socialists of the 19th and 20th centuries in their search for precursors picked on just those chiliastic revolutionaries, like the Kathari and the Bogomils, who themselves were enthusiasts under the domination of resentment yet never succeeded in creating any larger independent, functioning society. They were heretics who were generally claimed by the stake before they had been compelled to come to grips with a society's practical and economic problems. Arno Borst draws attention to the discovery of the Kathari by the socialists. The oppressed of all periods are the heroes of those who understand freedom in terms of economics. When, in 1895, the Marxist Karl Kautsky was looking for the precursors of modern socialism, he lit on the Kathari, though he had no clear idea of what they were. Later on, in 1906, his fellow Marxist, Milorad Popovich, construed the struggle of the Bogomils, of which he had solid historical knowledge, as a class struggle. The following year, the Italian socialist and modernist, Gioacchino Volpe, portrayed the Italian heretics as representatives of the lowest classes, and in 1911-14 his pupils, Luigi Zanoni and Antonino Di Stefano, took the socialist thesis to its extreme by dubbing Catharism a revolutionary movement, under the imperfect disguise of religion. The ubiquity of envy in human relations, the consideration of it even when objectively it is perhaps not especially acute in others, is one of the fundamental constituent factors of social reality. Because envy, the envy of others, is always by nature an unassuageable, negative, unproductive feeling, most successful cultures throughout history have devised inhibitions on envy. Thus neo-Marxists today explain not only religion but all proverbs critical of envy as designed by the elite to keep the underprivileged in permanent subjection. Whether this was ever so, or whether less fortunate people coined proverbs as a sort of balm to render life tolerable, is impossible to decide now. Nor does it really matter. Whatever is thought of the comforts and humaneness of modern life compared with the past, this present civilization of ours rests on a minimum of envy containment, which should not be considered expendable now that still more complex problems devolve upon man. Whoever attacks and undermines the achieving society by dramatizing the differences between its successful members and their opposites should think twice. So long as envy and envy avoidance are in balance, and so long as on the whole only such envy finds expression and recognition as is legitimate and functional within the framework of a given culture and its technology, neither the society's efficiency and adaptability nor the scope of its more ingenious members is restricted. Both individuals and families are to some extent protected against the pathologically envious man. The official morality of the group keeps him within bounds, and threatens with exile or other sanctions anyone who seeks, from private envy, to harm his fellow tribesmen, by means of denunciation, the evil eye, black magic, etc. If, however, the dividing line between private envy and justifiable envy is no longer well defined in any society, individual actions and social movements may occur with consequences that are unfortunate for the whole society. For as soon as an avowedly envious man is able to become a judge, a legislator, or a leader of an important political party, social effects arise which justify a man's original mistrust of envy. Envy deliberately used as a chosen instrument in political strategy or tactics is something quite different from envy that operates largely in the unconscious and upon which depend countless minor social controls and inhibitions essential to a predictable, tolerable social life. It is, of course, true that envy can express itself as much in the desire for the preservation of inequality as in the desire to achieve equality. The jealously guarded privileges of the established can be as harmful to the welfare of others as the envy of the underdog. The notorious practices of certain unions, especially in the United States and Britain, which discriminate against ethnic minorities and against men without a family link with the trade, and which also harm the public by depriving it of adequate services, is a clear case of this type of envy. It is also to be found in the professions and their associations. Yet there can be an essential distinction. The highly paid expert, the skilled worker, etc., who protest when others with lesser skills approach their pay scales, are reacting with jealousy, not with true envy. They defend their territory as animals instinctively do when an intruder trespasses. It is therefore extremely unlikely that in any foreseeable future man will cease to react indignantly to any such act of trespass. We simply have to take this form of behavior into account. It is also a form of psychological self-assurance. I deserve consideration because I have worked hard for years to get where I am. I will not tolerate people leapfrogging up into the same income bracket merely because their unions have more members. If at the same time he insists on a closed shop, such attitudes can cause labor to ossify into an occupational caste system, which is harmful to any modern industrial society. The effect on society of such jealousy and covetousness is positively to discourage enterprise, innovation, and expansion. However, as soon as the skilled man is willing to admit any qualified person to his well-paid group, and merely resents the fact that others, without his qualifications and responsibilities, obtain similar rewards through group pressures based on envy, his protest is another matter entirely. Even though he is protesting on his own behalf, he is also insisting on the superior growth potential of a socioeconomic system that allows significant differences in reward for different services. By contrast, anyone who advocates a society which allows no significant differentials of reward, and many socialist parties at least in theory still retain this as a goal, is evidently prepared to see the economy collapse rather than reconcile himself to the inevitable fact that any society will always contain some potentially envious members. In our modern societies, it is still possible in cases of pathological greed and avarice to speak of acquisitiveness as a social sin. But as a general concept, it no longer makes sense. The man who works overtime to afford something that he or his family covet deprives no one else of anything. It is absurd to censure such a man as if he were an absolute monarch extracting the last precious coins from his subjects in an economy with a static supply of gold or silver. As soon as there is real economic growth, and the technology to produce any item in as many copies as there is a demand for it, covetousness and acquisitiveness, as terms of social criticism, lack any real meaning. The sense of justice and the idea of equality. A number of authors have drawn attention to the fact that those feelings and attitudes that are so vitally important to a political order, namely, the sense of equity, of justice and injustice, are inherent in man because of his capacity to envy. Envy is aroused if, in one locality, the political power allows a merchant privileges which are not conceded in another, if one man is subject to arbitrary taxation while the other remains untaxed. Something approaching equality before the law arises out of the political tug-of-war between those who make the laws and those who have to live under them. Originally, it was in the interests of the authorities to leave some room for differential treatment, which could be financially profitable. Moreover, arbitrary control, permitting the unequal distribution of favor, tends to an increase in power. But gradually the legislators themselves came to be affected by the laws, and so their interest in equality before the law became more personal. Yet even in democracies there are, for a number of reasons, exceptions to this rule. Farmers, trade unions, oil well drillers, and professional groups often enjoy a special status in relation to certain laws. In general, however, the citizen of a modern democracy can rely on equality before the law. His claim to it is assured by the envy that all his fellow citizens feel towards anyone who might conceivably gain by inequitable treatment being meted out to him, even if this gain were only the pleasure felt by the powerful man in the power that enables him to be unjust. This reasonably predictable equality before most laws and public ordinances thus creates for the individual a clear field of activity in which he is secure. In political terms, envy thus has a positive and constructive function as watchdog. But the situation is changed if the same citizens who keep jealous watch on the equality before the law, and from which they constantly benefit, now approach the state with the demand that it infringe the principle of equality before the law for those few citizens whom the state has enabled to become economically, or perhaps only educationally, unequal. Many of the advocates of equality, it would now seem, are in no way anxious to secure genuine and lasting equality of opportunity. The increasing revulsion of fanatical egalitarians in Britain towards the 1944 Education Act, once hailed as progressive and which promised real equality of opportunity in education, proves to what extent the apostle of equality disdains the consequences of his original demands. A few years ago the Zurich professor of constitutional law, Werner Kagi, basing himself on Fritz Flainer's Bundesstaatsrecht, clearly brought out the dangers of the shift from legal equality to envy. The word equality, he believed, had been too long taboo, and criticism of egalitarianism ought not to be restricted to fiscal legislation. The attainment of a uniformity was often equated with progress. But far and away beyond anything that justice demands by way of equal treatment for equals, what is unequal is often rendered uniform by democratic legislation. And that which is idealized in the form of a demand for equality more often than not turns out to be merely the expression of that egalitarian endeavor, with its mistrust of all autonomy, its resentment of any exceptional position. There follows a quotation from Flainer's Bundesstaatsrecht. If equality before the law is essential to democracy, it can also be a stumbling block. For it promotes that fanaticism and envy which seeks to treat men in all fields of life as equals, and repudiates as undemocratic the differences arising from higher education, upbringing, intelligence, tradition, etc. George Casper Homans, an American sociologist, was in command of a small warship in the Pacific during the Second World War. Later he tried to put this experience to good use in social science. One mistake he made in handling his men demonstrates the uselessness of sacrificing, for the sake of general harmony, the supposedly provocative well-being of one group in deference to the supposed envy in another. During a period of lull, the following situation occurred on board. The watch on deck was sweating in the sun, chipping off rust and painting, while the men from the engine room, who were not on watch at the time, lay about on deck sunbathing and reading. When an officer pointed out to Homans the possible resentment of the deck watch, he ordered the engine room crew to spend their leisure time elsewhere. Immediately, however, these men let the captain know that they felt they were being victimized. Homans writes, "As on so many other occasions, I should have done much better if I had done nothing." Up to a point, this discovery can be generalized. Few arbitrary actions, especially those of a legislative nature, are so thankless, and few are so fraught with undesirable consequences, as an attempt to balance the scales of fate in order to assuage envy. The sense of injustice. Why does the sense of justice, or rather the sense of injustice, demand unconditional equality? The question is asked by the professor of law Edmund N. Kahn in his book On the Sense of Injustice, a term he significantly uses in the title rather than the sense of justice. No doubt the latter is much more difficult to attain and to put into practice than the former. According to Kahn, the existence of a general and widespread sense of injustice is not solely due to the fact that equal treatment of all who belong to a recognized class of people, of one kind for children, another for grown-ups, etc., is a prerequisite for any sort of legal order. It is true that justice requires such uniformity, but this still does not account for our great sensitivity to injustice. It might even be said that only man's innate sense of injustice enables him to set up legal systems. Kahn is of the opinion that people would be unlikely to feel indignation and rage simply because a decision happened to infringe the theoretical demand for the right to equal treatment, and that what is involved must be something very deep-seated in human nature, for otherwise how could it be that even the humblest and least educated people hate injustice with a burning hatred? What are the roots of this demand for equality? Kahn describes the sense of injustice as a general phenomenon denoting that sympathetic reaction of outrage, horror, shock, resentment, and anger, those affections of the viscera and abnormal secretions of the adrenals that prepare the human animal to resist attack. Nature has thus equipped every man to regard injustice to another as aggression against himself. Through a mysterious and magical empathy or imaginative interchange, each projects himself into the shoes of the other, not in pity or compassion merely, but in the vigor of self-defense. Injustice is transmuted into assault. A little further on Kahn says, "The sense of injustice now appears as an indissociable blend of reason and empathy." Is the sense of injustice right? Certainly not if rightness means conformity to some absolute and inflexible standard. The sense of injustice is right in so far as its claims are recognized in action. Its logical justification must be found in its efficacy. Most primitive peoples, incidentally, have a marked sense of, or feeling for, equity and reciprocity, but this should not be mistaken for an idea of equality. Among the African Azanda, anyone who has given assistance to a relative keeps an exact mental account of everything he has done, and expects the other to do likewise, and to behave accordingly. In primitive society, there is definitely not a general cookpot, as it were, from which everyone can help himself to what he wants as the Western, social romantic invariably imagines. For one thing, these people are much too realistic to rely on Marx's formula, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. The sense of absolute reciprocity is also found among the simplest primitive peoples in regard to strangers. Karsten reports of the Chavarro in Ecuador and Peru that whenever a bearer failed through sickness to accompany an expedition, he invariably returned unasked the length of cloth that he had been given as advance payment. Curiously enough, this worked better among completely primitive tribes than among those that had come under the influence of missionaries. For 200 years, egalitarian dogmatists and social philosophers have largely failed to see how little the individual is concerned with being equal to someone else. For very often his sense of justice is outraged by the very fact that he is denied the measure of inequality which he considers to be right and proper. It is the same passion, whether it assails the factory hand or the opera star. American industrial sociologists have observed again and again that what matters to the worker is not so much the amount of his wage as the recognition of the difference between him and other workers. Complaints arise mostly when the wage scale fails to express what the worker feels to be the difference in the importance, difficulty, etc. of his particular task. In 1959, Rhys Stevens refused to appear as guest singer at the San Francisco Opera House, although she had been granted the top fee she had demanded, because her other requirement, that no other star should be as highly paid, had been rejected. But the lengths to which a society permeated with egalitarian ideology can go are demonstrated by the following paradox. In 1965, workers engaged in constructing the highest parts of a new bridge in Austria were paid danger money. Thereupon those working lower down went on strike until they were given compensation for loss of danger money. The motivational situation was similar to that in a complaint being made at about the same time to the West German Federal Constitutional Court at Karlsruhe. A man liable for military service demanded in the name of equality that those who, for legitimate reasons, were exempt from military service should pay a special tax of an amount comparable with the disadvantage suffered by conscripts. Resentment and the demand for equality. The connection between the two is formulated by Scheler in the following unequivocal terms. Modern egalitarian doctrine generally, whether it takes the form of a statement of fact, a moral demand, or both of these things, is, however, clearly the product of resentment. It is surely obvious that, without exception, the apparently innocuous demand for equality, of whatever kind, whether sexual, social, political, religious, or material, in fact conceals only the desire for the demotion, in accordance with a selected scale of values, of those having more assets, and those who are in some way higher up, to the level of those lower down. In any struggle for power, however great or petty, no one feels that the scales are weighted in his favor. Only the one who fears he will lose, demands it as a universal principle. The demand for equality is always a speculation on a falling market. For it is a law according to which people can only be equal in respect of those characteristics having the least value. Equality as a purely rational idea can never stimulate desire, will or emotion. But resentment, in whose eyes the higher values never find favor, conceals its nature in the demand for equality. In reality, it wants nothing less than the destruction of all those who embody those higher values which arouse its anger. Scheler emphasizes that justice as such does not demand equality, but only, like behavior, in equivalent circumstances. Here he quotes Walter Rathenau, who once said, "The idea of justice is based upon envy," and observes that this remark is valid only of the falsification, arising from resentment, of the idea of justice, and not of its true content. The confusion of justice and equality, so common today, was elucidated in at least one of its aspects in 1954 by the sociologist Richard T. Lapierre when he pointed out the intentional differences between equality, equity, and justice. Equity is not to be confused with equality, which is a legal concept. Men may in relatively rare instances be equal before the law, and small children often insist upon strict equality in the division of pie, cake, and other tangibles. But on the whole, equality is seldom desired, infrequently demanded, and almost never found in the social relationships of human beings. Equity, on the other hand, is everywhere and always insisted upon. And equity is frequently, if not invariably, achieved. Justness, as the term will be here used, refers to the achievement of maintenance of equity, which is always relative rather than absolute, and not to that which is simply legal. Lapierre believes that, in the long run, most legislative acts, legal decisions, etc., tend to a state of equity, although at any given moment there may be no relation between the sense of equity and the law me. Now and again, although not nearly often enough, ecclesiastical pronouncements reveal the understanding that demands for equality and social justice can easily turn into envious demands. Thus, about 15 years ago, a group of American Protestant churches declared, pronounced contrasts between rich and poor in our society tend to destroy comradeship, to undermine equality of opportunity, and to threaten the political institutions of a society conscious of its responsibility. These elastic expressions do not admit of an exact interpretation. The following sentence, however, was significant. Those who take advantage of such inequalities are all too liable to self-deceit if they try to justify their privileges, just as others may deceive themselves in refusing to recognize as envy their own feelings towards those who earn more or have better luck. To solve this dilemma, the resolution calls for undefined measures against any inequality held to be inimical to the broad concept of justice and the well-being of society. But there is no suggestion as to how such conceptions can be formed into a just financial and social policy. Freedom and equality. Simmel had earlier remarked on the necessary instability of the relationship between freedom and equality. Where general freedom reigns, so does the same measure of equality, for the former merely postulates the non-existence of authority. Equality, however, which thus appears as the first consequence of freedom, is in reality only a point of transition. Characteristically, no one is satisfied with his position in relation to his fellow beings, but everyone wishes to achieve a position that is in some way an improvement. When the needy majority experiences the desire for a higher standard of living, the most immediate expression of this will be a demand for equality in wealth and status with the upper 10,000. In Simmel's view, however, envy and resentment are always the product of relative social propinquity. The resentment of the proletarian is virtually never aimed at the highest classes, but at the bourgeois, whom he sees immediately above him, representing those rungs on fortune's ladder that are the first he will have to climb, and upon which his consciousness and his desire for advancement are therefore temporarily focused. But to advance by one social rung is seldom enough. The thirst for social advancement is by definition insatiable. Wherever an attempt has been made to establish equality, the individual effort to outdo others from this new basis has asserted itself in every imaginable way. Simmel demonstrates the naivete of the belief that to be equal necessarily means to be permanently free from authority. Freedom invariably overrides equality to establish some new superiority. Simmel illustrates this with an anecdote that rings true. In the year of the 1848 revolution, a woman coal heaver remarked to a richly dressed lady, "Yes, madam, everything's going to be equal now. I shall go in silks and you'll carry coal." As Simmel stresses, people not only want the new freedom, they want to make use of it also. Good and bad luck, chance and opportunity. It is significant that concepts such as luck, chance, opportunity, hitting the jackpot, what we generally regard as someone's being undeservingly favored by circumstances beyond his or our control, are not found in all cultures. Indeed, in many languages there is no way of expressing such ideas. Yet where one of these concepts exists in a society, it plays a crucial part in controlling the problem of envy. Man can come to terms with the evident inequality of the individual human lot, without succumbing to envy that is destructive of both himself and others, only if he can put the responsibility on some impersonal power, blind chance or fortune, which neither he himself nor the man favored is able to monopolize. Today it's the other man who is lucky, tomorrow it may be I. We derive the same consolation from the expression, to have bad luck. Thus what is involved is no providential God, whose favors can be won by special zeal in worship or a pure way of life, for this would most surely induce that bitter, consuming envy of the holier-than-thou fanatic, so amply corroborated by history, as in the witch trials, for instance. Oddly enough, there is also a halfway stage. While a culture may have a concept of disparate fortunes, of inequitably distributed opportunity, members of that culture may not quite dare to count on their luck. For they continue to be afraid that there may be other powers or gods, projections of their fellow men, who will vent their anger upon those very mortals on whom the arbitrary goddess of fortune has smiled. This was the stage reached by the ancient Greeks. In English there are two words, happiness, and a luck, for the one German word, Glück. But whereas the balanced and fulfilled mental state which is happiness depends in the final analysis on the individual himself, to have good or bad luck is something quite independent of effort, prediction, or human intervention. It is perfectly possible to envy the other his serenity and happiness, because it is obvious how much this depends on his work and the way he behaves, but by definition it is virtually impossible to envy him for being just lucky. Thus the English language, by using these expressions, takes some of the potential envy out of human relations. A sportsman, a schoolboy, or a businessman who has scored an unusually brilliant success, thus becoming a possible object of envy, will simply shrug his shoulders and say, "I suppose I was just lucky." In this way, though usually unconsciously, he seeks to disarm possible envy. The English word luck, indeed, derives from Middle High German Glück, which in the above sense of the term is defined as follows: an aimless, unpredictable and uncontrollable power which shapes events either favorably or unfavorably for the individual, the group or the cause. Or again, a chance combination of factors, having consequences that are favorable or unfavorable to a person. The word happiness, on the other hand, originally meant something much like luck, that is, a condition due to haphazard occurrences or happenings. Gradually, however, happiness began to acquire the quite different meaning of well-being, giving rise to contentment, which, by its nature, could be enjoyed simultaneously by everyone. Jeremy Bentham in his formula, the greatest happiness of the greatest number, could only have used it in this sense. For it would be a nonsensical demand, were the terms good luck substituted for happiness, since an individual person can have a luck only if its distribution throughout the rest of the world is both unequal and sparse. It is, of course, possible for any number of people in a society to be happy, since this depends largely on themselves. But they can never all hit the jackpot at once, all be favored by fate. This would be impossible from a space-time point of view. Yet modern social philosophers have turned this confusion of terms into a dangerous principle, through their belief that the equality of opportunity they are always talking about would lead to equality of happiness. Exactly the reverse is true. Contentment. The individual can come to terms emotionally with his personal lot or that of his children because in every real, as opposed to utopian, society he is fundamentally aware, or at least able to persuade himself and other people, that the reason he has failed to achieve something others have achieved in outwardly similar circumstances is that there is no such thing as equality in luck. No society can offer its citizens a lottery system to cover all situations in life and all goals. It is interesting, by the way, that even in those societies where envy reigns unchecked in fiscal legislation, as in England, betting is regarded as politically tolerable, whereby anyone, for a few pence, stands the extremely remote chance of winning thousands of pounds tax-free. The absence in the German language of the two terms luck and happiness, for which the single word Glück has to be used, gives rise to considerable difficulties, as Nikolai Hartmann's study of the term in his Ethics of Moral Phenomena value shows. It is in the very nature of happiness, to tease man and to mock him as long as he lives, to lure him on, to mislead him and leave him standing with empty hands. Up to this point, what is really meant is having good luck. Hartmann continues, happiness does not depend solely upon the attainable goods of life to which it seems to be attached. It depends at the same time, or rather primarily, upon an inner predisposition, a sensitiveness of the individual himself, his capacity for happiness. It is, smallest where it is passionately yearned for, and striven after. But what is meant here is happiness and not good luck. This enables us to pursue the thought to its conclusion. To begin with, perhaps before some egalitarians started to think up plans for improving the world, luck meant something unpredictable and fleeting, which one person might have rather than another, or at least not both at once. Contentment is rather nearer to the word happiness, but postulates that there should be no striving or yearning for luck. Towards the end of the 19th century, contentment became unfashionable, and to preach it was regarded as reactionary. Everyone had to be happy, and that happiness must be fully secured and guaranteed by the state. But what they failed to understand was that, in a welfare state where everyone is given everything he needs and has to contribute only what is within his means, there neither could nor should be such a thing as good or bad luck. Yet happiness, that is, contentment, can no longer exist in such a society, for it is conditional on recognizing that not everyone can enjoy good luck at the same time. Equality of opportunity. The absolute equality of opportunity that prevails in a game of chance, which, as all the players know from the start, can be won only by a very few, has nothing to do with the greatest happiness of the greatest number. It is true that a few envious souls may be temporarily annoyed at someone else winning the luck draw, but the fact that windfalls of this kind are tax-free in Europe, not in the United States, shows that the winner of the jackpot is very little envied. This is because of the real equality of opportunity and the absolute fortuitousness of the method of selecting the winner. A wife will not nag her husband for not having bought the right lottery ticket. She might reproach him for selecting the wrong football team, but even here there is so great a number of permutations and uncontrollable factors that no one could seriously suffer from an inferiority complex as a result of repeated failure. A totally different situation arises as soon as politicians and reformers start talking about equality of opportunity, and that in a field of achievement where personal qualities such as talent, character, appearance, manner of speech and many others are involved. This applies even when the state offers equal technical and financial chances to all at some stage early in life. For if not only were there equal opportunities throughout an individual's life, but people were also as alike as egalitarians assume them to be, society would be like a race in which all the runners ran equally fast, so that they all arrived at the same moment at a narrow goal through which only one at a time could pass. In an achievement-oriented society there cannot be equality of opportunity, there can at most be adequate opportunities for different kinds of people, person and opportunity must be complementary, but the result of such a system is a society stratified along socioeconomic lines in which classes or status groups, professions and prestige are clearly discernible. This will provide occasion for envy, but it is more honest and more healthy socially, in the long run, to acknowledge this fact than to behave as though equality of opportunity were really feasible. Egalitarians, those professional engineers of political envy avoidance, now find themselves, as a result of their misunderstanding of the term equality of opportunity, on the horns of an educational dilemma from which they will not succeed in extricating themselves as long as we continue to live in a society dependent on the principle of division of labor. There are two ways in which egalitarians propose to attain the goal of a society with a sense of equality. 1. The American way, which has been in force for years, consists in a principle, from which there are of course local deviations, of educating children of both sexes, of all classes and parentage, of all degrees of talent, from the educationally subnormal to the genius, between the ages of 6 and 18, side by side in classes and schools whose composition depends neither on where the parents live nor on the pupil's intelligence, but on pure chance alone. The unforeseen but inevitable result of this system is merely the postponement of the struggle for status, for since all cats look the same in the dark, the individual's education up to the age of 18 signifies little. But after he has left high school his parents begin the desperate struggle to get him at all costs into a college having the maximum prestige. Since, however, 50% of all Americans are sent to some sort of college, thanks to the downgrading of high schools in the name of equality, the deterioration of the already low standards of these educational establishments is accelerated, so that today 75% of all those graduating, at about the age of 22, from such colleges feel as unqualified professionally as did, 30 years ago, the graduates from high school. This has recently given rise in America to yet another surge toward the so-called graduate schools, those establishments, that is, at real university or technical college level, for which virtually all students are given scholarships, regardless of their parents' means. Yet there are more free places in graduate schools today than there are applicants who meet the conditions of entry. Hence the universities send out talent scouts to find recruits. Finally, after enormous public and private expenditure, a population has been produced in which those who have been at school up to their 28th year look down on those who had to leave school at 18. Both groups, however, having had far too much purely vocational instruction, suffer equally from classroom tedium, from staleness, and thus are often spoiled, at different levels, for the very careers which would have suited them. The boy kept in school by every possible means until he is 17 or 18 years old cannot face the prospect of technical training because he feels he has already had enough of teachers. The young man who has hung around graduate school until he is 26 or 28 to acquire his doctorate or MA, in the correct belief that his college diploma was no longer of much significance is not really content to be a trainee in a bank or a business firm. 2. Again, in the name of equality, over the past 20 years Britain has evolved a system that seeks to afford equality of opportunity, independent of family and income, but it differs from the American system in that, at the age of 11, children may be divided between 3 types of school whose requirements vary, as consequently, does their quality. This process depends upon a stiff, general examination. The Labour government has now declared itself opposed to this system, which already has been either partially abolished or watered down, and this, among other things, because it has become apparent that the utopian ideas of 1944 are not the way to the egalitarian heaven. Inequality of opportunity as an alibi. In 1954 a study was published in Britain, based, among other things, on a questionnaire sent to 10,000 adults on the subject of social mobility, edited by D.V. Glass. In this book developments were already apparent which were to be carried through to their conclusion a few years later by a young sociologist, Michael Young, in his penetrating book The Rise of the Meritocracy 117. The reactions it aroused can be seen from a review of Glass's work in the leftist weekly, the then New Statesman and Nation. The reviewer asked, "Within a couple of generations there may be perfect mobility, except for the few attending fee-paying schools, if there are any left. But what will happen then? What will equal opportunity really mean?" For, as D.V. Glass pointed out, the threefold system of grammar, technical and modern secondary schools did little to equalize and share out opportunities of mobility. On the contrary, the more efficient the selection procedure, the more evident those disadvantages are likely to become. Outside of the public schools, it will be the grammar schools which will furnish the new elite, an elite apparently much less assailable because it is selected for measured intelligence. The selection process will tend to reinforce the prestige of occupations already high in social status and to divide the population into streams which many may come to regard, indeed, already regard, as distinct as sheep and goats. What comes next is Glass's key sentence. Not to have been to a grammar school will be a more serious disqualification than in the past, when social inequality in the educational system was known to exist. And the feeling of resentment may be more rather than less acute just because the individual concerned realizes that there is some validity in the selection process which has kept him out of grammar school. In this respect, apparent justice may be more difficult to bear than injustice. At this point the reviewer takes fright. He regrets that in 1944, when the Education Act was passed with the approval of all parties, there was no sociological research to forecast possible developments. He looks back nostalgically to the good old days when primitive man, regardless of personal ability, invariably had his clearly defined place in society. A highly contestable hypothesis. And the perplexity of the mid-20th century egalitarian who has confused the stagnant equality of primitive society with progress is seldom so patently revealed as in these words of the reviewer. He has emotional security, but no freedom. For us, however, the picture is reversed. We have struggled out of the close-knit and restrictive pattern of primitive life and have released our creative faculties from the embrace of taboo. But by the same token that we have gained mobility, we have lost security. What is the purpose of life? What are we here for? How do we fit in? What is right and what is wrong? We no longer know. The reviewer speaks of an enormously dangerous transitional stage, but then goes on, like all egalitarians, to pin his hopes on still more education, to lead us into an age of mutual understanding and sympathy. This affords scant consolation and is hardly original. Equality of opportunity comes to grief because individuals do not all have the same ability to make use of their opportunities with equal or comparable success. And this is a more bitter experience than one for which one can blame others rather than oneself. To the disappointment of egalitarians, and hence to that of Labour Party intellectuals in particular, the percentage of working-class children in grammar schools remained low by comparison with the numerical ratio of the working class to the whole population, even when there was equality of opportunity. This has been attributed to the discrepancy in educational opportunity during the socialization process in the home. This, however, represents only one factor. For various studies have shown that even those working-class children in Britain and on the continent whose examination results entitled them to attend a better type of school often failed to take advantage of the opportunity. Upon investigation, it was shown that many times it was fear of envy in less gifted contemporaries, or of envy in those adults in the child's environment who themselves had never gone to grammar school, which was barring his way to a school offering greater possibilities of social mobility. For in a community or group of people there is no method of social control so loathsomely insidious as that which ensures that no one shall break away from the lower group in order to advance and to improve himself. This observation has been made again and again not only in the case of British school children, but also in that of a number of minority groups in the United States. The inhibition upon progress by social envy within the group that is discriminated against is frequently more marked, and also more verifiable, than the exclusive tendency of the higher group, into which entry would be possible for individuals. Social justice at private patients, but no private schools. In a book on the British middle class, written after the Second World War, during the time of the Labour government, the two authors consider the motivational complex of social justice, of levelling down to achieve greater equality, and, without any circumlocution, they call the real motive, envy. While some of the socialist government's measures had brought about evident and appreciable equality, there could be little agreement, at least during the early post-war years, as to whether there had been any real redistribution of income as compared with before the war. This greater equality can be looked on in various ways, as an insurance against revolution, for example. It has been achieved, as has often been pointed out, without revolution, but nonetheless in deference to class pressure. This is held to be one of the greatest achievements of British institutions, at least on the assumption that a halt will be called at some point. But it is a question whether, if the poor covet the standard of life of the wealthier, they will ever be satisfied short of complete equality, or what may, in material terms, pass for it. In many countries, and in Britain, the manual worker may earn more than the clerk, why not more than the brain worker? Envy does not depend upon any particular scale of magnitudes, but simply on difference. It is possible to envy a man because he earns £10 a year more than oneself. It is indeed possible to envy him for many things other than income. It is possible, for instance, and this especially in Britain, to envy a man's diction, his way of speech, partly derived from the particular school he went to, which also affords him social contacts that can help him along in his life and career. Hence it was completely logical for left-wing intellectuals in the 50s to attack the more exclusive private schools. In 1953 Barbara Wooten thus took exception to the fact that while the middle and upper classes made use of the National Health Service, which in itself was desirable, since their demands increased its efficiency, they took much less advantage of free education. From this she went on to make a radical claim. In the health service, therefore, we can afford to disregard the fringe of legitimate private enterprise. But in education things are different. There we have to face the fact that we may never see real equality until private enterprise schools are virtually prohibited. Not even the broadest education ladder will meet the case if express lifts are available for a privileged minority. Wooten, and many others who hold the same view, ascribe far too great an influence to school. Even if everybody had to go to the same kind of mediocre school, because all the young in a nation could never go to schools of equal distinction, there would always be those who, as a result of home stimuli, and their own personal motivation, would acquire, in spite of the school, an education, intellectual and linguistic discipline, good taste, etc., which would distinguish them from the rest, so that they would once more have unequal opportunities. Thus it would become necessary to forbid inequalities in the home environments, something that has been attempted only in the kibbutzim of Israel. Housing envy. The elementary sense of property, the instinct to demarcate a sphere of possession, is found in fishes, birds and various mammals, in the form of a territorial instinct. It is now believed that this represents a fundamental biological urge. A certain living area must be kept free of rivals of the same species, or parasites, so that there is sufficient food for the animal in its immediate environment. And just as some animals overreact in defense of their territory, so a grasping man will go too far in relation to other human beings. But this does not alter the existential fact that there will always be envy and aggression so long as it is not possible for anyone to seize anyone else's physical territory at will. So long as it necessarily occupies a place in the universe, whether this be a cave, a small field, a fishing ground or a well-paid job, there will always be B, C and D, to name only a few, who would like to be just where A is. The theories put forward by socialists and the like for the solution of this problem amount to this: an authority, i.e., the state, the bureaucrat, allocates to A, B, C, etc. their respective places, such as an apartment, in order to prevent B from being envious of C and A. As we have long since discovered, such a procedure does not help at all. Rather, it increases envy. Not only will there be the envy felt by A, B, C and D of the bureaucrat or the X committee responsible for the allocation, and which hence occupies an enviable position of power, but the fact remains that even an executive body of truly angelic equity, which genuinely sought to practice absolute social justice, would be unable so to arrange things that A, B, C and D would not envy each other their respective physical locations in the world of space and time. Anyone wanting to get an idea of this kind of envy need only turn to the Austrian daily press, in the summer of 1964, for instance, in which envious feelings were stirred up in the crudest manner against privileged tenants of new municipal houses in socialist-run municipalities. As far as the elimination of envy is concerned, it is irrelevant whether a person rents a pleasant house on the free market because he is better off than the other man, or whether it is allocated to him because he belongs to the right political group. In the latter case he appears in a rather worse light, because impotence in the face of a political authority is experienced as much more oppressive than is impotence in the face of another man's money. For it is, after all, possible to win the football pools, but you cannot win the ruling party's favor overnight. In addition, political parties often have no interest whatever in providing equal welfare for all. They do not want to see a dilution of the power derived from their authority to allocate a limited number of houses, offices, etc. A jocular suggestion in an American paper on the problem of equality was that, for social living to be completely just, all the tenants of a building should, as a matter of course, move house at least once a year, those on the top floor moving down to the ground floor, those on the first floor moving up to the fifth, and so on, until, after a few years, everyone would have experienced all the advantages and disadvantages of the building. Bogus equality and conspicuous consumption. According to Schiller, envy only leads to resentment, which is all the greater, where the values or possessions involved are, by their nature, unprocurable, and when these also lie within that sphere where comparison between ourselves and others is possible. In 1954 the same conclusion was reached by David M. Potter, the American historian, on the basis of developments in his own country. He used the term invidious proximity. Hatred, envy and resentment appear increasingly in the United States, and, paradoxically enough, in proportion to the degree in which the individual classes are able to observe each other at times of leisure, for instance, at sports, or while traveling, everyone has a car, and almost everyone could have a motorboat, or, again, in proportion to the degree in which every household gadget, every article of clothing and every status symbol is within everyone's reach, at least on the installment plan. Because it is here, within the framework of a democratic and broadly egalitarian sphere of comparison, that the remaining class barriers in America make themselves fully felt. For in America the worker's son can drive the same car, wear the same clothes, take his friends to the same restaurant, and, in contrast with an Englishman, speak the same English as the son of the doctor or the banker, but he would stand very little chance of being accepted as a son-in-law by either of them. It is no less painful when everything is attainable and equal within the sphere of comparison and the barrier is not an occupational one, but is due to the color of one's skin, or to the land of origin of one's parents or grandparents. Legitimate and illegitimate envy. The all-pervasiveness of envy in human existence must be apparent from what has been said so far. Nearly all those who have written about it have not only been right in what they have said, but have recognized a truth more universal than they could, from their own particular vantage points, have suspected. Envy is ineluctable, implacable and irreconcilable, is irritated by the slightest differences, is independent of the degree of inequality, appears in its worst form in social proximity or among near relatives, provides the dynamic for every social revolution, yet cannot of itself produce any kind of coherent revolutionary program. They have all been right, from antiquity up to the present day. There is only one group of authors who really deserve to lose their reputation and who, moreover, should be regarded as having been empirically refuted, those who have used envy for the stuff of their social and economic philosophy, and who dream of reorganizing social life in terms of a society devoid of envy, free from either the need to envy or the possibility of being envious. In so far as to be human means to be envious, because without this attribute no sort of social organization would be possible, there cannot be a society whose functioning is dependent on the disappearance of envy. A society, however, which raises the average envious man to the position of a censor or legislator is incapable of functioning for long, and is in any case very extravagant of resources. A society's civilizing power of achievement is dependent on that society's skill in domesticating and canalizing envy. It is not to be promoted by inflaming envy with a vain, although politically highly profitable, even if short-lived, gesture of appeasement in the name of absolute equality, under the erroneous impression that this will bring about the envy-free society of the pure in heart. One of the most disquieting problems today is that out of indolence so many people either pretend to be or believe themselves unable to distinguish between legitimate indignation envy, in Riga's sense of the term, and ordinary, vulgar envy. If one considers the way in which governments and other bodies have reacted during the past 20 years to envious acts of aggression, one might think that it is enough to show resentment and envy in order to justify any kind of action or demand. Envy is used as an instrument of legitimization, and it is no longer incumbent on the envious person, group or movement to prove that its envy is righteous indignation at real injustice. The dividing line between vulgar envy and justifiable indignation envy, so vital for an ordered social and national life, has been blurred by an increasingly fervent egalitarianism, the misunderstanding and exaggeration of the idea of equality. Further, a dimension of time was lost. Justice must be attained this very minute, its postponement until tomorrow or the next day is now considered inconceivable. If, however, in a relaxing social situation, everyone believes himself to be on an equal footing with everyone else, and if, furthermore, the idea that a higher status or standard of living must be acquired by work and earned falls into disuse, if, that is, the idea of equality becomes identified with complete immediacy, it will no longer be possible to distinguish between the two forms of envy. Thus every privilege, every superiority of rank, every difference in property and prosperity and every authority, no matter how legitimately elected, is basically open to attack from the street whenever people, their faces distorted with envy and hatred, gather to protest against it. Socialism and envy. If a study of envy must, to a certain degree, concern itself with socialism, this should not be misunderstood as an attempt to associate a somewhat questionable aspect of human existence with a social movement in order to inculpate the latter. The connection is unavoidable for several reasons. The various forms of socialism have always recruited a large proportion, if not the majority, of their important supporters and theoreticians from among those people who were deeply troubled by the problem of envy in society. These were mostly people in good, if not excellent, circumstances, who suffered from the idea that they gave cause for envy. Their concern was directed equally towards those who were envied like themselves and towards those who were envious. How acute this problem was to many socialists and communists is amply illustrated by their writings, especially their diaries, correspondence, and autobiographies. The impulse given to socialism by this viewpoint is primarily towards a form of society in which there will be neither envied nor envious. Unfortunately, few socialists were properly aware either of the origin of envy or of its extent, and they failed, furthermore, to appreciate that many of the remedies they proposed and applied would only serve to intensify envy. How little the intellectual bent on achieving an egalitarian society really knows about the means of achieving that end is shown by an entry in Beatrice Webb's diary. Her husband, Sidney, had admitted to her that he would have preferred to see the Labour Party defeated in the latest elections, mainly because the party had no plan whatsoever for dealing with the unemployment problem. The proposed curtailment of unemployment benefit would, he believed, bring about the ruin of the party. Following these notes on the actual political situation, Beatrice Webb reflects on socialism's crucial question, the realization of a society of equals, of which she concedes the difficulties. What I am beginning to doubt is the inevitability of gradualness, or even the practicability of gradualness, in the transition from a capitalist to an equalitarian civilization. Anyway, no leader, in our country, has thought out how to make the transition, without upsetting the apple cart. Sidney says, it will make itself, without an acknowledged plan accepted by one party in the state, and denounced by the other. We shall slip into the equalitarian state as we did into political democracy, by each party, whether nominally socialist or anti-socialist, taking steps in the direction of curtailing the tribute or rent and interest and increasing the amount and security of reward of labor. But this cannot be done without transferring the control of the savings of the country, and I don't see how that is to be done gradually or without a terrific struggle on clearly thought out lines. And no one is doing the thinking. So we drift on into some sort of disaster as we did into the Great War. Sidney says, all I know is that I don't know how to do it. The reproach of envy has been leveled at the socialist by Wilhelm Roscher and Joseph Schumpeter, by Jacob Burckhardt and Nietzsche, by Max Scheler, Oswald Spengler and Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. But he, usually so ready of tongue and so well versed in dialectics, has rarely tried to defend himself against the accusation, and has, indeed, carefully avoided controversy on the subject. Harold J. Lasky, perhaps the most active and rhetorically gifted of socialism's publicists in the 20th century, had his attention drawn a number of times, and with marked emphasis, by his revered correspondent Oliver Wendell Holmes, to the envy inherent in socialist theory. Lasky never replied to this. The Failure of Socialism, by C.A. R. Crossland, Oxford economist and Labour Member of Parliament, first published in 1956, presents one of the rare cases in which a socialist discusses explicitly why his party invariably chooses for leverage the envy of the lower classes, even when these have long been comparatively prosperous. However, a paperback edition reissued in 1964 no longer contains the complete discussion of the 1956 edition. Crossland attributes the envy of labor's financially emancipated protégés to the residual inequality between the highly educated products of schools for the elite and those with only average education. In socialist economists such as Abba P. Lerner, we find the envy motive used indirectly, appearing now as a social virtue. Thus, a progressively rising income tax is proposed on the grounds that, for the psychological good of the collective, the appeasement of envy in the normal wage earner, on witnessing the penalties of the highly paid, was quantitatively more important and beneficial than the discomfiture of the few despoiled by the state for the benefit of the envious. This thesis overlooks the fact that there are countless, and often far more painful, occasions for envy than those few really large incomes or inheritances which can be mulcted. It also overlooks the fact that by raising envy to the status of virtue in the interests of the state, one only intensifies the suffering of those with a truly envious disposition, because politicians feel compelled continually to reveal new inequalities in the society. As these envious people look around them, they become aware of innumerable other inequalities to which they react with envy and which they would therefore like to see eliminated. It becomes increasingly difficult to persuade them that they, and they alone, must endeavor to solve their problem of envy, that no one is duty-bound to provide them with a society in which there would be no occasion for envy, quite aside from the fact that such a society would be impossible. How to diagnose justifiable envy? From the viewpoint of an empirical social science, whether this be psychology, sociology, economics, or political science, it is not possible to establish reliable norms for the diagnosis of justifiable envy, as compared with envy that is merely destructive. Envy is so universal and deeply ingrained in man that it can never be guarded from misuse by politicians and revolutionaries. Certain recognized theories, as well as observations from quite disparate cultures, geographic regions, and historic periods, do, however, permit a few scientific conclusions concerning the envy problem in social reform and in the pre-revolutionary phase. It is, for instance, an ascertained fact that it is very difficult, once the appetite for social change has been stimulated by means of envy, to lull, tranquilize, deflect, or even satisfy it, with any measure of certainty. Envy that has been stimulated beyond its normal bounds in a group, class, or people is an autonomous force which feeds on its own flames, a dynamic which cannot be arrested. Again, there is something ominous about the fact that those who, on their own admission, intend to use envy as leverage, when asked to what extent and in what spheres of life they propose to establish the envious man as a norm, never give an unequivocal answer, indeed, are unable to do so. For once they base their political strategy upon envy, they unleash an independent dynamic of elementary emotions and appetites which is constantly nourished by feelings of self-pity, and which no longer permits its instigators to set and maintain a limit. We are still on the ground of scientific evidence in pointing out how unsuited is activated envy in a collective or a gathering to the promotion of standards for a new social order that might ensure an enduring and effective social life. Whatever we may understand by the terms objectivity, impartiality, etc., and it is not without reason that justice is shown blindfolded, there can be no doubt that active envy is an emotion which, even at the physiological level of perception, makes even relative objectivity impossible. The man who discriminates out of cold contempt or snobbish revulsion is more capable of objective judgment than the man who hates or envies. It is significant in this connection that a working-class defendant will often feel uncomfortable when confronted by a jury made up of members of his own class. Apart from a few early chiliastic social revolutionary sects, no movements save Marxism and some schools of socialism have so far attempted to base their new society on the virtue of envy. It is significant that its theorists and publicists have omitted to show how the new society will cope with the problem of envy, after the first great leveling has taken place. All experiments so far, both in communist countries and in the small-scale socialism of certain utopian colonies or of the Israeli kibbutzim, have proved rather that such communities can function only if they allow increasingly important deviations from the egalitarian ideal, or else cynically relegate the ideal of equality to oblivion, as in the Soviet Union, where socioeconomic differentiation within the population is several times greater than in any capitalist industrial country. As we have seen, societies up to now have developed various methods of keeping envy within bounds: positive law, religions that preach renunciation or the hope of compensation in another world, theories of an innately superior elite, conceptions of a capricious fate. These contents of culture enabling the individual to come to terms with an environment full of unequals are not by any means, as socialists maintain, just an opiate used by the ruling class to protect itself against the social revolutionary envy of the disinherited. Though it may apply in certain cases, this wish alone would not suffice to enable the elite to maintain social control over the lower classes, envy-inhibiting conceptions of this kind actually form a constitutive role in every society, for they make possible a minimum of essential solidarity, of mutual goodwill, in spite of evident inequalities. There are several examples in history of the literally, socially impossible situation that arises when a powerful minority of the so-called underprivileged decides that it no longer owes its own society allegiance in any sphere, so long as there is any member of that group who has not been given absolute equality, in every sphere of life, with all others in that society. While this utopian attitude of defiance has been known to exist, it can, by its very nature, only lead to a war of all against all, or almost all, unless something happens to check it. For when an existing inequality in any society has become a purportedly moral pretext for defiance of the law and repudiation of every allegiance, so that, as in a blood feud, private measures are held to be justified, it can only be expected that ever more classes and individuals will arise who will discover, even though only a principle, not genuine need, is involved, inequalities relating to themselves which must be extirpated before those classes and individuals will again conform to the norms of the society. The envious man as informer. A tolerable and reasonable society will, rather, be that in which as few people as possible are preoccupied with their feelings of envy and resentment, and in which those few must keep such feelings to themselves, because open envy would fail to earn them sympathy, either among their fellow men or before the law. It will be a society which, on principle, ignores the informer whose envy is plain for all to see, even if this means that from time to time a tax dodger slips through the net. Here, however, it is essential to discuss certain special cases, in order to meet objections and obviate misunderstandings. 1. As Fend Ranulph has shown, effective criminal justice is based on ubiquitous and latent mutual envy, so that crimes are denounced even when the denouncer is totally unconnected with either deed or victim, and has himself suffered no damage. However, it is one thing to offer a reward for the arrest and conviction of a bank robber or murderer, and even perhaps to use evidence given by an envious accomplice, which is known to have happened, as when a man failed to get his share of the newspaper headlines after a joint crime, and quite another thing if the state appeals, in effect, to all envious people, with the offer of a reward, to denounce anyone who breaks some law, in itself so niggling and absurd that it would be inoperative. Without the help of informers. Murder and serious sexual crimes are not normal events in social life. Not only are they rare, but they do not, as a rule, need to be combated with the help of the institutionalized informer. It is dubious enough when the police systematically incite less successful, i.e., older, prostitutes to inform against more successful ones, in order to solve a problem which they were at a loss to solve in any other way. It is even more dubious when, as in the United States, the Internal Revenue Office, not the local city or state tax office, unblushingly and regularly emits an appeal to all envious people to denounce any tax dodger, and then rewards them for doing so. After all, however much one may wish to destroy or embarrass a man, one cannot simply accuse him of murder. There are just not enough unexplained murders. But if the state has recourse to the envious to smell out suspected wrongdoing in the course of something that is regularly done by virtually all its citizens, filing an income tax return, if, that is, practically the whole population is presented as a potential victim to the envious man, this can only mean that envy is of exaggerated importance to the government. The envious man knows that, by denouncing his colleague or neighbor, he can involve him in time-consuming, nerve-wracking difficulties, and furthermore that the authorities will be more inclined to believe the envious informer than the victim asserting his innocence. It can hardly be supposed that the best and most just form of society is that in which achievement of justice is based upon a maximum of activated mutual envy, though it must also be doubted whether there could be any effective social controls among people totally incapable of envy. 2. A society that denies the envious its respect is not necessarily unjust. Neither the legislature nor the judiciary should allow themselves to be influenced by the point of view of ostensible envy, but should be blind, the very thing which the envious never can be. The de-envified society. Nearly all utopias in which ultimate and universal peace and contentment reign, as well as all markedly practical progressive programs for a harmonious humanity, assume that it is somehow possible to de-envify human beings. If only all were well housed and fed, in good health and educated to at least minor university level, all conflict, prejudice and crime attributable to envy motives would disappear. This belief derives partly from the mistake of considering only what provokes envy, and regarding the envious man as a normal person who would, presumably, cease to envy once the envied object had disappeared. An attempt, therefore, is made to remove envy's targets, or to raise all the envious to a level where there is nothing left for them to envy. But since envy is usually able to create its own targets, and is in no way dependent on the degree of inequality, such a solution is vain. More decisively, however, to hope for a society devoid of envy is to overlook the fact that, without the capacity for envy, no sort of society could exist. In order to be able to fit into his social environment, the individual has to be trained, by early social experiences, which of necessity involve the torment, the capacity, the temptation, of envying somebody something. It is true that his success as a member of a community will depend on how well he is able to control and sublimate this drive, without which, however, he would never be able to grow up. We are thus confronted by an antinomy, an irreconcilable contradiction. Envy is an extremely antisocial and destructive emotional state, but it is, at the same time, the most completely socially oriented. And without universal consideration of at least a potential or imaginary envy in others, there could not be the automatic social controls upon which all association is based. We need envy for our social existence, though no society that hopes to endure can afford to raise it to a value principle or to an institution. Now, the 20th century has gone further towards the liberation of the envious man, and towards raising envy to an abstract social principle, than any previous society since the primitive level, because it has taken seriously several ideologies of which envy is the source and upon which it feeds in precisely the degree to which those ideologies raise false hopes of an ultimate envy-free society. And in the 20th century, too, for the first time, certain societies have grown rich enough to nourish the illusion that they can afford the luxury of buying the goodwill of the envious at ever steeper prices. Empathy in the rebel. According to Scheler, vindictive feelings presuppose a certain empathy between the man who is wronged and the perpetrator of the wrong. Thus the tremendous explosion of resentment that occurred in the French Revolution against the nobility, and everything to do with its way of life, would have been utterly inconceivable had not more than 4/5 of the nominal membership of the nobility itself been permeated by the bourgeoisie who, in purchasing noble estates, also became possessed of the owners' names and titles, while at the same time noble blood was adulterated by money marriages. Only the new feeling of being equals of the ruling class could have caused such intensity of resentment among the insurgents. Scheler further develops this insight of a pent-up sense of impotence and a new feeling of real equality into a theory of revolutionary thirst for revenge and resentment. He maintains that the greater the difference between the legal status, whether political constitutional or established by custom and public standing of social groups on the one hand and their factual power situation on the other, the greater the buildup of this emotional dynamite. And this depends, not on the existence of either one of the two factors, but on the difference between them. In a democracy that was not only political but also social and tending towards equality of possession, social resentment, at any rate, would be small. But it would also be, and indeed, was small in, for example, a social caste order such as existed in India, or in a rigidly structured class order. Therefore, the greatest amount of resentment must exist in a society where, as in our own Germany in 1919, almost equal political and other rights, together with openly recognized, formal, social equality, go hand in hand with enormous differences in factual power, factual possession and factual education, where everyone has this right to compare himself with everyone else, yet, factually cannot so compare himself. Here, quite apart from any individual character and experience, the actual structure of society cannot fail to ensure a tremendous buildup of resentment within the society. We should not, however, attempt to find in Scheler's theory the recipe for a society truly free of envy and resentment. For, as this study has already and repeatedly shown, only the smallest, the most minimal, of factual differences are required to give rise to increasingly intensive feelings of envy and hatred. Scheler is, indeed, aware of this when he points out how the vindictive man goes out in search of imaginary injury. In this respect, Alexis de Tocqueville was wholly right in predicting of America that the equality laid down in the original political blueprint, the concept of equality, would prove to be increasingly incapable of fulfillment, increasingly less satisfying and less equitable. the closer American society drew to equality in all spheres of life. The society in which all are totally and mutually comparable cannot, by definition, ever be a society devoid of envy and resentment. What preserves modern democracies from anarchic resentment is not, indeed, the degree of de jure or de facto equality achieved, but the continued existence of institutions, of inherited patterns of experience, of literary and religious ethical ideals, which permit a sufficient number of citizens to remain aware of the limitations set upon mutual comparison, and hence ensure social peace. It is only because a sufficient number of our contemporaries are still able to concern themselves with, and are trying to understand, their own personal fate, without at once projecting it onto a collective fate, orientated either in terms of class or some other group, that we have fewer pre-revolutionary dynamisms in society than might have been expected to arise from the concept of equality. The guilt of being unequal. The guilt-tinged fear of being thought unequal is very deeply ingrained in the human psyche. It is found among primitive peoples and existed long before the appearance of Christianity. Yet it is striking that so many Christians, more particularly those of the 20th century, who feel this existential sense of guilt believe it to be a special Christian quality. In so doing, they overlook the New Testament's remarkable religious, psychological, and historical achievement in freeing believers from precisely this primitive, pre-religious, irrational sense of guilt, this universal fear of one's neighbor's envy and of the envy of the gods and spirits. For that alone made the modern world emotionally and socially possible. The essence of this idea is already to be found in Max Weber's theory of the role of the Protestant, and more especially the Calvinist, ethic in the development of capitalism. Under a portentous misconception as to what had really happened when, in the West and for the first time in human history, envy had been successfully mastered, socialist thinkers in the 19th century again began to popularize concepts on the nature of inequality and, indeed, to make them morally binding. This corresponded exactly to the concepts of primitives. Since then, however, literary left-wing sentimentalists and their ideas of values have taken things to a point where even people who in no way consider themselves socialists, Marxists, or ordinary progressives, among them sincere Christians genuinely concerned with ethical imperatives, no longer know how to deal with primitive emotional complexes, nor are they able to comprehend the irrationality of those complexes. Hence they grope desperately and endlessly for socialist solutions, which in fact solve nothing. Paul Tournier. The French-Swiss doctor and depth psychologist Paul Tournier, who endeavors to combine psychoanalysis and Protestantism in his work, has produced an uncommonly illuminating book on genuine and false feelings of guilt, 1959. His honesty makes it possible to trace associations which in most writers remain concealed. I have therefore chosen this book for analysis rather than a number of others. In the first half we find autobiographical material concerning the many situations today in which feelings of guilt, often regarded as irrational, determine what a man does and what he fails to do. Anyone who supposes that we have overestimated the extent and depth of feelings of guilt, or the part they play, should study Tournier. Although this psychotherapist is unsparing in his revelations of different kinds of guilt feelings, both in himself and in his family, he shies away from the problem of envy. But his book is almost exclusively concerned with what happens psychologically when we are afraid of being envied. Intrinsically, Tournier knows this, and once he explicitly formulates it. The term envy, however, does not appear in the index, and in all 340 pages is found on only one page. However desirous he is of uncovering social taboos, Pharisaism and sublimated guilt feelings, he is noticeably reluctant to push ahead when his observations bring him to the threshold of envy. To give an example, everyone has his own rhythm, and people have different rhythms from one another. In an office, the great speed of one typist will constantly arouse in her slower fellow workers a sense of guilt which will paralyze them still further in their work. Why does he not say a feeling of envy, which is certainly more primary? The sense of guilt comes later, particularly in typists who discover that their speed may never come up to standard. Tournier continues. Yet it is a simple fact of nature which should be seen objectively. There is no special merit in the speed of the rapid typist any more than there is culpability in the slowness of her colleagues. Of course not. But that is never the way envy reacts. Tournier comments. Moreover, if she is at all sensitive, the rapid typist will come to feel guilty for being the involuntary cause of umbrage among others and will do many little services for them to win their forgiveness. No doubt the girl who is superior is not really aware of anything like envy avoidance and envy assuagement, feeling instead a vague sense of guilt. This is not due to the facts as they stand, but to the taboo with which we surround the phenomenon of envy. On the other hand, her conciliatory gesture in rendering small services will always bring about the opposite of what was intended, even greater resentment, that is, because she has again demonstrated her superiority. Furthermore, the envious person is made really angry by such an attempt to conciliate him. In many offices, as also in schools, in America particularly, those who are quicker or more talented soon lower their own performance to the average level of the group so as to avoid envy. Tournier is aware of the self-imposed limitation resulting from uneasiness or fear of envy in the less able or less willing, but again he only speaks of the sense of guilt of the superior worker and not of the less capable one's envy. It is the fear of other people's judgment that prevents us from being ourselves, from showing ourselves as we really are, from showing our tastes, our desires, our convictions, from developing ourselves and from expanding freely according to our own nature. It is the fear of other people's judgment, why not envy, that makes us sterile, and prevents our bearing all the fruits that we are called to bear. Tournier rightly calls this attitude false guilt feeling. I prefer the term envy avoidance behavior. Only much later in his study, when he can no longer shut his eyes to it, does he use the word envy 3 times on one page. The manifestation of envy in others arouses in us unnecessary, destructive feelings of guilt. He writes, a certain sense of guilt is a corollary of any privilege even when the privilege is deserved. An employee of quality feels it towards his fellows when an appreciative chief entrusts him with the highest responsibilities. A girl who is asked to sing in church at Christmas has this feeling towards a friend who would have dearly liked to be invited instead. Any envy or jealousy of other people arouses some guilty conscience in us. It is precisely this envy and its social consequences with which I am concerned. Tournier is aware of these consequences when further on he writes. But in all fields, even those of culture and art, other people's judgment exercises a paralyzing effect. Fear of criticism kills spontaneity, it prevents men from expressing themselves freely, as they are. Much courage is needed to paint a picture, to write a book, to erect a building designed along new architectural lines, or to formulate an independent opinion or an original idea. Any new concept, any creation falls foul of a host of critics. Those who criticize the most are the ones who create nothing. But they form a powerful wall which we all fear to run into more than we admit. Tournier does not mention, however, that his observation is true of every kind of innovation and that this powerful wall applies to every social situation or, for example, that it represents one of the main causes for the absence of even elementary progress in any so-called underdeveloped societies. A few lines further on he says, on reflection, we can realize how this fear of being criticized impoverishes mankind. It is a source of all the conformism which levels men and locks them away in impersonal modes of behavior. This is precisely where he should have written I fear of envy, but that term is not used. The envious man certainly does very often disguise his hostility, his damaging intention, giving it the form of apparently well-intentioned advice, of criticism or of mocking or insidious judgment, but that in no way alters the basic factor of envy. Why does he use, instead, the colorless, exculpatory word criticism? Here we must go back a few chapters. On page 37, in a book of more than 200 pages, he uses the word envy 3 times. One mention has already been quoted, here are the second and third. So what separates people is not only the differences in their positions, nor merely the envy which the differences arouse in the less privileged, but also the fact that they awaken amongst those who are envied a guilty conscience which spoils their pleasure. What eludes Tournier is the impossibility of a society, whether large or small, rich or poor, in which there are no envious people. Because the central figure of his study is the man ridden with genuine or false guilt, and not the envious man, and because he takes the latter for granted, the observer who is responsible for the sense of guilt in those who are superior, happier, etc., and does not go into the question of the ethics and the psychology of envy, the solution to the sense of guilt about which he feels so uneasy remains hidden from him. Only when one has the courage to recognize the actually or ostensibly envious man for what he is, and to ignore him, realizing that he is insatiable and that nothing will escape him, can one rid oneself of false guilt. Why does Tournier not see this? He himself provides a clue on page 36, one page before the passage where for the first and last time in the book the word envy escapes him. The socially permissible holiday. Tournier, a well-established doctor and writer in French Switzerland, recounts an event in his own family. After mentioning various often irrational feelings of guilt associated with the spending of money, he continues with the following interesting experience. My wife and I were talking about taking the children for a cruise along the Dalmatian coast and on to Greece. Was such an expense legitimate? More particularly, was it willed by God? Is this an echo of the archaic, pagan fear of the envy of the gods which so oppressed the Greeks? Very possibly, since elsewhere Tournier admits that fundamentally the Christian God never begrudges joy and fullness of life to his earthly creatures. Such a thing can be argued interminably in one's own mind, with a host of plausible arguments, but without altogether silencing an inner doubt. Tournier was afraid of the potential envy, imagined or real, of his colleagues, and no doubt associated this unease with a vague idea of luxury and social justice. Significantly, he adds, it seemed to us also, in our own meditations, that if we submitted the question to a friend from the same social milieu, this check would not be of much value. But why not? Because, as can be shown again and again, envy arises mainly within the same class, the same professional group, or among equals. Tournier is unable to ask those whose envy he fears. As we learn from other admissions in his book, he is not in the least averse to, or ashamed of, asking his friends much more embarrassing questions. But he cannot ask how much luxury he and his family ought to indulge in on a holiday. His solution is revealing. At the time I had close links with a group of workers in a nearby factory. One evening I went to the house of one of them with all my household accounts, all my bank statements and my tax declarations. With his encouragement, we went for our cruise. Thus, our highly educated, successful, hardworking Jean Van Doctor goes to a working man for social permission for his expensive holiday. Only when he has the assurance that the voice of the people of the circle, that is, for whose sake he was prepared to practice socially just frugality and retrenchment, will grant him without envy the experience of an especially delightful cruise, does he feel safe from the envy of his colleagues, the very people who are able to afford a similar trip, and envy the awareness of which he had sought to repress by interposing this complex of social justice, of sacrifice for the benefit of the less well-to-do. It is an insight that eludes him. In a situation so painfully absurd that few people would ever divulge it, all he mentions is insuperable, irrational feelings of guilt and inhibitions. On page 146, Tournier interprets the story of Cain and Abel. Not once does he mention envy or jealousy. Cain's wickedness, his anger even, are mentioned, but never the simple word envy. And again, towards the end of the book, when the author writes of the good son's annoyance at the happy reunion of the prodigal son with his father, and later of the parable of the laborers in the vineyard, the motive of rebellion in either case is not called envy. The modern solution, the envied man is wholly to blame. Why the general avoidance of the word envy? Alexander Rustow once criticized my use of the term. His argument betrays something of the process of repression which I would seek to trace. Having dealt exhaustively, for a modern writer, with the idea of envy in his principal work, in connection with a discussion of the problem egalité, and having referred to an earlier work of my own, Rustow raises the objection that I had overlooked what was most essential, for, indeed, it is not the envious man who is responsible for envy, but the enviable one. He has unconsciously, or even consciously, provoked envy, and his indignation on that score is feudal or plutocratic self-righteousness. However, Rustow immediately adds, yet none of these considerations can make envy appear in any way good, fine, or desirable. It is, in every instance, an ignoble and, humanly speaking, an ugly disposition, having a disruptive effect on the envious man himself. It is not for nothing that we speak of someone being consumed with envy. But here we are concerned only with the question of social causality and guilt, and with the fact that envy as a social manifestation is not a primary but a secondary mode of behavior. That is essentially incorrect. Rustow is wrong in believing that in a justo world envy could be curbed, and would manifest itself only in the form of individual pathology. He was unaware of the observational material which I have presented, and failed to realize that no society whatever can justly be made equal to an extent that would eliminate envy. Man seeks irritants to inflame his envy. If some of these are taken from him, he falls back on whatever difference between himself and others lies nearest to hand. Tournier, although several times indicating that he knows it is envy as such whose existence brings about the sense of guilt, is unable to look at it squarely, because to do so would mean accusing his fellow men of sin. He wrestles with the problem presented by the universality of the sense of guilt, which defies all therapy and all religion. He even asks how it can persist when men have been completely exculpated or redeemed by divine or other acts of grace. But he never penetrates to the heart of the matter, that is, the fear of envy in one's fellow men. For it is owing to this fear that the feeling of guilt persists within us, even when we should really be convinced that, from a secular or religious point of view, we ourselves are innocent and our inequality is justified. We suspect that theological liberation from the sense of guilt renders us even more hateful and enviable in the eyes of others. For they say, first he enjoyed the sin, and now it's forgiven him. Naturally I resent it. And this it is, fear of the envious evil eye, which keeps alive in man the sense of guilt. However much Tournier strives after this insight, and close to it though he may sometimes come, it remains beyond his reach because it necessitates a diagnosis of the average man which, in its severity, appears to him unchristian. Irredeemable guilt. Towards the end of his book, in a chapter entitled Everything Must Be Paid For, Tournier touches on a basic trait notable in the human psyche. Not only the atheist and the Christian in the culture of the West, but also the Hindu, for instance, forever washing himself in the Ganges, and the penitents in various religions, all these are tormented by a feeling that there always remains some kind of guilt that must be expiated. Few experiences are so difficult for human beings to digest as the acceptance of a religious or secular act of grace. Tournier associates this observation with the conception that man defiles and degrades everything he touches. Man cannot conceive that evil will ever finally disappear, for it must somehow conform to the principle of the indestructibility of matter and energy. Tournier then recalls the significant fact that according to Mosaic law there had to be two scapegoats, between which lots were cast, one was offered up to God, the other was driven out into the wilderness, laden with the sins of the people. Further on, Tournier describes people who, driven by an implacable sense of guilt, sometimes impose upon themselves quite absurd penances in a vain endeavor to rid themselves of that guilt which, seen rationally, has long been expiated before God and man. He sees the problem as a psychological rather than a religious one, though it affects Protestants more than Catholics. At the heart of all churches there are moralistically minded men who wish to impose upon others conditions for salvation. It is a psychological matter because it concerns a tendency inherent in the human mind, the mechanism, in fact, for covering up guilt, which makes a show of one's merits, virtues and abstinences for self-justification, and eagerly presents them to others as the conditions for grace. Tournier's observation is important in that it suggests the assumption that social controls, especially those with ascetic undertones which many declare to be universally binding, might primarily have originated in uncontrolled feelings of guilt, however much they may seem to be motives inspired by envy. Our inability, puzzling to Tournier, really to shake off a sense of guilt although we have been forgiven might, however, have some connection with assumed or known envy of ourselves by others who begrudge us the state of innocence. In promising the same degree of grace to all without exception, irrespective of previous deserts, it would seem to me that the New Testament preaches an unenvying mental attitude. On occasion it almost seems to throw out a challenge to the sense of justice, which is unmasked as envy, as in the parables of the prodigal son, Luke 15 verses 25 to 32, and the laborers in the vineyard, Matt 20:1-16. Tournier rightly refers to them here. The depth and primitive nature of the human fear of envy in others is seen not least in the inability of even the Christian doctrine of salvation to furnish its own believers with a clear conscience, or bring them to accept without guilt what appears to be divine injustice. The problem here is not the believer, cruelly smitten by fate, arraigning his God, but the man favored by good luck, like the sole survivor of a catastrophe, who can never stop asking himself the guilty question, why was I saved? Weren't many of those who died better than myself? Only by studying the whole personality in all its aspects would it be possible to distinguish, in each case, between genuine and less genuine feelings of guilt. Tournier struggles to produce a phenomenological and terminological definition of the true feeling of guilt. According to Freud, the sense of guilt is simply the consequence of social compulsion. The child is scolded by its parents or some other person in authority, and fear of losing their love gives rise to the feeling of guilt. Like many others, Turnier accepts this mechanism, but he asks whether Freud's interpretation of the sense of guilt as the reaction to the conscious infringement of a taboo, or as a motive reaction engendered by upbringing and society, satisfactorily explains all feelings of guilt, or only those in which the social control is opposed to the individual's instinctual drives. A feeling of functional guilt is one which results from social suggestion, fear of taboos, or of losing the love of others. A feeling of a value guilt is the genuine consciousness of having betrayed an authentic standard. It is a free judgment of the self by the self. Charles Odier has even tabulated the differential diagnosis of the two kinds of guilt feelings. While inclined to describe the functional sense of guilt, normal in the child, but representing in the adult neurotic and infantile regression, as a false sense of guilt, Turnier recalls that we sometimes feel guilty in the true sense for mistakes we have made, because we were conditioned for this reaction. Is it therefore admissible to speak of a false sense of guilt? Turnier further shows that basically all human behavior, however genuine it may be from a moral point of view, can be considered as functional, that is, may be studied objectively with a concern for the mechanism of its origin. The theories about guilt feelings of other psychoanalytic schools bring to light some other aspects of the problem. Adler sees it as the result of the non-acceptance of our inferiority, and Jung as deriving from our refusal to accept ourselves in our totality. In the Jungian interpretation, Turnier sees the conception of a genuine sense of guilt in no way suggested by the social environment. For support he looks to Martin Buber, who asks of psychotherapy that it should recognize, alongside the unfounded neurotic sense of guilt, the existence of a genuine and authentic one. This Buber considers as always present when injury is done to an interhuman relationship. Turnier sees reality as a component of each of these definitions of terms, which he regards as different aspects of one complex phenomenon. Repeatedly he states how much he has been, and continues to be, tormented by guilt feelings of an indeterminate kind, no man being free of such feelings. According to him, psychoanalysis, which seeks to free us from guilt feelings, only brings about a shift in them. There is no way of being completely just, and elsewhere he says, guilt is no invention of the Bible or the Church. It is present universally in the human soul. Modern psychology confirms this Christian dogma without any reservations. Social justice. Nowhere in Turnier is there any express statement about the origin of this omnipresent sense of guilt that has beset man since long before the time of the higher religions. Yet an answer to this question lies in some of Turnier's own admissions and experiences, in situations, that is, in which he quite unmistakably feels under threat from other people's envy. An obstacle to the clarification of this problem is Turnier's occasional uncritical use of the term social justice, which conceals from him that any inequality, however insignificant and unavoidable, can be an occasion for envy and its counterpart, the sense of social guilt. All of us in fact are usually so reserved, with so little inclination to talk freely about our financial problems, even to close friends, and especially to those who appear to be less privileged than ourselves. Important trade union officers will conceal from the workers the affluence they have achieved serving the workers' cause. It is just this lack of frankness which is the source of a sense of guilt. Then the whole of society becomes organized in an attempt to exorcise this guilt, which is inexorably bound up with the privileges of freedom. Up to this point, Turnier's description of envy avoidance behavior conforms with reality. But so great is his own sense of guilt about his prosperous circumstances that he continues. Wages are fixed by collective agreements, advancement becomes automatic with seniority. I am certainly not criticizing progress, which reduces in any way the terrible guilt of wretchedness. There is also a guilt of ownership. But all the social legislation, which is still so cruelly insufficient, appears as an inadequate veil thrown over the guilty conscience of the privileged. Turnier fails to see that envy and guilt feelings are intensified by the very fact that the utopia of an egalitarian society seems virtually to have been realized and that, in the process, existential inequalities have been emphasized. Basically, Turnier realizes this, for instance, when he writes, by a curious paradox, the employee who fully deserves his advancement and who has not asked for it is more troubled before his fellows than another, without scruples, who has deliberately set out to achieve it, by more or less doubtful means. What is the paradox? This is hinted at in Turnier's next remarks. I feel uneasy at being in good health when there are so many people sick, happy when there are so many people unhappy, at having money when so many are short of it. I feel a certain discomfort too at having an interesting vocation when so many people sigh beneath the burden of a job they hate. In his search for the roots of the sense of guilt, however, Tournier himself reveals what is involved. He sees himself surrounded by innumerable, potentially envious people who make him feel uneasy, in just the same way as the primitive man suspects that every bush conceals the magic or the spirit of an envious relative, so long as he himself remains healthy, happy, and successful. The masochism of the Westerner. Tournier reports a conversation with a friend and colleague who told him that his feelings of guilt were morbid and exaggerated, and that he was suffering from a distorted sense of responsibility. While recognizing that he was not responsible for the whole world, he found that his conversation with his friend did him little good. At that, I was laden with fresh guilt. True, he is aware of human Pharisaism, which worries about Indians dying of hunger and fails to see the distress close at hand. But his own torment only grows on receipt of a letter from another friend, who writes, "I have just discovered that, according to statistics, a large proportion of mankind is undernourished. The good things of the earth are badly distributed. As a consequence, I am uneasy when I eat and when I sleep in a bed, and I don't dare to seek amusement on Sundays and holidays." Tournier is unable to decide between the advice of his psychiatrist friend and the other friend's complaint, which is worse. To repress the sense of guilt or, as I would put it, fear of the rest of the world's envy, or to determine the limits of one's own responsibility. Of course, my friend the psychiatrist will be able to say that this man, too, like me, is rather ill. But there is another illness as well, a universal illness, a vast repression of conscience. If there is so much suffering in the world, is it not because so many good people, who are very moral, even scrupulous in their immediate responsibilities, reassure themselves too easily by telling themselves that those distant sufferings on such a grand scale are outside their radius of action? In this way flagrant injustices subsist through a sort of universal complicity. Let us analyze this. The duty to do a good deed, or to avoid a harmful action, exists in fact only if I can be causally responsible for something. Neither could there be guilt nor could I have a true sense of guilt that it would be wrong to exclude from my conscience unless I withdrew from that responsibility. Sometimes I can extend my responsibility to forebears and successors. A person may feel obliged within reason to expiate and redeem the guilt of his forebears or successors. The heir is answerable for the debts of his forebears. Yet the guilt, conscience, responsibility, so much discussed today, and of which Tournier's book and personality give testimony, have little in common with actual concepts of this kind. Ethics, sensibility, or sense. A man may have a feeling of guilt if he has failed to do something which could be extremely dangerous to himself, but which might have saved someone else's life. He can picture the accusing eyes, both of the dead man and of his dependents. If his failure to act becomes known, moreover, he also feels shame. This, however, is very different from the insincere, pretentious cosmic sense of responsibility professed, or so they think, by those who feel unhappy and guilty because somewhere on this globe there are people living in cultures and environments incapable of any kind of comparison with the Western way of life. What we see here is a wrongly understood concept of contemporaneity. Ought I to feel guilty about Indians and Chinese who starved to death a century ago, at a time when my own immediate forebears were not starving to death? For these are no more outside my effective field of action than are the Indians and Chinese who, technically speaking, are my contemporaries, yet do not coexist with me in an economy where my activities could in any way help them. Were I to be convinced, which would be difficult, that these anonymous people were, more than anyone else, truly in need of my help and my money, in so far as these were reasonably available, I could voluntarily convey my person and my money to them. Whether I should be appreciated when I got there is problematical, but all those who are unable to escape from their ordinary lives should not have guilty feelings about what they, as scapegoats for cultural history, imagine they have failed to do in a distant, primitive land. Anyone who harbors, or propagates, such guilty feelings must be suffering from a false perspective, explicable less in terms of ethics and theology than in terms of social psychology and depth psychology. It is possible to understand, respect and even sympathize with people who, out of a feeling of insufficiency or ineffectuality, or because they feel impelled to undergo some exceptional form of penance or expiation, go into voluntary exile in a place far removed from what we call civilization, where they devote their services to the people of the country. But it is not at all the same thing if, instead of undertaking such an Albert Schweitzer mission oneself, one preaches it from one's desk in London, Paris, Washington or Zurich as a duty universally incumbent on all other Westerners, so that anybody who cannot himself be an Albert Schweitzer or a Peace Corps worker is ridden with guilt, and depreciates existentially whatever he is able to achieve within his life and his own field of activities. Love for the distant as an alibi for lack of relation. The stereotyped love for those who are distant, today a favorite practice, may in some cases be a substitute for failure to love one's neighbor, as a certain amount of personal testimony goes to show. A number of leading figures have, on occasion, explained their abstract social idealism and their struggle for social justice and radical reform movements as a result of their inability to establish uncomplicated, natural and relaxed contact with their neighbor. This poverty or lack of contact, a legitimate problem in psychotherapy, probably leads to a distant and generalized human love in many intellectuals. C.P. Snow, whose characters are mostly drawn from his acute observation of real life in Britain, has depicted in several novels some of these social idealists, all of whom are distinguished by one characteristic. In normal social relations they are impossible, ungrateful, arrogant, insensitive and incapable of sensing or imagining the feelings and thoughts of others, often of the very person who is seeking to help them. Incidentally, C.P. Snow, a man of many parts whom the Labour government of 1964 entrusted with a high function, can hardly be accused of prejudice against left-wing intellectuals. Nietzsche's Zarathustra decried love of one's neighbor and recommended distant love. In this case, distant means the Superman of the future. It may be asked whether the modern prophets of distant love are aware that, with their abstract love for the man of the future, largely the so-called developing countries, they have made a social about-turn cognate with the later Nietzsche. And at that period, Nietzsche was depicting a man who had, in the material sense, broken off contact with his neighbor. Immediately preceding this event, he writes, "Yea, my friend, the bad conscience art thou of thy neighbors, for they are unworthy of thee. Therefore they hate thee, and would fain suck thy blood. Thy neighbors will always be venomous insects. Whatever is great in thee, that very thing must make them more venomous. Read more envious." Perhaps some who seek to establish overseas philanthropy as an institution know at bottom how much the patron and philanthropist is generally hated when his protégés are at close quarters. Can it be that distant love is an endeavor to escape from the practice of neighborly philanthropy? Emotional need for reassurance. Max Weber insists on the universal need for the legitimization of luck by a social structure and an official ideology. He has elaborated a most valuable concept, the emotional need for reassurance as to the legitimacy of personal luck. All other circumstances being equal, classes that are socially and economically positively privileged are hardly aware of the need for redemption. Rather do they entrust religion in the first place with the role of legitimizing their own conduct of life and position in life. This very universal phenomenon has its roots in more or less general inner constellations. It is a matter of common experience that a man who is lucky, in confrontation with one who is less so, will not be content with the circumstance of his luck, but will also wish to have this right to it, in other words the consciousness of having earned it, as opposed to the man who is less fortunate. Similarly the latter must somehow have earned his misfortune. This emotional need for reassurance as to the legitimacy of good luck is everywhere apparent, whether it be in political fortunes, differences in economic status or physical health, success in erotic competition or anything else. Legitimization in this inward sense is what, if indeed anything, those who are positively privileged inwardly demand of religion. Not every positively privileged class feels this need to the same extent. To the class of warrior heroes, for instance, gods are beings who are not innocent of envy. Solomon and the ancient Judaic wisdom literature are, indeed, united in their recognition of the danger inherent in a high position. Could it be that today this emotional need for reassurance seeks satisfaction in a preoccupation with the developing countries because the affluent society and/or the agnostic welfare state no longer allow it to be satisfied within its own society? A few years ago Ludwig Freund, in his most penetrating book on politics and ethics, also described this remarkable and vaguely guilty unease observable in many of our contemporaries. He seeks to explain it, however, less from the standpoint of anthropology than, specifically, from that of culture and the sociology of religion. Freud rightly discerns the origins of this despondency and guilty sense of insecurity in certain incongruous ideas which were brought into Western culture, the eschatological glorification, or at least equalization, of the powerless and unpropertied within the factual social framework of a form of society whose rigid social structures were, for a considerable time, prescribed by institutionalized religion. The painful awareness, or at least the suspicion, of actual or possible envy in others gave rise, in some members of the upper social classes in Western societies, and this perhaps most strongly in the years 1890 to 1950, to a bad conscience, an evident sense of guilt. In his autobiography, Into the Dangerous World, the Labour MP Woodrow Wyatt, born 1918, has described the following traumatic experience of a sudden outbreak of envy in another. Not, of course, that at the age of 10 I had any pronounced political views or emotions, although one of my most vivid experiences had occurred earlier. I think it must have been during the general election of 1924. Some new drains were being put in through the garden near the front of the house. I grew very friendly with the young workman, and when the election came I asked him if he was going to vote Conservative. His narrow face, which I had previously known as kindly and friendly, darkened and scowled. "What?" he said. "Vote for people like your father who live in big houses like that while I'm digging this drain? Why the hell should I vote for him?" He was wrong in assuming that because we lived in a large house, and a school could hardly have been in a small house, that we had any money, but I took his point and ran back into the house scared and shaken. I often used to think about that conversation afterwards. It grew to represent in my mind what I imagined to be the atmosphere of the French Revolution. I can remember thinking again and again, there are so many more of them than there are of us. This was quite realistic. I have no doubt that one of the most important motives for joining an egalitarian political movement is this anxious sense of guilt. Let us set up a society in which no one is envious. The vulnerability of the class system. One of the reasons why a mobile class system is criticizable is its very virtue. It is the fortuitous product of innumerable heterogeneous individual and collective processes. For this reason, no one has ever provided a social class system with a built-in justification. And just because it is comparatively easy to ascend into a higher class, or to descend from it, this social arrangement is unable to provide any conscience-relieving explanation for individual positions such as is possible in military or religious hierarchies. Even a caste system, like that of the Hindus, is far less likely to generate guilt. Apart from superficial symbols of discrimination, now prohibited by law, such as notices outside inns, the caste system has been preserved intact, hardly touched, even, by a sense of guilt. Most Indian villages have at least 4 main castes, and mutual avoidance is practiced just as scrupulously as before. An elderly Indian who, until a year ago, had never been outside his own country, but who had been brought up a Protestant by his parents and had worked for years as a missionary in India, told me that, in spite of conversion to Christianity, people still took the caste system more or less for granted. Thus, for instance, communion often had to be served separately to people of different castes. Indeed, even towards the end of the last century there were Indians who, out of genuine resentment of the higher castes, became members of political or religious protest or separatist movements, which either ignore the caste system or tolerate both forms of behavior in their members. And there are also individual Indians, most of them with a Western education, whose sense of guilt about their own high caste might be comparable with the bad conscience of a scion of the British landed aristocracy. But up to now it has been true of the vast majority of Indians that they have never questioned their membership of the caste into which they have been born. The system's ideology, with the force of religion behind it, does not admit a sense of guilt on the one hand or envy on the other. According to the Hindu religion, no one individual can substitute for the other in a spiritual sense. Even though members of the same family may perform their religious rites together, they all pray individually. If one is now well born and has a good life, it is probably because one has acquired merit in some previous life, hence a privileged person's present life is the consequence of an earlier virtuous one, which was the preliminary step to the improved circumstances into which he has been reborn. Thus what we have here is a system which, from the start, leaves little scope for envious feelings between social classes. The fear of maliciously envious people inside their own group is, however, very great among Indians and manifests itself in the magic normally used to ward off the evil eye. The eminent in the society of equals. Obviously, it is the intellectual elite in any modern society which is especially prone to a naive and vain, yet politically relevant, form of envy avoidance behavior. The literature, both of biography and of political science, that testifies to the notable tendency in highly educated people, leading artists and actors, or well-known scientists, to dally with communism is extensive. This permits us to postulate that a man will opt for a philosophically decked-out, long-term communist program, in contrast to the mob, recruited as a short-term measure for initial acts of intimidation and street fighting, all the more readily, the more unequal. Distinguished and exceptional is the position he already holds in society, insofar as he combines his privileged position with a sense of guilt. This paralysis of the elite as a result of fear of the symbolic emphasizing of envy in socialist mass movements has already been well documented as, for example, by Robert Michaels. Significant, too, is André Gide's autobiographical confession in which he tells how he was cured of his prejudice in favor of communism in the Soviet Union, when, on his journey there in 1936, he did not find the hope for equality, but discovered how extreme was the discrepancy between the comforts and pleasures enjoyed by the elite and the circumstances of the simple people. This sense of guilt in a prominent person may arise from the knowledge, for instance, that his parents could not afford the same education for all their children, that he himself has achieved a great deal while the rest of his family has remained stuck in the lower classes, or, again, that he has survived while a more gifted brother has died prematurely. Strangely enough, it would never occur to this type of personality to desire a society so simple as to need neither physicists, mathematicians, nor top-flight violinists, a society, in other words, where he could become anonymous, thus shaking off the sense of guilt engendered by his prominent position. Such an idea would be impossible because of his vanity, his vested interest in being a celebrity, quite apart from the fact that he may well be too shrewd to have recourse to an idyllic, agrarian utopia. But he believes, not altogether without justification, that an extreme socialist or communist society, or something along the lines of Germany's Third Reich, would enforce social solidarity and so bring about a kind of heaven on earth for the most unskilled and least gifted of its citizens where he would not need to feel any guilt about his exceptional position. Actually, this hope is partly justified because, for a limited time, social revolutionary systems may in fact bring about the identification of manual workers with those once euphemistically termed brain workers. If a highly paid physicist and a laborer find themselves sharing a bench in the park, the former is able to flatter himself that such envy as the worker may feel towards him is really a betrayal of the ideology of total solidarity proclaimed by the Führer, Party Präsidium, or the like. And the laborer sometimes believes this too, though, as research has shown, he will not as a rule envy the physicist or the singer, as the latter supposes, but only the foreman or, more probably, another workman who is allowed to do a few more hours overtime. As in a Christian world where all shared the same belief, anyone, regardless of his worldly status or position, could regard himself as connected with his neighbor and reconciled with him through the transcendent God, and, furthermore, he might not even envy him because to do so would reflect on God's wisdom, so the agnostic 20th century intellectual seeks a new God, promising the same protection as the Christian gods against the next man's envy, often only suspected, and the same freedom from the consuming sense of guilt engendered by his personal superiority. This substitute God is progressivist ideology or, more precisely, the utopia of a perfectly egalitarian society. It may never come true, but a mere mental pose of being in its favor helps to bear the guilt of being unequal. Since about the middle of this century, a quite remarkable irresolution and weakness towards the envious have manifested themselves in a significantly greater number of people than hitherto. Very few people today care to be in a position in which they have to decide objectively whether or not an envy-provoking situation is legitimate. The mere expression of envy, whether in a political speech or caricature, or in a satirical song etc., is now enough to convince such people that an objective infringement of justice exists. It is tempting to regard this as a form of regression. Among primitive peoples, and still today among many simple agrarian communities, the envious man's evil eye is cast upon the object of his envy seemingly on a plane of personality lower than that of the unalloyed functions of the intelligence. There are many proven cases in which knowledge of the curse of the envious man has been enough to induce symptoms of disease in the person upon whom it is cast. The whole progress of civilization presupposed that a sufficient number of people should be able to liberate themselves from this fear. The process was assisted by certain religious conceptions, as also secular ones with cultural roots, such as the concept of luck. Today, many people in the Western industrial societies seem to be as prone to the fear of envy as are members of primitive societies. Except in rural communities and in certain minority groups, it is rare to find the use of magic antidotes against the evil eye. Instead, we meet with an insufficiently reasoned reaction which accepts all forms of envy as justified in the light of the idea of equality. Probably, the contemporary envious person, in search of social approval, benefits by the insecurity and oversensitiveness of many of his contemporaries, which are in turn responsible for the general proneness to superstition. Whoever fails to identify with the envious man and his cause is, in simple terms, pressing his luck too far. Social conscience in the egalitarian personality. Social conscience, and the guilty feeling of having become enviable, awaken in the soul of the egalitarian upon finding himself in receipt of an income high enough to raise him above not only the manual worker but also many fellow intellectuals. The autobiographical records of two authors, Beatrice Webb and Simone de Beauvoir, both politically committed to the left, reveal the kind of intellectual and emotional structures that serve to restore the balance of the egalitarian personality. In her diaries, Beatrice Webb recounts the heated disputes in the Labour Party before World War II when it was on the point of taking office, and its leaders were about to receive ministers' salaries. There had been a demand that the Labour cabinet should reduce all ministerial salaries to £1,000 a year. While Mrs. Webb could understand that a salary of £5,000 would seem enormous to the ordinary Labour member, she argues with the skill of a capitalist chairman of a board of directors that, after deduction of income tax, in addition to the necessary expenditure, the Labour minister was likely to be out of pocket. She opines that a man's just reward should be calculated over his whole career, not just over a few peak years, and mentions the financial sacrifices made by many Labour leaders before they became ministers with concomitant salaries. She does not even omit the argument according to which a retiring minister may find it very difficult to resume his former career where he had terminated it on receiving his appointment. At this juncture, Beatrice Webb is faced with the ethical situation of those members of a Labour government already in possession of an assured income, which they continue to receive during their term of office. First there are the trade union officials, of whom she writes somewhat contemptuously. Not only would their period in the political limelight settle them more securely than ever in their old jobs, but they would be able to save much of their salary, and after a few years in office might be small rentiers for the rest of their lives. Next, Beatrice Webb applies this difficult question of conscience to the case of her husband, and similarly well-to-do intellectuals. Another class of persons who are unexpectedly benefited by official salaries are persons who already live on unearned income, Trevelyan, Buxton, and, to a lesser extent, ourselves, men who will not spend substantially more than they are doing as unpaid public servants. We may spend, owing to Sydney taking office, say £500 a year on extra entertaining and secretarial expenses, but unless we deliberately give it away, the remaining £3,000 is pure gain. It is true that we have spent our lives in the public service without direct remuneration, but then we could hardly, as socialists, have justified accepting the £1,000 a year unearned income if we had not done so. This same is true of Buxton and Trevelyan. Ministers' salaries. In her next paragraph, Beatrice Webb reflects that, in view of the difference in personal circumstances and the fact that many leading members of the cabinet are likely to be out of pocket as a result of their term in office, it would be virtually impossible to solve the troublesome question of conscience as to whether ministerial salaries were justified. Nor is she able to resolve the ethical dilemma in respect of herself and her husband, but finds consolation in the lame hope that the term of office would be a short one. However, I doubt whether the amount of the ministerial salaries will trouble us personally. No question of conscience will arise because I believe that we shall have a short run, and I doubt whether the few weeks' or months' salary will cover the expenses of the coming election. There may be a few hundreds to the good, but I doubt it. And another jab at trade union leaders. Politics for the Labour man who is not a trade union official is a losing game. Beatrice Webb's consoling remark on the costs of re-election has provided egalitarian-minded Democratic politicians with an enduring sop to their conscience, a sop which, in the United States especially, has constantly gained in importance since the middle of the century. For since practically no limits are set there on the amount one can spend in a presidential campaign or in seeking election to the Senate, it is now possible to justify, both to one's own conscience and to that of the electorate, any inherited fortune, any wealth, no matter how dubiously acquired while in public service, any salary, however high, as elected representative of the people, by drawing attention to the ever-rising cost of re-election. The end justifies the means, which here signifies money. There can be little objection to this, perhaps, insofar as politicians would condone the same ethics in other professions. For underlying it is the general problem of disparate needs in a society where there is division of labor. If a socialist politician, committed, by definition, to a society of equals, or rather, of those made equal by him, manages to justify his own special financial position because of the exceptional demands made by his calling and his opportunities, and because he is so indispensable to the common weal, then other professions are entitled to similar increases. The 30-year-old, gifted, energetic manager who would like to achieve independence can rightly argue that, because of the progressive income tax during his time as an employee, he is unable to save enough to become an employer at an early age and thus to make that contribution in the sphere of industrial organization, innovation, etc., which he feels that he alone is competent to make. The ideal of even an approximately egalitarian society is incompatible with a cultural ethos which leaves it to the individual to determine, and to proclaim aloud, the extent of his contribution to the common weal. But it is this liberty above all that socialist writers hold so dear. Simone de Beauvoir and Sartre. Like Beatrice Webb, Simone de Beauvoir in her autobiographical writings comes to the problem of the socialist intellectual who sees himself raised, solely by his literary success, far above the world of his fellows. In 1945, after years of privation, the writer was faced with this problem when her friend, Jean-Paul Sartre, with whom she pooled her resources, achieved worldwide success. When she realized that from then on Sartre would always have a great deal of money, she was horrified, and thought it their duty to spend it on deserving causes. But how? Neither she nor Sartre felt comfortable about the idea of turning themselves into a philanthropic institution. She tried to spend as little on herself as possible, but ended up by buying an expensive suit for her lecture tour in the United States. In tears, she told Sartre, "It's the first concession." Her friends made fun of her. Simone de Beauvoir, however, persisted in imagining there could be a way out of participating in social injustice. She felt herself to be guilty, and, she tells us, it was only by degrees that she and Sartre were able to start enjoying and appreciating the pleasant things of life, such as expensive restaurants. Their uneasiness over this indirect exploitation of the masses grew ever less intense. But Simone de Beauvoir failed to solve the problem of how much social injustice a successful socialist author may indulge in. All things considered, my way of deciding whether or not I should permit myself certain concessions, and deny myself others, was entirely arbitrary. It seems to me impossible to set up any logical principle for one's behavior in such matters. Arthur Koestler. In an autobiographical account, Arthur Koestler has recorded an experience analogous to those of Woodrow Wyatt and Simone de Beauvoir. He, like so many others, became a communist because of his indignation that other, richer, people did not experience the same sense of guilt about their inequality that tormented him whenever he spent something on himself. Well aware of the family crisis, and torn by pity for my father, he was an inventor whose plans were always going wrong. I suffered a pang of guilt whenever they bought me books or toys. This continued later on, when every suit I bought for myself meant so much less to send home. Simultaneously, I developed a strong dislike of the obviously rich, not because they could afford to buy things. Envy plays a much smaller part in social conflict than is generally assumed, but because they were able to do so without a guilty conscience. Thus I projected a personal predicament onto the structure of society at large. Most unfortunately, so far as the readability of modern social criticism is concerned, very few of those authors to whom socialism has come to represent the solution have attained the insight of which Koestler showed himself capable. Might not the zeal with which the socialist-minded person calls for a form of society in which he assumes that everything will be socially just spring in the first place from the need to realize, at least in so far as society in the abstract is concerned, that ideal which he has found to be unattainable in his personal life, the just society, in which no one will have to feel guilty before another's envy of his own inequality? The assertion that the envied man is responsible for envy, and hence that not only is ownership theft, but ownership is envy in the other, a favorite thesis of left-minded writers, is just as hypocritical and, taken to its logical conclusion, just as absurd as the assertion that the envious man never has just cause for indignation. There is, however, no form of human existence in which we could ever be free from the guilt of arousing envy in others. Here is the root of that general, aimless sense of guilt which, during the past 100 years, has exercised so disrupting and disorienting an influence. The pangs of guilt, social conscience, and the naive assumption that there could ever be a form of society that was either classless or otherwise non-provocative of envy have been responsible for the adherence to leftist movements of large numbers of middle and upper-class people, and have made it relatively easy for communist countries to recruit spies from among the prominent in Western establishments. It is hopeless, and hence dishonest or naive, to strive for a form of society in which virtually no one could be guilty of envy or resentment, of covetousness, in respect of another. Such a society would be incapable of functioning. It would not even have the elementary institutions to maintain, or to retain, such assets of civilization as we have so far been able to acquire. It could not admit of any innovation, nor could it succeed in bringing up a new generation. Eventually, it would prove as impossible to maintain disparity between minors and adults in regard to ownership and discretionary powers over educational media as it would be to maintain disparity between those of the same ages. For the utopia of the egalitarians is invalidated in the first instance by the age-determined hierarchy existing in any society. Tensions and resentments between the generations are considerable, and among primitive peoples, indeed, there are carefully prescribed ceremonies designed to canalize them. It does not need an exceptionally vivid imagination to realize the extent to which people of different ages would become obsessed by the discrepancies arising in a society in which age was the only distinguishing feature. Be what you are. The imperative to thine own self be true is at the heart of a number of ethical systems, both Christian and non-Christian, and yet nothing is so suspect to our fellow men as this one thing, being oneself. The reason is not far to seek. The more truly and fully a man is himself, the more painful will it be for others to compare themselves with him, since individuals can be equal only if each one conceals his true essence. David Reisman's other-directed person, whom he regards as typical of the modern American, exemplifies nothing other than the socially expected behavior of a culture that has succumbed to egalitarianism. This dictatorship of others within ourselves is trenchantly described by Tournier. We feel guilty at letting ourselves be paralyzed by fear, fashioned by our environment, sterilized by conformity, at not having been ourselves. Here the opposition between false guilt suggested by society and the responsibility for oneself before God is made clear. A poet tells me that he does not begin writing his poems without a feeling of guilt, for he feels he is criticized for wasting his time scribbling on paper instead of earning his living. In his great book on children in the kibbutz, Spiro describes an almost identical case, a young man who, with every verse he writes, thinks guiltily of his dormitory mates in the egalitarian community settlement, who cannot write poetry. There is a type of person who perpetually seeks to excuse himself for ever having been born. When he has something to say that represents his own opinion, or that might be held to be his opinion, he does so with countless reservations and genuflections. He eschews prizes, distinctions and presents, and always chooses the worst possible seat for himself. We find this type of personality described in the literature of many peoples and cultures. Its most extreme manifestation is the ritual obligatory upon any Chinese on meeting an equal, to ensure that neither could possibly get the impression that the other was even remotely superior. We are not alone in regarding this as a universal mode of human behavior, whereby man seeks to counteract or appease envy, supposed or real. A great deal of what has gradually become established in individual societies, throughout history, as good manners or etiquette, consists basically in rules of behavior designed to escape envy in others. One might speak of a prestige avoidance, a special form of envy avoidance. In all cultures, from the most primitive to the most highly developed, there are varying degrees of inhibition on any expression of personality that might possibly provoke envy. It is found again in psychopathology if such behavior becomes so strained and exaggerated that a normal existence is no longer possible. The envious guest. Through one of his patients, a 22-year-old U.S. veteran of World War II, the psychiatrist Robert Seidenberg gained a startling insight into the connection of self-effacing considerateness and repressed envy. Here is his description. The individual who cannot receive or accept, who cannot be a guest. To make him a gift is to make him uncomfortable. He must repay you immediately in kind, and usually outdoes the giver. He can remain obligated to no one. It is with great difficulty that he can accept your dinner invitation and remain the socially obligated 20 minutes after dinner. Superficially an ideal acquaintance to have, he nevertheless succeeds in making his host and those around him uncomfortable. Although his motto is, "It is more blessed to give than to receive," his self-denial and intended consideration are anchored to innately destructive impulses. Such a person was this man. Any dinner party was an ordeal for him. Finally, he came for treatment. During the analysis, he began to uncover aspects of jealousy and envy of the host which heretofore had masqueraded as graciousness and apparent ultra-consideration for the host and which had negated his ability to be a guest. In truth, he discovered that his basic feeling was desire to incorporate within himself his host and all his belongings. He could not receive from his host that of which he was envious and would steal, home, security, etc. Seidenberg then recalls widespread customs of various peoples, especially of rather simple cultures. With them it is extremely bad taste to admire a possession of the host. If the guest, inadvertently or unknowingly, does so, the host is immediately compelled to offer it as a gift to his guest. The origin of the custom may be postulated on the recognition by the host of the guest's envy. To allay this envy, and possibly to prevent evil from becoming attached to the possession, he presents it to his guest. Seidenberg takes the analysis one step further. Phylogenetically, the ability to be a guest required more emotional development than that of being a host. It took far greater sublimation and civilization for the guest than for the host to accept and play his role without provoking anxiety in his host and in himself. So, if we can accept the Jungian concept that the emotional development of the individual recapitulates phylogeny, we find the answer for certain character traits exhibited in the psychopathology of everyday life. I have met several times, in Europe as well as in America, the kind of person so vividly analyzed by this American psychoanalyst 20 years ago. Probably this personality type can help us to understand the worldwide rebellion of youth since 1966. As the envious guest, Seidenberg's clinical case, these young people lack the maturity to be the guests of our affluent society. The overprivileged youngsters, from California to West Berlin, from Stockholm to Rome, strike out in senseless acts of vandalism as a result of their vague envy of a world of affluence they did not create but enjoyed with a sense of guilt as a matter of course. For years they were urged to compare guiltily their lot with that of the underprivileged abroad and at home. Since the poor will not vanish fast enough for their intense guilt to subside, they can ease their tensions only by symbolic acts of aggression against all that is thought dear and important to the envied elders. One of David Reisman's cases. David Reisman's type of other-directed man presents the description of a mode of behavior closely corresponding to what we term envy avoidance behavior. In America, this type of person will, however, often seek to imitate the style of life and the consumer habits of the people surrounding him or, in other words, will buy things which could attract the envy of those who are financially his inferiors. Yet Reisman lays equal stress upon the fear, in those he questioned, of distinguishing themselves in any way, of betraying different tastes or indulging in extravagance which might provoke envy in people who could harm them. In 1952, in his comprehensive work Faces in the Crowd, Reisman recorded some of the curricula vitae and interviews on which the theory of his lonely crowd was based. In several cases, the envy avoidance motive is quite plainly apparent. Thus he describes an advanced student who suffers from profound self-doubt. Like so many Americans of his generation, he is unable to derive any pleasure from his unusual gifts. He resembles emotionally the man studied by Seidenberg. Clyde Higgins, as Reisman calls him, makes out that he believes football to be important. Reisman suspects either that his enthusiasm for the sport, like that of many students, is assumed only in order to conceal from others what he feels or, more probably, that he needs this genuine enthusiasm as a defense against his feelings of guilt and anxiety. Not only does he want to appear average, he wants to feel average. Reisman goes on. For gifts are dangerous things. If one is born in the upper class, they can be an ornament. But the mobile lower-class person is apt to have an ambivalent relation to his gifts. If he cultivates them, it in a way becomes harder for him to cultivate other people. One's gifts push one into competitive situations where one is exposed, a target. By deprecating one's gifts, one seeks therefore to achieve two convergent goals. First, to avoid obeying them, which might lead one into novel situations and ambitious personal claims, and second, to deflect the shafts of envy. This is largely an unconscious process, even where some of it may be attributed to the fashion of understatement. Again, Reisman writes. The other-directed person starts group life in fear of the taunt, so you think you're big, and occasionally struggles against his gifts, lest these bring him into conflict with others. The ambition of the other-directed person is primarily focused on the limitations imposed by the presence of others, such as the danger of arousing their envy or offending egalitarian attitudes. Reisman is wrong, however, in describing as specially characteristic of modern industrial society the envy avoidance behavior which, as he so clearly demonstrates, leads to the undermining of a person's own talents. As we are able to show, these are much more deep-seated inhibitions, and they are more pronounced in rural societies, among primitive peoples and in isolated communities, such as Norwegian fishing villages, than they are in the United States. It was rather the afterpains that Reisman observed, the offshoots of an attitude which in America, as compared with Europe, is still oriented towards intellectual rather than economic differences, income or consumer behavior. A human community consisting only of boasters would not be able to function for long. A minimum of conventional modesty in social intercourse is as much a precondition for society as is the incest taboo. It is no coincidence that the superstitions, proverbs, and religions of all peoples invariably combine to inculcate the virtue of modesty into every new member of the community as he grows up. And it was an astonishing post-Reformation development, and a special feature of Calvinism, which enabled the individual to feel unashamedly superior to others and, what is more, to show it in his works. This was the beginning of the breach in the envy barrier. Perhaps the development took this course because Christianity had begun by placing man in a new and special relation to the world, and had provided him with a central, logical system of values. When, however, the Reformation placed this spiritual source of power at the disposal of the individual, one consequence was greater immunity from the threat of the evil eye exerted by the less gifted and the less successful. The virtue and value of modesty in a society may be indispensable, yet it would be a highly questionable procedure if those seeking power should intensify, by propaganda or rhetoric, the modesty of the individual citizen, which derives from the vague fear of being envied, until it becomes an attitude of neurotic envy avoidance, thus making possible the enactment of leveling measures which, among other things, facilitate the control of the society by those in authority. The society redeemed from envy, a utopia. What would a society freed from envy be like? Those models so beloved of utopians, the tribal culture and the small isolated society, cannot help us to picture the ideal since, as we have seen, such communities are more afflicted by envy than any other. Nor is the past much more informative, except for one instance, which in the present democratic world we would sooner not recall. Many observers agree that in a hierarchically structured stable society, envy raises fewer problems than in a society with great social mobility. Equally, genuine transcendental religiosity associated with a moral doctrine condemning envy can do a great deal to combat it. It is very doubtful, however, whether any social institution or any form of society in the past has ever known people liberated from envy. What do we mean when we speak of a society redeemed from envy? In a superficial interpretation, and one that crops up fairly often, Alexander Rustow for instance would have us believe that it is a social reality in which nothing is left that is enviable. Envy as here understood is, primarily and exclusively, a consequence of what is enviable, another's enjoyment of great estates, learning, or his zest for life. The solution that offers itself is a leveling down. Men should be made equal. Quite aside from the much overestimated practical and psychological difficulties of complete leveling, this solution overlooks the important function of material inequalities. The envious man is able to endure his neighbor's superiority as regards looks, youthfulness, children, married happiness, only by envying the other's income, house, car, and travels. Material factors form a socially necessary barrier against envy, protecting the person from physical attack. Sense of justice and freedom from envy. To picture utopia as a society of envy-free individuals does not mean thinking of people who are essentially incapable of perceiving and sensing the fact of injustice. It is possible to think of grossly unjust situations by which everyone, without question, is deeply outraged. By an envy-free society we by no means envisage a society in which people impassively accept absurdly small differences in compensation for widely disparate performances, or big differences, no less absurd, in remuneration for identical ones. For our mental exercise in constructing an envy-free society, we have to consider long-term processes, enduring structures and institutions. What sort of character, what sort of personality structure, and what socioeconomic situation are required in order to obviate envy and resentment? For such a society, people are needed who are totally committed to social, economic, and political equality. From early childhood until death, everyone would have to be constantly aware of the cardinal rule that he must never become unequal. His whole education would be directed towards imprinting upon him and imbuing him with this principle. More consistently, almost, than in ancient Sparta or in Plato's Republic, children would have to be brought up from birth in community houses by nurses who themselves were frequently replaced by others. In the schools of such a society there would be no good or bad pupils, and no one would fail to move up each year, nor would there be any marks. No member of the community would want for food, medical care, clothing, or shelter. For the sake of equality, all meals would be taken in a communal kitchen and no one would have his own clothes, but every Friday would be given a freshly laundered outfit for the following week. A toothbrush and a pair of shoes would be the only personal objects. No private property of any kind would be allowed. Work would be so allocated that no one could occupy a special position or fill an office for more than a certain time. Even the most talented, when their turn came, would have to give up everything else for the hardest manual labor. Membership in this form of society would have to be entirely voluntary. No one could be kept there against his will. There would be no wall. Other ways of life would be known and within easy reach. In order to test our thesis, the experiment would have to have been in progress long enough for a generation to have been raised within the realm of the new society with no personal memories of other forms of social life. The kibbutz as a laboratory for equality. Unlikely though it may seem, such a society actually exists. There are more than 200 community settlements of varying sizes which, though the villages may differ in certain respects, accord with the ideals and customs outlined above. A further requirement would be accurate studies of these settlements by different observers, among them experienced cultural anthropologists who have done research in cultures similarly inclined towards simplicity. And these, too, are at our disposal. The society in question is, of course, that of the Israeli communal settlements, or kibbutzim. A number of social scientists have rightly described the kibbutz as one of the most important laboratories for the study of human beings under special social conditions. For these represent the first utopian, communal foundation, literally and deliberately based upon socialist ideals and emotions, and one which, instead of disintegrating after a year or two, has continued to function for half a century. For comparative cultural science and anthropology, the kibbutzim are considerably more valuable than the communities of primitive peoples, because the former are settlements whose founders and subsequent members originated for the most part in the West. They are modern people who, in contrast to primitive man, know very well what the world is like outside the kibbutz. The aim of the kibbutz is to make communal life feasible in the pure and full sense of Ferdinand Tönnies' famous and influential work of 1887, Community and Society. The kibbutz goes beyond most of the earlier, natural communities, in that its object is, literally, a society of absolute equals. In the first decades of its existence, from about 1910 to 1930, this endeavor sometimes bordered on the grotesque. Then, for example, not even working clothes or underwear could be individually owned, but were sent weekly to the communal laundry and then were redistributed. From the time the kibbutzim were first planned up to the present, there has never been any doubt either in the minds of founders and members, or of their friends, proponents and supporters in the outside world, that this was the first great experiment, the practical test of socialism. They could draw on half a century of socialist literature since Karl Marx for their attempt to realize socialism in circumstances vastly more favorable than those in the Soviet Union, although in the kibbutzim, at least until recently, the socialist experiment in Russia was regarded with intense sympathy and naive admiration. Today, in many cases, the kibbutzim make use of modern technological methods, processes are modernized, agricultural machinery is imported. Yet there can be no doubt at all that such methods could never have been invented or developed by a people which had never emerged from the form of community represented by the kibbutzim. In other words, the purely socialist community, and more especially the kibbutzim in the singularly difficult environment that is peculiar to them, can exist and function only by making use of the products, the technology, and the achievements of individualistic societies. A form of future society? The claim to be a superior form of society and the form, furthermore, of the future, a claim which the kibbutzim on a smaller scale share with the communist countries, is liable in the first place to arouse our skepticism when, based on the findings presented in this book, we ask ourselves whether the society of equals would ever have been able to exist at the level to which it has now become accustomed, had it not been for the achievements of societies where individualism was permitted. And here we must emphasize the fact that the Soviet Union, in contrast to the kibbutz, is very far from being an egalitarian society. Astonishingly, those who propound the ideal of the kibbutz overlook the fact that in many spheres, in education, for instance, the egalitarianism of the kibbutz is much closer to that of the United States than to any institution in the Soviet Union, where one of the system's favorite methods is unequal remuneration of achievement. This means that the idealist of the kibbutz movement cannot cite Russian attainments as additional evidence for the efficiency of their own system, because those attainments were acquired under a system of marked inequality, as well as by the importation of models from the free world. Or again, the apologist of the Soviet Union could not very well, and is indeed unlikely to do so, point to the kibbutzim and their surface harmony as the final and stable condition towards which Soviet society is tending. In the Soviet Union there is no single trend, goal or commitment to values capable of giving rise to anything resembling the Israeli community settlements, with their jealously guarded equality. Hence the utopian dreamer, the egalitarian, the armchair socialist of the West cannot, so long as he sticks to the facts, construct a model out of social reality in Russia or the kibbutz that would permit of any hopeful prognostication for socialism. There exist very few communities having so few members and conditions so simple as to lack all, or almost all, semblance of political structure and all recognized regular or delegated authority. Nearly always there are tasks where division of labor in the sphere of decision-making and executive power is indispensable. Negotiations have to be conducted with neighboring villages or tribes, or with outside merchants etc., a function which cannot be carried out by the entire collective or by all the able-bodied men as a kind of permanent people's assembly. Somebody has to work out the plan for the next hunting or fishing expedition, or the next war against neighboring tribes, and somebody has to see that the plan is carried out. At very simple levels of social organization it is sometimes difficult to determine whether the leadership roles are imposed on those who are unable to shirk them in time, or whether they are taken on by exceptionally aggressive, ambitious persons, or by those concerned for the welfare of the group. A number of ethnological accounts would seem to suggest that these processes often take place concurrently. At any rate, they are not mutually exclusive. For in the recent history of democratic countries, we have seen candidates for the office of head of state who have managed to project the image of completely disinterested bystanders and, while publicly stressing the undesirable aspects of office, have induced their friends to canvass on their behalf. The smaller and closer a community and the less division of labor it either needs or has, the more egalitarian will the basic disposition of its members be. Almost irrespective of the characteristic features of any culture, however, there would seem everywhere to be deep-seated resentment and mistrust of those who have to wield authority. It is only with reluctance, and because of the need for a power or an authority, that among primitive peoples a village or tribe will agree on a leader, giving him to understand, however, from the moment of his installation and by means of specially unpleasant rituals, how low is the esteem in which the wielder of authority is held. Thereafter he becomes the object of their particular mistrust, lest he should fail to place the interests of the community above his own. If ethnographers' descriptions of the thanklessness of the leader's role among primitive peoples, and the understandable tendency of many to evade it are compared with accounts of the kibbutzim, an astonishing similarity of problems is discovered. Problem of authority in the kibbutz. American social scientists, wholly predisposed in favor of the kibbutz experiment, have shown how the development of individual kibbutzim over the course of some 30 years has arrived at an impasse. Founded decades ago in the spirit of a literally understood, abstract egalitarianism, the kibbutzim could not opt out of modernity, out of the commercialization and industrialization that has taken place since Israel became a state. The tasks of the kibbutz multiplied. Specialists, representatives, leaders, were needed in all spheres of life and work. But the mutual envy which they had sought to banish in perpetuity by compulsory equality had, in fact, never been eradicated. Though prepared to elect people to positions of authority, a strict watch is kept over them from the beginning, with an intense and anxious mistrust, their every visible exercise of authority being regarded as suspect. Those who are chosen both know and feel this all too plainly. and after a few years, the community finds itself in a state of crisis, because, to use the words of one writer, a refusal pattern has arisen. All seek to evade nomination or acceptance whenever anyone has to be chosen for necessary office. If a polity rewards its elected hire public servants adequately or more than adequately, the electors are not compelled constantly to ask themselves whether the holder of the office assumed it in order to exploit his position to the detriment of the community. However, should the legislators be unable to see their envious way, out of consideration for healthy, envious, popular opinion, to grant appropriate remuneration for leading officials, democratic envy shows a different face, and people ask, if this man was doing so well in business or in his profession, why should he want to govern? In what way does he differ from us ordinary mortals? Is he dangerously ambitious? Is he seeking government office so as to exploit it for illicit financial gain? This attitude is revealed in the United States in the restrictions set upon, and demanded of, leading public servants in the federal government by Congress, but which do not apply to members of Congress themselves. In a society economically stratified in accordance with income, however, there are a number of possible ways to compromise, of making public office sufficiently attractive financially, that is, to allow candidacy to appear reasonably expedient and legitimate without arousing too much the envy of the elected. But if a polity such as the kibbutzim, on principle and without exception, refuses payment to its members while demanding, in the spirit of Karl Marx, of each according to his ability and allotting to each a share according to his needs, as an equal among equals, the egalitarian's dilemma is harshly revealed. Anyone assuming a leading role in a kibbutz has less time for his family and for his hobby, and may even have to draw upon his own meager resources in order to carry out his duties, yet not only does he fail to receive any compensation, but his mode of life is, in fact, watched more jealously than that of other members, so as to ensure that he enjoys nothing from communal resources which other people do not also get. In the course of time, the number of those who are even remotely willing to take over a leading office dwindles more and more, until at last the members of the kibbutz become acutely and uncomfortably aware that, actually, it is always the same people who are in office. This then in turn arouses real resentment. Thus, envy has produced a vicious circle. The more evident it becomes in the control of leaders, the greater the friction between leaders and led. Those studying the society of the kibbutz can see no solution for this self-generated conflict. The application to larger societies is obvious. For, after all, the kibbutz is the model of unalloyed democracy. If existing democracies reach the stage at which those who happen to hold public office are, on principle, unremittingly attacked by a malicious public, not because they are in truth guilty, but merely because they have to exercise authority, then these resentful watchdogs of democracy will bring about an increasingly narrow circle of thick-skinned men assuming such office and proving ever less sensitive to public opinion. Motives of the founders. There is ample evidence that a community deeply involved in a common enterprise can tolerate considerable inequalities among its members, and even maintain and encourage these as an incentive. Pioneering conditions, the need to master a difficult and dangerous environment, should not have evoked and kept alive the demand for absolute equality in the kibbutzim any more than it did in other cases of land seizure and settlement. Thus, idealistic or ideological factors must have been involved alongside objective ones. As has been pointed out by people who know the kibbutz movement well, the planning of these settlements was directly influenced by prototypes as unlikely as the German youth movement. We are thus faced with the question whether the founders and early members knew, indeed, whether the adults in the kibbutzim of today know, that their enterprise represents an attempt at a society devoid of envy. They deliberately chose the ideal of equality. And it is evident, at least from the more recent literature on the kibbutz, that equality is more often mentioned than the concept of social justice. This is only logical in a community where people are truly equal and are kept so. But has there ever been any awareness of the fact that in the kibbutz an attempt was being made to realize the age-old dream of a society in which no one is either envious or envied? The question might be put differently: could there have been any other motive for the insistence on equality? In view of what has so far been demonstrated in this book, it would seem improbable. For the only impediment to the ideal, harmonious, altruistic community is that particular complex of emotions and drives of which envy is the nucleus. The question that must now be asked is whether, in the course of half a century, the kibbutz has succeeded in producing an atmosphere free of envy, and in bringing up a new generation unspoiled by any kind of individualistic influences and experiences, which has learned to live without resentment, without envy and, above all, without fear of being envied. Any scientific study of the kibbutz, even though written by ardent supporters of the experiment and not by skeptics or opponents, will provide an unequivocal answer to that question. The problem of envy has neither been solved nor been eliminated. Even in a form of community which has eradicated inequality more drastically than any monastery, where rank and authority still necessarily obtain, and which is bent on ironing out the smaller differences, there is still plenty of occasion for begrudging another his achievement, his hobby, his proficiency, or some essentially minor possession. What is of far more consequence, however, is the intensification of envy avoidance behavior and of the social sense of guilt about imagined or real inequalities for which people feel they are to blame. This also explains the behavior of the children of the kibbutz described by Spiro, an authority among American anthropologists on kibbutz culture. They are inhibited, introverted, and perpetually tormented by anxieties. Children of the kibbutz. If one recalls the part played by sibling jealousy in generating and establishing envy, it seems all the more remarkable that, in parents at his kibbutz, Spiro detected very few signs of any understanding of this situation. Uninhibited preference is shown for the newly born child, which is fondled and spoiled, the next oldest sibling being abruptly deposed. Spiro describes several cases in which he observed parents with their children and was immediately struck by the elder child's bitterness and mounting jealousy, to which, however, the parents paid no attention. It is not possible to ascertain whether the culture as such of the kibbutz encourages parental behavior conducive to sibling jealousy in their children. It is conceivable, at any rate, that the institution whereby even the smallest children are brought up in homes by strangers, as in an orphanage, and away from their natural parents, is responsible for an unusually severe sense of guilt in the parents, who, at visiting times, are apt to shower tokens of love upon the youngest child exclusively, for it is in regard to the smallest that they would feel a special guilt. Ironically, it might well be some of the special features peculiar to the kibbutz which have so influenced the emotional development and character of the children as to render them especially prone to envy, and hence less suited to the form of community in which they have to live. Anti-intellectualism and related animosities against those who practice the arts are, in fact, by definition, the result of envy. Anyone who concentrates as an individual on intellectual activity and who has the capacity and gift for it, and indeed anyone who seems capable of deeper thought, will be conspicuous in most groups. These are activities that cannot be collectivized or socialized. They belong to the sphere of the individual, who must practice them in accordance with his own judgment and taste, or as dictated by luck or the mood of the moment. Hence, in a community whose highest avowed value is communal work, and above all physical labor, the individual who devotes himself to intellectual work will always give offense. Now, Spiro, in his books on the kibbutz, though he lived on only one for any length of time, gives numerous examples of anti-intellectualism there. Were there no background of Jewish culture and tradition, which sets high value on scholarship, reading and intellectual pursuits, things would certainly have been much more difficult for intellectually active members of the kibbutz. But even those intellectual occupations condoned by the collective, and pursued in a man's own time, always leave behind a faint sense of guilt. One man told Spiro that he found it impossible to develop his poetic gift because he could not help thinking of his comrades, capable only of manual labor, who, as children, had sat next to him in the latrine, his own words. There is a feeling of guilt, such as we saw in Chapter 15 in the Jean Van Doctor, Paul Tournier, and some of his friends. This sense of guilt felt by the gifted, intellectually active man who is able to do comparatively agreeable work is, however, nothing other than the idea of the supposed envy in others of his own special position. If we pass under review envy's ubiquitous social control of kibbutz members, and see to what revulsion, mockery, resentment and suspicion anyone is exposed who seems to be even slightly different, a little more inventive, creative, gifted, wide-awake or imaginative than the others, one thing becomes clear: the kibbutz culture, prototype of the socialist community and signpost for the future of mankind, reflects many aspects of the society of primitive peoples. Displayed, as in a laboratory, we see the degree of the pressure exerted by egalitarianism, the fear of mutual envy, upon the potential inventor, creator, or innovator. The ideal of absolute equality, the eschewing of all authority and superior status, of all economic advantage, and the concern for the survival of this system of equality, once established, cannot admit of any individual's success in introducing unforeseen innovations, since he would then, by definition, no longer be an equal, even were his invention immediately and unselfishly placed at the disposal of the collective. The problem is not, in fact, so much actual rejection of innovation by the kibbutz community as the fear inculcated from childhood onwards into the individual that he might somehow stop being equal, might show some sign of superiority or in some way become conspicuous. Spiro, who studied the kibbutz with very real sympathy, describes the inhibitions of children born and brought up on the kibbutz. More recently, difficulties have arisen from the conflict between the propertyless kibbutzim and the inheritance laws of the State of Israel. A further problem is the question of paid workers from outside who are employed by many of the kibbutzim. The sin of privacy. Privacy is recognized by different cultures in very differing degrees. Yet we must not imagine that there is a straight path leading from a primitive first stage without privacy to a high civilization in which such privacy is definitely assured. Significantly, if a man really makes use of his right to be alone, the annoyance, envy and mistrust of his fellow citizens will be aroused, even in cultures where a private life is a permissible and long-established institution. Anyone who cuts himself off, who draws his curtains and spends any length of time outside the range of observation, is always seen as a potential heretic, a snob, a conspirator. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that the Puritans of New England felt a profound mistrust of those who valued their privacy. Besides this, there must also have been prejudice, wholly undemocratic and without religious connotations, against the man with a private existence, especially on the western frontier, where, if someone put up a fence or a hedge round his house, the consequences could be serious. To the same degree that Anglo-Saxon culture respects and values privacy, the egalitarianism of the American polity has given rise to resentment against it. Anyone who lives long enough among Americans today must notice how greatly many of them still fear to indulge in what their fellow men might consider to be undue privacy. In so far as possible, they try to show that they have nothing to hide. A drive after dark through a middle-class suburb will reveal countless families behind the uncurtained windows of living room or dining room, as in a goldfish bowl. With few exceptions, modern Americans still fight shy of surrounding their houses with fences or hedges, at least of the kind that might give complete concealment. In some townships, these are even expressly forbidden. There is in America one profession above all in which, for egalitarian reasons, fear of seeming to take advantage of a privacy in itself natural and necessary is particularly in evidence. It is the profession which today is most intent on egalitarianism, that of college and university professors. Not one of them would deny that intellectual work, and more especially the continual spate of academic writing that is expected of him in America more than anywhere else, is best done when he can sit at his desk undisturbed, unobserved, and undistracted. But one of the hallmarks of the American campus is the sight everywhere of instructors and professors sitting with their doors wide open. If, under pressure to complete a work, one of them decides with a heavy heart to keep his door shut, he does so with a strong feeling of guilt, justifying his action beforehand to his colleagues and students, and hanging an apologetic notice on the door. Occasionally it may happen that the chairman of a department, concerned at the advantage taken of faculty members by talkative students and colleagues, recommends a policy of closed doors. But hardly anyone can make up his mind to do this, for behind his back his motives will immediately be questioned. To appreciate the full meaning of this custom, it should be known that in nearly every American college and university, and in every faculty, a professor is expected to be available in his office daily between 9 and 5 o'clock, even if it is a day when he has no lectures or seminars. The compulsion of the open door affects a large part of the time available for intellectual work. A cautious probing of the motives of this privacy phobia reveals it as a deep-rooted concern not to be unequal, not to be regarded as proud, secretive or unsociable, or even as exceptionally productive, a concern, in short, not to arouse envy in someone else who himself lacks the self-discipline to work and welcomes any distraction. The delicate social psychology of privacy, including the problem of closed doors in American culture, has been examined very recently by Barry Schwartz and also by Edward T. Hall. This observation of American everyday existence throws light on many other motivational complexes in American democracy and society. It must now further be considered, however, within a different framework, that of comparative culture and also of philosophy. Martin Buber and the kibbutz. Let us begin with an apparent paradox. George Orwell's cruel portrait, in his 1984, of collectivism taken to its logical conclusion, shows the state prohibiting the least semblance of privacy, of the desire to be alone, which it treats as a serious crime. On the other hand, in the work of a philosopher as idealistic as Martin Buber, we find passages advocating the control and elimination of privacy, though voluntarily. 20 years ago, before the kibbutz experiment in Palestine was as much as a generation old and when it could be regarded as the nucleus of the future communal structure, Martin Buber wrote, with reference to these egalitarian communities, a sentence which, in the light of the above observations in the United States, gains in verisimilitude. According to Buber, the kibbutzim's real survival problem is neither the relationship of the individual to the idea nor his relationship to the community or the work, but interpersonal relations. Buber does not mean anything so simple here as loss of intimacy in the passing from the small to the large kibbutz. I mean something that has nothing whatever to do with the size of the commune. It is not a matter of intimacy at all. The question is rather one of openness. A real community need not consist of people who are perpetually together, but it must consist of people who, precisely because they are comrades, have mutual access to one another and are ready for one another. A real community is one which in every point of its being possesses, potentially at least, the whole character of community. If these propositions are compared with practice in the kibbutzim, and with their initial efforts to suppress any kind of privacy, it can be seen what Buber, understandably and with the best of intentions, means: a community of equals, where no one ought to envy anyone else, is not guaranteed by absence of possessions alone, but requires mutual possession, in purely human terms, not sexual as Plato, for example, supposed. Everyone must always have time for everybody else, and anyone who hoards his time, his leisure hours and his privacy excludes himself. Thus we see how, when the ideal egalitarian condition has been attained, and everything that can be communally owned has long since been collectivized, there will always be something left that will be a cause for envy and hence will constitute a danger to the community. Mere time-space existence as an individual and private person is enough to irritate. Then there is the reverse situation. In such groups there may be individuals who enjoy exceptional popularity and respect, whose advice, encouragement and company are much sought after. These people may arouse envy in those whom nobody comes to see. Buber's demand that everyone should be constantly available is a crucial one for the utopia of the egalitarian, envieless community. It postulates a society totally devoid of authority. A characteristic of every person having authority is his selectivity, which must be accepted by anyone seeking audience. Every hierarchy, and indeed any effective division of labor, presupposes that individuals must be able to husband their time, even to the point of avarice. It is here, in particular, that the greatest difficulties in the life of the kibbutzim have arisen. In itself, general and friendly availability is one of the most agreeable of personal traits. But it is quite patently impossible for any minister, psychotherapist, doctor, lawyer or employer to be literally always available to everybody. The socialization of the individual's time, towards which many utopias tend, is an absurdity. Yet the fact that it must remain a prerequisite so long as man continues to strive for the true community, a form of existence without any private property whatever, demonstrates the vanity of that desire. Jealousy in the group. Thus the problem of envy is most acutely apparent in the lot of a man who wants to keep himself to himself, and seeks solitude because he wants to think and, perhaps, to create something new. The individual who is capable of the desire to be alone and of enduring, or even of enjoying, solitude for a while, affronts the rest and incites the envy of the collective. Those incapable of being alone are angered by the successful escape from social control achieved by anyone who knows how to be alone. The power of the group over the individual is almost entirely dependent on man's inability, generally speaking, to live without group approval or acceptance. This thirst for status, in one or more primary groups represents, indeed, the main lever of social control. The solitary man thus becomes the victim of the envy of such as begrudge him the freedom from society which he asserts. In addition to this, there is consuming curiosity, envy of whatever it may be that the individual will make of his solitude. Is he going to invent or think of something that will raise him above the rest? Will he be able to give the finishing touches to his poem, his book, or his private work? Hence anyone who, for the achievement of self-imposed goals, asserts his right to his personal time or, more exactly, to a small portion of his limited time, for living, and excludes others from that time, affronts in a truly existential sense those other, envious people through his creation of that most elementary of possessions, the individual experience of a personal time for living, and this he cannot do to the full unless he has the courage to withdraw himself from the presence of others. Basically, any man who prefers his own company to that of others is always an irritant. Petrarch, who refers repeatedly to other people's envy, must both have been acutely aware of it and have feared it, since he so clearly feels he has to defend his liking for solitude no less than his advice to the poet to seek it out. Petrarch defends himself against all those arguments used by others in an endeavor to invoke rage against the champion of solitude. There are admonitions against solitude even in the Bible. Aristotle is cited, with his remark about the zoon politican, and Cicero, according to whom even the autarkic, self-sufficient man invariably seeks a companion. Elsewhere Petrarch speaks of the immoderate attacks to which he found himself exposed from those who believed that solitude constituted a threat to the virtuous life. In recalling Petrarch's preoccupation with the envious man, we might almost be led to suppose that the ideal of solitude among early European poets itself represented in part an escape from the eyes of the envious. For the very reason that there were then comparatively few professional writers, and that these were dependent on certain social conditions, such as the patron's court, they kept a watch on each other that was closer and more constant than is the case with writers in a modern society. Karl Vossler's study of the literature of solitude in Spain suggests that the deliberate flight from envy in others might be a direct motive for this literary genre. Freedom from envy, a task for the individual, not for society. Judging from what we have seen so far, it is inconceivable that the elimination of all evident differences, even were this practicable, would solve the problem of envy. There would remain countless suspected differences, which already play a major role today, infinitesimal inequalities, disparate performances, even when these are unpaid, and soon. Can personalities be so altered that the individual is less likely to succumb to envy? To achieve this, we would first have to succeed in bringing up children with no experience of sibling jealousy, but that would also mean eliminating the father-mother constellation. An impartial adult would have to bring up the child. It is problematical, however, whether this would finally produce an unjealous person devoid of envy, for the time would come when he would have to be separated from his nurse and mentor, whose attention would then be transferred to another child. From whatever aspect the task is considered, the biological facts of our existence would make it seem improbable that anyone could ever grow up to be really incapable of envy. A partial solution of the dilemma of envy can thus be envisaged only in the child and adolescent during maturation and the time of adaptation to the adult world, its culture, and its ethics. Individual influential persons in the growing child's environment can affect almost as much either for good or bad, as the whole value system of the culture concerned. Now and again we are told by writers in their autobiographies when and how they were freed from envy. Helena Morley, the pen name of Senora Augusto Mario Caldera Brandt, wife of a leading personality in Rio de Janeiro, published her diary, at first privately, in 1942. Of her childhood she writes, "When I was little I used to suffer from envy a great deal, but now I don't anymore. I'm grateful to Grandma for this. She got me over it. I'm the poorest girl in my set. I see the differences between my life and theirs, but I don't envy them." Albert Camus, when he was 42, wrote a preface to the 1957 edition of some earlier essays, L'Envers et D'Endroit, in which he tells how he remained free of the emotions of envy and resentment, although his earlier life in a working-class environment might have given him cause for such sentiments. He does not consider poverty to be the cause of envy, and he condemns those doctrines and movements which do serve it. The foregoing interpretation of literature on the kibbutzim should not be understood as implying that no one in a communal settlement of that nature can be really happy or able to develop his personality. Spiro himself, returning 10 years later to the kibbutz for a short visit, was surprised to find that 3 adults who, as adolescents, had confessed to him their disappointment at life in the kibbutz, had now grown completely accustomed to it. It is, of course, impossible to know to what extent such asseverations of loyalty to an unusual form of society should be ascribed to an attitude of defiant resignation which would never admit any doubts to a mere outsider. What must be emphasized is the voluntary factor. Anyone can leave the kibbutz, though to many this would mean a substantial sacrifice, since their whole working capacity is invested there, and in return the community will care for them, if necessary, to the end of their lives. For our thesis, there is a further question of importance concerning the kibbutz. We have discovered no indication that this culture of maximum equality is any more natural, spontaneous, or self-regulating than the culture of an open society. Individual members exert continual pressure on the system towards a society that is more normal, by comparison with the outside world. The extreme egalitarianism of the founders has everywhere made way for concessions to the desire for differentiation, private property, and an individualistic use of leisure time. Again and again there are disputes and sharp divisions between those who want to depart even further from the original ideal and others who, faithful to the tradition, seek to tighten the reins of egalitarianism. Utopias. The kibbutzim, like all other utopian communities that have ever been effectually realized, are by their nature agricultural enterprises, even though some of them have later introduced factory-like food processing plants and minor industries. The crucial value is the hard toil, devoted to the land, of the plowman and the sower, before which all other activities dwindle into insignificance. There is no utopia, let alone egalitarian settlement, which has been able to make the transition, even conceptually, from the existence of the peasant to that of the many in a complex industrial society with its division of labor, while at the same time retaining collectivism. Writers such as Erich Fromm, with his Sane Society, cherish the dream of a reversal of our modern society to manageable communities of some 500 souls modeled after the kibbutzim. No great effort of common sense is needed to realize that this condition alone would make it highly improbable that the completely egalitarian communal form could ever be a possible way of life for the majority of mankind. We generally consider that as utopian, which appears unrealizable within the framework of the social system in which we happen to live. The term a utopian is thus often abused. On the grounds of the psychological, anthropological, and historical evidence applicable to the phenomenon of envy, we may justifiably consider that in regarding as purely utopian both a society devoid of envy and the elimination of the capacity and compulsion to envy, we are not simply falling victim either to myopia induced by the present structure of society or to limitations of our imagination. Hopes and ideas such as these may, indeed, undermine and bring about the downfall of existing social systems and their ideologies, but they are quite incapable of being translated into social reality. Perhaps the utopia of equality, of a society redeemed from envy, exerts so strong an attraction upon intellectuals, generation after generation, because it promises always to remain a utopia, and perpetually to legitimize new demands. Nothing could be worse for the utopian intellectual than a society where there was nothing left for him to criticize. Possibly there will be future societies whose consideration for the envious man will be even more excessive. There will be others, again, in which he will get less attention and regard than in the present democracies. The official reaction to the actual or supposed presence of the envious in a society is much more variable than the basic irritability of envy, although, as has been shown, historical and cultural changes can bring with them a different view of what is enviable, and even influence the average intensity of the personal experience of envy. Is ownership theft? Socialism considers itself as a late consummation of the evolution of morality, and further as a necessary answer to the problem of those inequalities which developed largely from modern industrial, capitalistic life. Its advocates do not know that their way of thinking has existed, and still exists, almost universally at primitive levels of social life, and that man's envy is at its most intense where all are almost equal. His calls for redistribution are loudest when there is virtually nothing to redistribute. It was instead only when social envy had been to some degree overcome, when it had been neutralized and outlawed by clearly defined concepts, essential beliefs, and legal tenets, that the way was open to an expanding economy, not least because it gave the successful a good conscience. The more the consumer-oriented economy broadened its base, diverting the individual's attention from his emotive preoccupation with castes and classes to the acquisition of certain goods, which another might already have, but only as the result of more overtime and not of absolute privilege, the more the original envy inhibitions on economic growth disappeared. If, today, doctrines emanating from socialism, under whatever name, again become fashionable and proclaim abstract, social envy as the legitimate principle for the regulation of economic life, they will distract men from what individuals are able to achieve by disparate efforts, as also fortuitously. In this way those very emotions would be exacerbated, envious hatred, resentment and schadenfreude, which are least likely to foster that successful design for living which alone would once again be able to calm these destructive emotions. There is no need to quarrel about the definition of socialism. Any will satisfy me that denotes part of the current which might, perhaps, be called the spirit of our times. If Sartre refuses the Nobel Prize because, as he maintains, his contribution to the future socialist society would otherwise not be plausible, it is plain that the emotions expressed in this comment would be inadequate for the planning of a social order, even a socialist one. But a politician, impressed perhaps by Sartre, might add his weight to the passing of an economically irrational law, in the vague hope that he would thus be taking a step towards the society apparently preferred by the philosopher to the existing one. The same thing may happen if a Christian theologian today proclaims the end of the age of individualism and the necessity for modern man to envisage himself increasingly as part of the collective structure. It is easy to predict that the politician who is influenced by the oratory of the atheistic existentialist and another who intends to follow the Christian theologian will in point of fact both tend towards laws and decrees having a common denominator. This can best be defined as action responsive to that which it is believed must be assuaged, the envy of the less well-endowed, even though they need not be really necessitous, for whose benefit social reality, e.g., education, and economic reality, e.g., progressive taxation, must be legislatively manipulated. If, however, the theory of social behavior put forward in this book is accepted and man's possibilities and limitations as an envious being are recognized, solutions of this nature can only arouse considerable mistrust. At the same time, either the existentialist nor the theologian, either the politician nor the journalist echoing him, need be in any way guilty of recruiting the envious. While intentional and conscious use may be made occasionally of those whose envy has been aroused, such tactics are expendable. There is something else that is much more dangerous. Sensitivity to the envy of others is so deep-rooted in the human psyche that most people erroneously interpret the sense of redemption and peace, which they feel when they have made concessions to envy, as confirmation, not only of their moral superiority, but also of the expediency of their action in the reality of the here and now. There is a simple explanation for the powers of persuasion which revolutionary messianism of whatever complexion, whether the Marxist view of society or socialist economic criticism, is able to exert upon people of strikingly dissimilar backgrounds, upon the wealthy British aristocrat, for example, no less than on the unsuccessful Parisian painter. Nor is it harder to explain the ability of interventional or redistributive theses, when demolished by the reality of irrefutable economic data, to resurrect in a new guise. It is not, as so many believe, because programs subordinating the individual to some collective do in fact represent progress, that is, have a built-in affinity to the future, that they have developed such tenacity and persuasiveness. Their strength actually thrives upon the residual, primeval fear of the envious. They represent a throwback to the primitive idea of causality. The other's prosperity must be to my disadvantage, and they derive from this fact their immunity to all refutation by reason and facts. The economic policy of the least envy in the greatest number. We shall now take another look at the typical economic thinking of envy-ridden primitives. Very often to motivate their envy and the actions arising from it, such people will maintain that supplies are strictly limited even where there is actual abundance. A notoriously envy-ridden primitive society is that of the Dobu Islanders, of whom Margaret Mead writes, they create situations in which the objectively unlimited supply is redefined as being of fixed and limited quantity. No amount of labor can therefore increase the next year's yam crop, and no man can excel another in the number of his yams without being accused of having stolen, magically, his extra yams from someone else's garden. Similar negative conceptions of their own economy and environment are found in other primitive peoples. It is not difficult to see how such envious fantasies can inhibit the understanding of a growing national product, which is growing in absolute terms for everyone, but not for all in equal measure at the same time. Unfortunately, therefore, the actual point of departure for socialist, and for left-wing progressive economic doctrines generally is identical with that of particularly envy-inhibited primitive peoples. What, for more than a century, has made itself out to be a progressive mental attitude is no more than regression to a kind of childhood stage of human economic thinking. Alexander Rustow once made this implication clear, though probably not realizing how much it coincides with the custom among primitives. Equality may be demanded at the beginning, initial equality, in the name of justice, at the end only in the name of envy. To each his own, is the claim of justice, the same for each, that of envy. A specially unequivocal and crude form of envy is that directed against some innate or fortuitous advantage in respect of which there can be no question of a just claim, unless this were made upon nature or the Creator, as, for example, when a girl throws vitriol or acid into her more attractive rival's face. But there are other cases, less crude and not so generally censured, where envy is also indubitably involved. When, for instance, respected political economists unashamedly put forward, publicly and unequivocally, the thesis that a lower but equitably distributed national income would be better than a higher national income with a few very rich men, that all should be equally poor rather than all rich and a few even richer. And this, evidently, even when in the second case the absolute income of the relatively less well-off would be higher than it would in the first. Yet it is improbable that the learned gentlemen in question are themselves motivated by envy. It is the envy of the lower class which they regard as a sociological datum and believe they have to take into account. Were such social psychological defeatism to prevail, it would mean nothing less than a catastrophe. This fact alone is enough to demonstrate that a psychology and phenomenology of envy is an undertaking as important and immediate as it is difficult. Welfare economics. Some readers may doubt that there is any school of thought in economics advocating an economic policy barefaced enough to have for its leading principle the least possible envy for the greatest number of human beings. In the English-speaking world this is widely known as welfare economics. It was probably given most publicity during the years 1935 to 1955. We are spared the proof that this doctrine is less concerned with the prosperity of all than with preventing, out of deference to envy, the greater prosperity of a rather smaller number, by an article that appeared in England in 1960, A Survey of Welfare Economics, 1939 to 1959. It differs from most literature of this kind in that it expressly mentions envy. This short history of welfare economics by E. J. Mizhan is based principally upon J. S. Duesenberry's Income, Saving, and the Theory of Consumer Behavior, a work that appeared in the United States in 1949. In this view, the subjective sense of well-being of every income group is prejudiced by the income groups above it. In order to be rid of this feeling of deprivation, recourse is had to the progressive income tax. Mizhan then writes, ideally, of course, the tax should suffice to cover all the initial and subsequent claims necessary to placate everybody in the lower income groups, and the stronger is this envy of others, the heavier must be the tax. Mizhan continues that according to Duesenberry, who speaks for many like-minded people, there can be a situation of excessive income in which any net increase of output, for instance, more of every good without additional effort, will not advance the welfare of the community no matter how it is distributed. Indeed, any increase of output makes the community worse off, since, no matter how the additional goods are distributed, the additional envy generated cannot be adequately compensated for out of these extra goods. Mizhan, who uses the term envy 3 times on the same page, is, however, critical of this view. In his opinion, there might be a distribution of additional goods, made available without any additional effort, which, in spite of evident envy, would improve the position of everyone in the society. Yet if this book has successfully demonstrated that it is envy's nature to be on principle wholly intractable to quantitative manipulations, the fallibility of welfare economics is even more evident. Yet Mizhan does allow welfare economics some prospect of success in that they take account of the envious. Indeed, not only does an income tax correct for social envy, this envy itself is reduced in so far as it is provoked by disposable rather than gross incomes. The more sensitive, i.e., more envious, is the community in this respect, the steeper the progression of the tax necessary to correct the conventional conditions. In extreme cases, only complete equality of disposable incomes solves the problem of interdependent welfares. In the nature of things, so extreme an institution is more likely to be encountered in an opulent society than in an indigent one. In his notes, Mizhan discusses the hypothesis that altruistic interdependence, joy at another's good fortune, might increase social welfare. The opposite he calls egoistic interdependence, anger at another's good fortune, i.e., envy. Mizhan rejects the hypothesis with the remark, if I am made happy by the thought of those with higher incomes, or advancing incomes, I must be saddened reflecting on those with lower incomes, or declining incomes. In this we see the part played by the bad social conscience, which we have discussed at length, in welfare economics. Ms. Han believes that the effect of these two interdependencies, differing in each individual, depends on so many factors that it is difficult to decide in which situation he feels happier. The concept of envy assuagement, so crucial to our theory, reappears almost word for word in the following reflection of Ms. Han's. A society is conceivable in which mutual envy is not such as to warrant any check on output. Thus we may imagine output to increase along with improvements in technology, this being permitted provided the additional product suffices to reward any additional factors involved and to placate additional envy generated. The additional envy may issue chiefly from one or a group of persons. Increased output is warranted, however, only so long as this additional envy, no matter how distributed, can be more than compensated out of the increase. What Ms. Han totally overlooks in this analysis is the envy sometimes observable in the lesser man of someone who stands so high in the esteem of his employers that they will pay him a seemingly exorbitant sum, though with prevailing income tax rates he may end up by having hardly more in his pocket than the man who envies him. For people are also envied their functional importance in a society, evidenced by some symbol or other. Incidentally, Ms. Han does not regard welfare economics as a subject for serious research, not because of logical difficulties, but because things on which happiness ultimately depends, friendship, faith, the perception of beauty and so on, fall outside its range. This is correct. But we must not overlook the fact that, stimulated by welfare economics, a new generation of egalitarian social engineers is already proposing to level down these subjective values also. I know intellectuals who cannot tolerate the thought that in the ideal society there should be those for whom only pop music is a relaxation, while others enjoy and understand classical music. Some years ago, I examined these problems in detail. In the affluent society, attacks upon mere differences in income are not very attractive either to the intellectuals who champion them or to those who might benefit from them, the more so, since these differences have already been largely leveled out. Hence for some years past the new theme on the left has been the equalization, reorganization and redistribution of education, this being seen less as a means towards earning a better livelihood than as a direct means to a full enjoyment of life at an intellectual level. Thus Erich Fromm, who seeks a humanist socialism, halfway between Americanism and the Soviet culture, writes, the idea of equality of income has never been a socialist demand. As far as inequalities of income are concerned, it seems that they must not transcend the point where differences in income lead to differences in the experience of life. Does social justice mean less all round? Where a national product grows considerably faster than the population, there would be no reason for social envy as such to assume too considerable a role. Even when representatives of labor groups or farmers in political key positions succeed in obtaining more for themselves than would be accorded them without the consideration of envy, this does not mean that the economic policy is adapted to the envious man. Although now and again the taxpayers' money and other kinds of national income are channeled to certain groups, less because of their actual performance than because of their skillful manipulation of the organ stops of envy avoidance in the legislature, such processes are no more than partial manifestations of the envy phenomenon, having little influence on the total economy. So long as these cases do not predominate in the distribution of the national income, this will rather be a process analogous to that of an employee who, knowing his colleague's salary, might say to his boss, "I want the same." After all, it is hardly in the interests of the firm's morale that I should be envious. A politically dangerous spiral begins at the point where economic policy is based on the assumption that the many can be well off only if the few are not better off, or if the income or the wealth of a polity is understood as a fixed quantity, so that social justice can be practiced only through the sacrifice of the minority, in order that the rest should feel better about things. What has been shown so far demonstrated how little envy is concerned with the nature or size of the objects or qualities by which it is aroused. Thus A. de Levchin reports of the Kazakh Kyrgyz. It might be thought that a people so simple as the Kazakh, with their small requirements, would be indifferent towards minor gains and losses amongst themselves, but the opposite is the case. I have observed terrible fights between them upon their having to share out objects of minimal value. When they rob caravans, they cut up the objects they have stolen into the most absurd and useless little bits. Almost all who have ever expressly concerned themselves with envy unanimously agree as to the envious man's capacity to fix upon every feature, however insignificant, in the other that will serve, as for the lover in Stendhal's theory of love, to crystallize his feelings of envy. We must, however, also concern ourselves with the principal targets, those objects and qualities in human existence which most arouse envy, and more especially with those aspects of our existence whose elimination or camouflage is demanded by theoreticians of the envious society, because they are seen as the sole or principal causes of social discontent. The logical and political economic reasoning displayed by critics of a market-oriented society are sometimes surprising. During the elections in March 1952, Bernard DeVoto, one of the most prominent highbrow journalists in the United States, came out against those who promised to put a brake on progress towards the total welfare state. He remarked that A does not happily work 12 hours a day so that B can have an agreeable winter holiday in Egypt, Harper's Magazine. One naturally envies the man who spent the winter of 1952 in Egypt, and one feels sympathy for the man who works 72 hours a week. In reality, then as now, most Americans who take expensive trips to a warmer place for the winter will probably spend the rest of the time voluntarily and enthusiastically doing perhaps 70 hours work a week as doctors, executives, self-employed professional people. Feelings such as those reiterated again and again by Bernard DeVoto and hundreds of other like-minded journalists underlie much more sincere outbursts, like the one which appeared in 1964 on the occasion of the Belgian doctors' strike. Might easily aroused social envy was all too violently aroused. I simply cannot understand that a journal such as yours, which after all does not stand for the interests of any association, should quite unjustifiably align itself with those who already are too powerful. How about a little justice for us as well, who have to finance the doctor's prosperity, without ever becoming as rich ourselves? Private property. Various critics, when considering private property from the point of view of social evolution, have represented the concept of personal property as being a late phenomenon in the history of mankind. Comparative animal psychology and behavioral physiology, ethology, should be able to put them right. But we also have at our disposal other observations which suggest that a condition where personal property is absent is something quite artificial and is generally required of individuals or of individual families on the basis of an abstract ideology. Of the Tanala, Ralph Linton records that their material needs are small and easily satisfied, but that private property is just as important to them as it is to any group of European farmers. Their attitude to it is the same. The harvest is the family's absolute property. Among relatives in direct line of descent, property rights are carefully observed. Within measure, however, tools etc. may be used by anyone in the absence of the owner. Here we might recall the communal villages described in the preceding chapter. In the kibbutzim, property was communal, indeed, in many of the settlements to a degree that bordered on the impractical. The American anthropologist M. Spiro observed that small children, who had grown up in a completely egalitarian social environment in which their parents were allowed no private property, would first, while playing in their communal nurseries, for instance, the children are not brought up by their own parents, quite spontaneously claim things such as toys, towels, etc., as private property, although at this stage they could definitely have no such thing. They quarreled about whose was what exactly like property-oriented children in a capitalist society. These children also showed envy. And they knew just what they meant by "it's mine." It was only during adolescence that the official ideology prevailed, being most marked in adults born on the kibbutz, and that they would begin, when questioned, to deny that there was any value in, or justification for, private property. The Hutterites in Canada, an extremely communal people, are in an even stronger position than the adults in a kibbutzim to educate their children for the propertyless life. Yet John W. Bennett in his most recent studies of Hutterian brethren also found, on closer observation, a drive to acquire personal property, to have and experience it even if the ideology of communal property is so pervasive that queries assuming an ideology of ownership are not clearly understood. Hutterites do have personal property, cherish it, and it is respected, e.g., things such as an electric razor or some other fancy tool. Bennett observed instances of a pure gift to the self, a reflection of a basic acquisitive residue in its owner's thinking. Almost every Hutterian male known intimately by Bennett owned a few such unnecessary possessions. Significant data are available on the child's idea of property in various tribes among primitive peoples, many of which recognize the small child's private property and remain true to this principle to an even greater extent than would seem fitting to parents in Western Europe or in the United States today. Among the Navajo in North America, even small children are regularly given domestic animals with the child's own property mark. However, the child is sometimes expected to contribute to the family cookpot. Among themselves, the Tlingit Indians, too, show a pronounced respect for private property. If these observations are combined with the results of research into the behavior of various species of animal, it can only be concluded that the concept of personal property, together with the whole of its emotive substructure, is a primary, natural, and deeply rooted phenomenon, which is not necessarily engendered by a particular type of society and does not necessarily wane under the aegis of another. Thus the hope that it would be possible, by abolishing private property, to educate, within the course of a few generations, a new human being free of all those characteristics and drives which the critic of the acquisitive society finds unpalatable would seem vain indeed. The Russians are today just as acquisitive and as ingenious in getting what they want as they ever were, not that the Soviet Union ever seriously sought to abolish private property. In some spheres, such as tax progression, it is much less hostile to it than the United States. Probably a more important example is that of the kibbutz, a social environment where most private property has been effectually abolished, but one which still does not enable children to grow up in such a way that the idea never occurs to them and has, indeed, been eradicated later by the collective and its educational organs. Thus the purely socialist society can never be a self-propagating institution. Renunciation of private property has to be exacted from, and hammered into, each generation anew. Whether, small settlements apart, this would be a very healthy and efficient form of society seems questionable. For it would above all be a society which would produce a considerable resentment among its members with every new generation. Enough tensions are generated already, as psychoanalysis has shown, when society exerts control only over the primary sexual drives during childhood and adolescence, the time of socialization and the development of identity. But if the urge for property also represents a natural, primary and universal desire in man, then a form of society that equipped the superego with commandments prohibiting private property would be extremely distasteful to the individual. Significantly, in his behavioral studies based on depth psychology on the personality of native members of the kibbutz, Spiro found numerous signs of ambivalent feelings towards the collective, of resentment and of bitterness. It is certainly no coincidence that in many kibbutzim today, people confess to a desire for private property and privacy which would have been regarded by the founders as rank heresy. In addition, there is the fact that the kibbutz movement, which must be seen as the only large-scale utopian experiment ever genuinely to have sought to abolish private property, has obviously begun to stagnate and, if only from the viewpoint of population, can hardly now be considered as the nucleus of, or model for, a new epoch. Hired goods instead of property. In 1959, when the Soviet Union had already set its course unequivocally in the direction of private property and a consumer society, one of the younger officials, a protege of Khrushchev's power machine, Komsomol leader Semychastny, was to declare at the 21st Party Congress that manifestations of egoism and individualism, as well as other remnants of the psychology and morality of private property owners, must be eradicated in the Soviet Union. Semychastny's proposed method was as follows. From his earliest days, we say to the child, that's your toy, that's your book, that's your bicycle. When he grows up he says, that's my car, that's my country house, that's my motorbike. We ought increasingly to introduce the wonderful word "are" into the practice of socialist communal living. This is a great problem. Let us take rental shops, for example. Why should such shops not be set up everywhere, so that those who wish to do so could hire a bicycle, a car, a motorbike, a motorboat, and other things for a short time at little cost? Now it seems probable that Semychastny was an extremely envious man. This is not only suggested by the challenge quoted above, but also by the part he played in the ostracism of Boris Pasternak in the autumn of 1958, when Pasternak was awarded the Nobel Prize. The Komsomol leader called the poet a swine and demanded that he leave the Soviet Union. This invective was too much for intellectuals even in Russia. It is not difficult to imagine what an official might feel about poetic gifts great enough to win the Nobel Prize, when this same official actually takes offense at a child saying, my bicycle. Against the background of our entire analysis, Semychastny's proposal is instructive for several reasons. The fanatical advocate of communal ownership correctly saw that the feeling for private property was ineradicably inculcated into and stamped upon the child during the process of its personality formation. He probably did not know that decades before, in some of the Israeli kibbutzim, for just such reasons, if not perhaps very successfully, an attempt had seriously been made to set up a rotation system, even for work clothes, so that no one could talk of his shoes or his trousers. Nor did he know that even the simplest primitive peoples, who are not yet corrupted by capitalism, both recognize and encourage an unconditional and secure title to ownership, even by young children, of certain commodities. Strong evidence suggests that private property is a constitutive factor in any social existence, and the attempt to exclude it legislatively from the process of the individual's socialization cannot appear until relatively late in cultural history, when a process of political messianism has begun. It is, indeed, a matter of some irony that the one place where Semmelweis's pet method has first taken on is America, that allegedly materialistic stronghold of capitalism. Increasingly, objects of daily use, brand new motor cars, motorboats, small aircraft, motor mowers, office equipment of all kinds, clothing, pictures, etc., are regularly rented or leased, and that by average people who see the temporary hire of a new or well-maintained object as more economical and practical than its lasting possession. This new attitude towards material possessions becomes possible only if the individual has unconditional faith in his economic system, knowing that he will always find in it a sufficient supply of commodities for rent or hire. This communal economy arises from faith in a consumer-oriented market economy and foreshadows a new phase of the capitalist, as distinct from a socialist, system. For the individual will renounce concrete, lasting ownership in important areas of daily consumption in favor of hired objects only if he no longer has cause to fear that a political authority may introduce arbitrary restrictions on his access to those objects. Moreover, these human modes of behavior, characteristics and drives related to the concept of property, against which the purest criticism of property as such is directed, would not simply disappear with the elimination of private property in the narrower sense. Where the individual, within the framework of family group, clan or village community, has no private property, all the intentional and emotional manifestations which occur at the frontier dividing owner from non-owner are simply shifted to the frontier between family and outsiders or between individual villages. One often gets the impression that the pride of ownership and greed for possession in a small collective is greater and more irrational, nationalistic, than in the individual. We find it difficult to take seriously a critique of property which opines that, once measures have been taken to abolish individual and family property, all the most crucial problems will have been solved. For the transfer of property does little to alter its meaning in terms of human existence. Whether the discretionary powers are in the hands of 10, 30, or 3,000 people, a man still knows that he is in a world that must draw a boundary between thine and mine, where all transactions have to be accounted for, where there is crime against property, and where a group will always seek to increase its property, if necessary, at another group's expense. Nor is the matter very different if we draw a fine line between private property as such and private property as the means of production. After all, many more things can serve as means of production than just steel mills or fleets of trucks. Some authors deem private ownership of the means of production unjust because it allows one person, after having done his own initial work, e.g., planning a product and its marketing, a continuous share in the proceeds from subsequent labor, done by others for wages. However, on this analogy, would a playwright not then be in the same position as an industrialist? Both have put together, by mental effort, a system of directives that must employ other men whose labor results in the enrichment of the innovators, even after they have ceased to work themselves. A play or a musical composition, once written, can be performed all over the world simultaneously by hundreds of people. Actors and musicians will sweat just for wages night after night. In a stage hit the same group of people may have to slave in monotony, as if in the harness of an assembly line, for 1 or 2 years. They receive their wages, of course, but so do factory workers. Each night the play is performed, its author, without any additional work on his part, shares in the earnings made possible by other men's labor. Is he then a capitalist too? Removing from an economic system every opportunity for anyone to take his cut from the result of other men's labor would require drastic changes affecting authors, composers, and inventors. Social indignation. What others, whether for good reasons or frivolous, actually or allegedly do with foodstuffs has often led to an impassioned critique of society. If you ask a student what, in his opinion, is the first thing with which capitalism might be reproached, he will rather surprisingly even today answer that it is the destruction of food. often he will actually know that what was chiefly involved was coffee, which could save no one from starvation. Arthur Koestler's recollection of what contributed to his conversion to communism in 1931 is typical. The event that roused my indignation to a pitch never reached before was the American policy of destroying food stocks to keep agricultural prices up during the Depression years, at a time when millions of unemployed lived in misery and near starvation. Yet the same man who, understandably enough, finds this terrible, remains strangely indifferent to, say, a strategically effective strike of relatively well-paid technicians which indirectly puts many other, uninvolved employees out of work for months, or, again, to a strike of transport workers that threatens a big American city's food supplies. When private interests cause working time to be squandered and irretrievably lost, far less indignation is aroused than by the burning of something tangible like grain, although in both cases motives and results may be the same. In fact, the destruction of provisions for price policy or political reasons is an offense in no way peculiar to capitalism or the free market economy. Since the Second World War, such incidents seem not to have been infrequent even in socialist economic planning. In 1964, of all cocoa exporting countries, it was fanatically socialist Ghana which alone began the destruction of the cocoa crop in order to raise world prices. And Robert E. Lane, an American political scientist wholly sympathetic to economic control, when investigating problems of socialist economic planning in Great Britain between 1945 and 1951, arrived at the sobering conclusion that it is precisely the officially regimented and controlled economy which, under egalitarian pressure, will allow goods and provisions to spoil rather than allow some consumers to have more than others. One of the examples he gives is the prohibition by the Ministry of Food, in the spring of 1950, on the production of Devonshire cream by Exmoor farmers from their surplus milk, on the grounds that it was more just to allow the milk to go bad than to enable some people to enjoy cream at a time when the rest of the country could not be supplied with it. Lane has numerous other examples from different areas of life and economics, all of which demonstrate that in its endeavor to guarantee total justice, thus avoiding the envy of the great unknown, the state is continually promulgating measures and inflicting prohibitions and punishments which are felt to be uneconomic and unfair by those who are not wrapped in the cotton wool of utopia. Give us this day our daily bread. Further insight into these associations may be gained by an investigation of the deep-rooted inhibition against throwing away stale food, especially bread. It does not stem from avarice, though this is not necessarily excluded. The saying, "Sooner make the belly suffer than help to fill landlord's coffer," would seem to imply envy. But this particular inhibition I consider to be related to existence as such. It might even be possible to associate it with the prehuman phase in phylogenesis, like the inhibitions described by Konrad Lorenz, for example. Now grain may also be used for the production of alcohol, which is drunk for pleasure. Yet very few people will feel uncomfortable when they pour away the dregs from a brandy glass as they would do if they threw away milk or bread. For this is an irrational inhibition. At this very moment, a glass of water might save the life of someone somewhere in the world, yet no one is worried by the equivalent of 100 glasses of water going unused down the drain. We are afraid and ashamed of destroying the symbol, not the substance. Perhaps religious conceptions are also involved. Give us this day our daily bread, but again, religions have succeeded in placing a taboo, for hygienic reasons, on foodstuffs that are inherently agreeable, such as the meat of hoofed animals. Neither in the Old or the New Testament is there, to my knowledge, any rule that encourages the consumption of any kind of food when once its condition is in doubt. The cultures which gave birth to these writings were far too concerned with the danger of food poisoning for such a precept to be likely. Evidently we interpose a seemingly religious commandment in order to disguise our irrational inhibition. The uncomfortable sense of guilt that comes over us when we have to throw away stale food, or even fresh food, if we happen to be going away for a long time, has nothing to do with any particular economic system, though a system's critics will happily exploit it if they want to confuse us morally. It is a peculiar feeling which has caused many to scratch their heads in vain. In October 1959, the Stuttgarter Zeitung printed an article entitled "Bread and Machines." This ran, "Prosperity, according to the implacable critics of our way of life, is not good for morality." This they set out to prove by means of all manner of horror stories, the one, for example, about the dry roll somebody left on a park bench. The writer of the article counters the argument by citing the result of an opinion poll made in 1959, when people were asked, "Is it right for a bachelor or a professional woman to throw away stale bread?" It is significant, incidentally, that the opinion seekers only dared to put a question with a built-in excuse. Clearly, no family ought ever to throw anything away. Of 100 adults, only 21 condoned such behavior in bachelors, and only 14% in professional women. From this the article concludes. What we have before us is clearly an almost intact moral survival unimpaired either by industrialization or by the resulting overproduction of consumer goods of all kinds. The average consumer, on the other hand, had no moral feelings about the technical aids used in the production of the goods, the tools, that is, of prosperity. I have, however, observed certain inhibitions about the junking of obsolete industrial products. But let us return to bread. What really underlies this intact moral survival? Exactly 5 years after the publication of the article quoted, the front page of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung carried a leading article by Nicholas Benckiser entitled Bread in the Dustbin. He, too, ponders upon what he calls a short-sighted passion, but takes the analysis one step further. How, as a person of sensibility, in the face of the mountains of available grain, meat, fruit and vegetables, could one fail to think of all the starving millions? Yet these goods are left to rot, and are even systematically destroyed. And then come the inevitable indignant remarks such as, a society that tolerates want anywhere is not worthy of existence. Benckiser then proves to these agitated critics how difficult and even impossible it is, if only for reasons of transport, so to distribute a local food surplus throughout the rest of the world as to waste nothing at all. He could also have culled many examples from what happened in the case of development aid. If it proves impossible to deal rationally with the forwarding of materials such as cement, wood, and steel, not to speak of machinery, after arrival at the ports of the developing countries, what would happen to perishable foodstuffs? Benckiser states the moral dilemma in microcosmic terms. In the average household's dustbin remains of food may often be found which could, in theory, fill some other person's empty stomach. Whether he would accept it is another question. How would this person feel on seeing food in the dustbin? He wouldn't like it. He would think, give us this day our daily bread. There is always something sinful about throwing away bread, which is at once a symbol and a staple. And again, one is aware that in the same city, only a few streets away, there are people to whom the few pennies that food would have cost before it went bad would really mean something. Benckiser then correctly points out what latitude we now have, even in household economics, an undeniable fact of modern life, without which much else would not be possible. No one need be ashamed of the fact that we do not live a stunted, hand-to-mouth existence. And he goes on to ask why those warehouses full of unsaleable industrial products constantly mentioned in the Soviet press of recent years do not arouse the same feeling of shame as does a grain surplus in the capitalist West. But Benckiser's view that our feelings on seeing bread in a dustbin emanate from a piety which modern man wishes to preserve is not sufficient explanation, and we shall attempt one that is more far-reaching. If we take into consideration certain aspects of psychoanalysis, and add to this what we know of the uncertainty for primitive peoples, even today, of finding enough to eat, and of the concentration of all their efforts on sustenance, the drive which is even stronger than the sexual drive, it might not be too far-fetched to assume in man a primeval fear of starvation. The comparative unconcern, in part due to the climate, with which food that is no longer quite fresh is thrown away in the United States, must surely have some connection with the fact stressed by the historian David Potter that the average American, almost from the start of his history, has never experienced any real shortage of food. What passes through our minds when we hesitate before throwing away a stale loaf of bread, or when we make excuses to ourselves, or anyone who happens to be present, for doing so? We are afraid of a disapproving, even a punishing, authority. We know that the bread in its present condition is of little use to anybody, and are glad if there is a nearby pond where we can feed it to the fish or the ducks. Our sense of guilt is irrational. For we feel little or no guilt about the non-use of an entrance ticket, and none at all about a broken plate. Could it be fear of the envy of the gods that is again obtruding? It must be a pre-Christian conception, and is reminiscent of the Greeks. The reason we dare throw away food is that we feel certain it will not be needed. But somewhere, perhaps, there is an angry god of fate who, begrudging us our frivolity and boldness, will think, here's a man who had better go hungry for a while. And perhaps we are suddenly beset by the thought, if I throw away this loaf now, might there come a day, sometime in the future, when I shall remember this, and long for a bit of stale bread? We know how little this could be influenced by our present, reasonable decision to eat nothing but wholesome and agreeable food. And yet the uncomfortable feeling remains with us. Individual precautions are unsocial. Anyone taking a precaution which does not in the least impair the opportunities of others must nevertheless often reckon with malicious animosity and outraged indignation or contempt, behind which lurks peculiar envy. In order to understand this, we have to go back to primitive superstitions. Among many primitive people, but also among ourselves, it is regarded as reprehensible frivolity so much as to name a disaster which might at some time befall the tribe. Thus, if someone provides against a possible catastrophe in a really original and thoroughgoing way, he will arouse the ill will of his potential comrades in misfortune, who are partly angered by his foresight and partly fear unconsciously that his precaution will attract disaster. Anyone who makes earlier or better provision than other people is no longer an equal in the fellowship of misfortune, and hence becomes an object of envy. I have never seen this more plainly manifested than by the following observation. About 10 years ago I took part in an innocent, casual conversation with members of a European family. The talk turned to anxiety about another war. Someone mentioned the fact that early in the 50s a European intellectual had deposited a large sum of money with friends in the United States for the express purpose of being sent food parcels after the Third World War. To my astonishment, the expression of all those present immediately changed to annoyance. In tones of the utmost indignation, and in terms more applicable to a visitor who had stolen the silver, a woman doctor began to abuse this prudent, and to her quite unknown, individual, whose only desire, if seen rationally, was that he should not have to beg. What taboo had he infringed? It should first be said that the people concerned had had plenty to eat during and after the Second World War. Thus it cannot have been the memory of real deprivations which unleashed their fury upon a person who had taken precautions. This was due in part rather to the superstitious fear that precautions taken by a private person, as opposed to government measures, or those officially recommended, such as the storage of food supplies by families, might draw upon them a Third World War. Another factor might have been the projection of their own feelings into the hypothetical years of hunger after the Third World War, in which they compared themselves with the hypothetical recipient of regular food parcels. Envy and fellowship in misfortune. Let us imagine two Central Europeans, both in comfortable circumstances. The first buys an Irish farm on which to spend his summers. The other deposits a large sum of money in an Australian bank, with instructions that after the Third World War he is to be sought out and provided for. We can be fairly certain that if the second tells other people, who are equally well situated financially, about his precaution, he will arouse considerably more concealed ill will and envy than will the first. Why? After a catastrophe, our tolerance for interhuman inequalities dwindles. The concept of fellowship in misfortune explains why this should be. For the more specifically someone is concerned with a better position in a potential future fellowship in misfortune, the more anticipatory envy will he incur. And the more his concern has to do with present, and perhaps even frivolous, luxury, the less will be the indignation among possible fellows in misfortune. Envy, understandably enough, is the more existential, and the more irrational and pitiless, the more it is extended to inequalities in the mere provision for existence. Food and personal survival are elementary values. Anyone who, as compared with ourselves, arranges for himself some future advantage which we would also be able to afford, were we not too lazy, too superstitious, stingy or consumption-oriented, will, oddly enough, arouse our animosity more than a neighbor who is quite obviously eating his way into the grave. For in the case of the greedy neighbor, we can always tell ourselves with hypocritical schadenfreude that we shall probably outlive him. Evidence for this is the envious rage to which American families are exposed if, in certain districts, they build themselves air raid or tornado shelters. Success in power politics and the superior tactics of the manipulators of envy derive from their ability to play upon the most vulnerable nerve in human social existence. Though they may not have suspected this at the start, by degrees they begin to exchange knowing and cynical smiles. Everyone, the second from bottom in the primitive tribe, as the one before last in the modern industrial concern, fears the envy of the one whom he senses to be his inferior. No human existence is really conceivable in which man was liberated from the sense of guilt which culminates in the questions, why am I better off than the other man? What does he think of me, what's he going to do? This primeval anxiety can be shown to exist throughout all cultural development. It has undoubtedly led to individual actions and to social institutions which have made life more tolerable than in earlier epochs. but it would seem improbable that man would be able totally to repress any of his primeval motives. They always return. Now the blind reaction of alarm set up in those whom he accuses, by the agitator who manipulates the social egalitarian keyboard, proves neither the validity of the accusation nor the efficacy of the social and economic system to which the accused are to be bullied into giving their assent. And the latter no longer have confidence enough to question whether that system will be able to assuage either their own bad conscience or the torment of other, envious dispositions. Envy as tax collector. Neither democracies nor dictatorships are averse to depending upon the supposed mutual envy in the population to produce maximum honesty in tax matters. It is true that in the United States tax returns are treated as confidential, but an article that appeared a few years ago in Time magazine expressed surprise at the efficiency of the direct tax system and declared outright that this was due to the mutual envy of taxpayers, who keep a watch on each other. Something that is perhaps less well known is the morally dubious procedure of the U.S. Internal Revenue Service when, every spring, before tax returns are finally due, it makes known how much it has paid in rewards to informers. It is not rare to see in the press caricatures or photographs depicting a clearly ill-intentioned individual looking over a taxpayer's shoulder, with the caption, "Be honest, envy is watching you." On April 1, 1962, just in time for the April 15 deadline for making the returns, the New York Times Magazine, for instance, obligingly aided the Internal Revenue Service by printing a terrifying story about tax informers, the tax collectors, volunteer division, and a handsomely rewarded one at that. The article remarked, "No one is quite sure how many communications the Treasury receives each year, but educated guesses put the number at 100,000. It is hard to say what motivates these people. Revenge, envy, anger, patriotism, spite all play a part, perhaps a greater part than greed. It is notable that a method deliberately counting on envy for the purpose of tax collection was unblushingly commended in the 19th century by Jeremy Bentham, for example. Bentham suggested that the state should evolve the sort of taxation best suited to enlist envy as an inexpensive watchdog. He had in mind, for instance, the success and easy collection of a special tax on bankers. If antipathy to this class, the bankers, an innocent at least, not to say a very useful one, of His Majesty's subjects, if ill will, and not the necessity of providing for the exigencies of the state, were the fit motive for the common father of all and his advisers to be governed by, the rigor of the tax would be a recommendation of it, and nothing would be listened to that exhibited a tendency of softening it. Today this method might be successfully applied, say, to American doctors, who have for many years been the whipping boys of envious public opinion. The procedure of making tax returns public is found, incidentally, in Swiss communities, where it is possible to find out, without valid reason, the amount of income and assets declared by one's neighbor or competitor. But a small community near Lucerne goes one better. In Wulhusen, and one or two neighboring communities, a list is printed, and sold by schoolchildren from door to door, with the names, assets, and incomes of all local residents. For weeks after its publication, there is ample food for malicious and envious gossip. In front of me now is the 1964 register. It starts off with a factory hand, with assets of 2,000 francs and a taxable income of 3,400 francs. The same page contains the name of Director E.B., with assets of 270,000 francs and an income of 45.400 francs. Of two farmers of the same name, J.B., one has assets of 153.0 and an income of 9,100 francs, and the other only 3,000 and 2,000 francs respectively. The list becomes interesting where assets and income had to be assessed by the special commission, in cases, that is, of individuals whose control by their fellow residents' envy might be especially welcome. Among these there is the Dr. J.B., with assets of 469.0 francs and an annual income of 75,600 francs, while the dentist J.F. has no assets, but nevertheless earns 41,500 francs per annum. Another dentist makes no more than 20,000 francs, while the photographer earns 17,400 francs per annum. The cinema owner is little better off than the self-employed gardener. Printer, butcher, painter, taximan and tiler all earn about the same, some 12,000 francs a year. The list costs 3 Swiss francs, the publisher is not named. From what I was able to learn, it is published by the Social Democratic Party, after permission has been obtained from the town council. But here, as so often elsewhere, many are able to turn to their own account the social control supposed to be exerted by the potential envy of fellow citizens. In this town, so we are told, peasants with daughters to marry off or people who wish to obtain credit declare their assets and income to be much higher than they are in reality. They are quite prepared to pay, in consequence, taxes that are unnecessarily high. Progressive taxation. A poll carried out in the United States, albeit 20 years ago, revealed that members of the lowest classes, when asked how much tax people in different income groups having incomes of $10,000 or over ought to pay, invariably named as right or fair, a figure lower than the very high one at the time imposed by the government. Nor did other investigations, which sought to test the poor man's sense of justice in regard to the income tax, ever succeed in finding any empirical proof for the political necessity for rates of taxation which absorbed up to 90% of income. It is inconceivable to the simple mentality, however badly off a man may be and however envious of those at the top, that anyone should be so wealthy that he could be deprived of much more than 50% of his income. For what is remarkable about severe progressive taxation is the claim that it is sociologically or politically expedient, based, that is, on window dressing, in spite of the admission that the top rates are fiscally meaningless. Whose egalitarian feelings, and whose envy, are they supposed to satisfy? Surely not those of people to whom it would be unimaginable that the state should take away so large a portion of anyone's income? In some Western democracies, mainly since the Second World War, rates of income and inheritance taxes, while failing to achieve an egalitarian paradise, have attained such a level that in some cases they amount to confiscation of property. Such measures are usually introduced by socialist governments in response to the express wishes of intellectuals, e.g., proponents such as Harold J. Lasky and Sidney and Beatrice Webb, but also in the belief that they correspond to the insatiable emotional need of the electorate at large. In this way, very similar taxation rates were applied in both Great Britain and the United States, in spite of the fact that the observable envy in lower income groups in the United States, as we now know, was hardly comparable with that in Great Britain, and even less so after 1950. In democracies such as the United States, Western Germany and Switzerland, progression of income tax has now become less harsh. This is not so in Great Britain, Austria, or Sweden. In the former countries at least, it is no longer a main subject of controversy, though there, too, it represents consideration of presumed envy in the majority, and not any fiscal necessity. Had national income tax in Sweden, 1960, been limited to 25%, the exchequer would have lost only 2% of all tax revenues. A top rate of 45%, instead of the existing 65%, would have entailed a loss of only 45 million kroner, out of a total revenue of 16.5 thousand million. In the United States, 1962, progressive income tax over 30% brought in only 6.4%, over 50% only 1.9%, and over 65% a mere 0.6% of the total revenue. Rates of 75% to 91% yielded only 0.2%. Yet not even conservative governments, when they succeed a left-wing administration, are able as a rule to do much towards dismantling this steep progression. They are too afraid of the envy they suppose this would arouse in the electorate. If proponents of extreme progression are asked for their reasons, most of them will as often as not actually admit that it is fiscally meaningless. The reason for steep tax rates is said to be the ideal of equality, which has to be pursued, if only symbolically. If this argument is demolished, by reference to the steady demand for certain luxury goods and to the similar consumer habits in the middle and upper classes, which is very apparent at least in the United States, the invariable retort is that extreme progression militates against unequal distribution of power. For it is wrong that one citizen should have at his sole disposal the power that goes with considerable property. In this, the egalitarian naturally overlooks the fact that the moderately paid member of parliament, official or executive, has far more power than someone who earns or inherits an exceptional sum. The power of the 3 or 4 experts in a modern democracy able to suggest at what point tax progression should assume confiscatory proportions is indubitably and considerably greater by comparison than the power of a widow who has inherited a few millions from her husband. To claim humanitarian motives, when the true motive is envy and its supposed appeasement, is a favorite rhetorical device of politicians today, and has been for at least 150 years. 20 years ago an Australian premier, for instance, declared in Parliament, 7 years ago, about £17 million was being expended each year on social service benefits. This year, social services will cost about £88 million. I do not deny that this scheme involves a redistribution of the national wealth, and I make no apology for the fact. Our policy arises from humanitarian motives, which many other people must share, because otherwise we should not have been returned to power at the last 2 elections. We aim to compel those who can well afford to do so, to surrender some of their income to help those who do the hard and tedious work of the country. The workers are the people who really make the wheels go round. These were the closing words of the budget debate on September 29, 1948, by the then Prime Minister J. B. Chifley. Fittingly, they were also the closing words, so to speak, for the Labour Party's rule in that country until today. Electorates seem far less grateful for this concern for their presumed envy than politicians always seem to think. The fact that envy as an imputed motive to most members of a society is as inherent in the preference for progressive taxation as it is untenable logically and pragmatically has been emphasized by serious scholars again and again. In 1953, 2 professors at the Law School of the University of Chicago, Blum and Calvin, published a slim volume under the title The Uneasy Case for Progressive Taxation, in which they asked what our attitude towards equality would have to be if by a convenient miracle the wealth and output of society trebled overnight without any changes in its relative distribution among individuals. Would the issue of lessening inequality appear any less urgent? What is involved is envy, the dissatisfaction produced in men not by what they lack, but by what others have. If this is what is primarily involved, the remedy, however impractical, would seem to be one suggested by Aristotle, that it is the desires of men and not their possessions that need to be equalized. Nor is there much basis for optimism about the impact on envy of the redistribution of material goods. Every experience seems to confirm the dismal hypothesis that envy will find other, and possibly less attractive, places in which to take root. How little punitive taxation has to do with social progress, or indeed with anything modern, representing rather a direct regression, very common in present-day politics, to the motivational state of undeveloped primitive peoples, becomes apparent from a consideration of some of the latter's customs, which usually affect those who have been favored by fate, or who are a little more prosperous. For it can then be seen that envy succeeds in becoming an institution, regardless of what is involved, whether this be $1 million, a pound, a mark, or just a dozen mussel shells. Ethnological data towards an understanding of the motive of extreme progression. One of envy's most remarkable institutions, and one which bears a great resemblance to the social justice emotional complex today, is the Muru attack among the New Zealand Maori. Among the original New Zealanders, none were either very rich or very poor. Material equality extended to the chiefs, who, while enjoying financial advantages, were also subjected to perpetual expenditure, such as obligatory hospitality, which made the accumulation of riches extremely difficult. The Maori word muru literally means to plunder, more specifically, to plunder the property of those who have somehow transgressed in the eyes of the community. This might be seen as unobjectionable in a society with no judicial apparatus. But a list of the crimes against society which were visited with Muru attack might give pause for reflection. A man with property worth looting by the community could be certain of Muru, even if the real culprit was one of his most distant relatives. The same kind of thing was observable during European witch trials. If a Maori had an accident by which he was temporarily incapacitated, he suffered Muru. Basically, any deviation from the daily norm, any expression of individuality, even through an accident, was sufficient occasion for the community to set upon an individual and his personal property. The man whose wife committed adultery, the friends of a man who died, the father of a child that injured itself, the man who accidentally started a grass fire in a burial ground, even though no one had been buried there for 100 years, are all examples, among innumerable others, of reasons on account of which an individual might lose his property, including his crops and his stores of food. But just as in America today there are people who are proud of the magnitude of their income tax, there would seem to have been Maori who regarded the Muru attack as a distinction, as a sign of enviably high renown. The Muru attackers sometimes converged upon the victim from a distance of a mile. It was attack with robbery by members of the tribe who, with savage howls, carried off everything that was in any way desirable, even digging up the root crops. In the early days, before the Maori had adopted much from the European immigrants, it was enough for a man to possess an axe or a spade for him to be surrounded by envious watchers on the lookout for anything that would justify muru and hence the illegal theft of the tool. In practice, the institution of muru meant that no one could ever count on keeping any movable property, so that there could be no incentive to work for anything. No resistance was ever offered in case of a muru attack. This would not only have involved physical injury, but, even worse, would have meant exclusion from taking part in any future muru attack. So it was better to submit to robbery by the community, in the hope of participating oneself in the next attack. The final result was that most movable property, a boat, for example, would circulate from one man to the next, and ultimately become public property. Could it be, perhaps, that a citizen today in an exceptionally egalitarian democracy, when submitting without protest to a very tiresome and high tax rate, secretly hopes that, like the Maori, some special government scheme might enable him in some way to dip his hand into the pocket of someone better off than himself? The custom of muru attack should not be understood to mean that the Maori had no clear concept of private property. Quite the contrary. It is from them that the term taboo, tapu, comes, a concept that was evolved for the protection of personal property. Anyone of any importance could, with his tapu, place a taboo on the whole of his movable property, clothing, weapons, ornaments, tools, etc., that is to say, he could make them immune to damage or theft by others, except if, of course, from muru. The higher a man's social rank, the stronger his tapu. He need lend nothing to others, and could leave his possessions unguarded for any length of time. In the case of a fishing net, for instance, the tapu was regarded as being so strong that only its maker could go near it. The Maori also had a sense for unequal pay for unequal performance. Thus, in the communal distribution of the catch after a fishing expedition, the share received by a man's family was in proportion to the efforts he had expended. From this it again becomes evident how wrong it is to imagine that there can be almost pure types of socialist or, alternatively, individualist society, or to think of any direct line of social development. In reality, any closer inspection of human groups, societies and cultures will reveal motivational structures for the attainment of completely private as well as clearly communally profitable goals. In many respects, the neighbors, citizens, and business people of a modern nation oriented towards private enterprise are much better adapted to really genuine communal undertakings than are members of primitive groups or of most simple peasant communities, such as those in South America or southern Italy. Since one can never be quite certain that the other person will not extract from the public interest a greater benefit than oneself, communally useful cooperation can never really be achieved until primeval envy has been largely suppressed. Once aroused, mutual envy turns blindly and savagely upon private gain and possession, but, as observation of innumerable communities has shown, also upon the very suggestion of organizing super-individual undertakings, even if this be only the search for a better water supply for the whole village. By fomenting, often on a scientific basis, and by activating and legitimizing the envy of the people, already too strong as it is, the extreme socialist programs, especially in some of the younger developing countries, are paradoxically undermining and or delaying those very attitudes and modes of thought without which there can never be trustful cooperation among a number of people for the attainment of supra-individual goals. Social revolutions. Which social revolutions and historical situations allow the most play for envy? The possibilities are 4 in number. 1. Social revolution, including the pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary phases, operates upon, and is supported by, the envy motive. 2. Within a certain group, a sect, minority or group of workers, at least within a social class, envy can assume considerable proportions and lead to pronounced, envy-motivated social criticism over a period of centuries without ever effecting a revolution in the true sense. Here the appropriate word would be resentment, to which is added, according to Max Scheler and Nietzsche, the impulse of long-felt impotence. 3. In the case of a socially critical group, envy may play a demonstrably important role, although the aim is not actual revolution, but gradual reform. 4. Envy may play a part in economic political programs having no enduring and important structural reforms in view. In the equalization of burdens law after the Second World War in West Germany, one of the determining factors was consideration of social envy in the victims. It was not a question of the alleviation of need, or of compensation paid out of taxes to which all alike contributed according to their income, as in other countries that had to compensate war victims, but of direct equalization between the better off, the inhabitant who had escaped damage, and the victim by means of the deliberate burdening of the former, the fellow citizen whom luck or fate had favored. But this type of equalization, even if it goes on for decades, reminding the individual, or even perhaps his heirs, that once upon a time in history he was more fortunate than other people, does not represent structural social changes seen from the perspective of envy. Quite the contrary. The period of equalization of burdens in West Germany was at the same time a phase of economic history in which there was great economic growth, permitting the building up, largely unhampered by social envy, of considerable personal fortunes by people many of whom had started from scratch in 1945, i.e., after the currency reform of June 1948. If, when the equalization of burdens was first being discussed, there were demands for a redistribution of all remaining material assets, natural equalization, the laws passed after the currency reform of June 1948 were in no way concerned with leveling. The compensation received by the beneficiaries of equalization was proportionate to what they had owned before the war. Clearly, then, a policy so radical as to have been inconceivable at an earlier date, and enacted in the name of social justice, need not, in theory, culminate in a state of equality or an ostensibly envious society of virtual equals. Only in Finland, by the way, in respect of the population from areas ceded to the Russians, was there anything resembling the West German equalization of burdens. From the viewpoint of the man low down in society, or from that of his spokesman, there can never be, on the part of the privileged or more successful, an action that would be universally valid and acceptable to society as a whole seeking to make envy illegitimate. Whoever opposes social envy opposes social advancement, reform, innovation, justice, the redistribution of property, etc. The agitator always appears more just and more reasonable than the man who defends the social balance. No doubt this is due to a particular political and emotional perspective. For, on closer consideration, it is difficult to see exactly why a person who wants to have something that he has not got, or who would, at least, like to see others deprived of it, should be less hedonistic and egoistic than those who simply want assets and values to stay where they are. The case, however, is a special one, if redistribution is a matter of survival for the less well-off, if, that is, he cannot obtain by any other method, or even by reasonably postponing the satisfaction of his need, what is necessary for his existence. Types of revolutionary situation. In his History of German Political Economy, 1874, Wilhelm Roscher dealt more specifically with the envy motive in revolutions. In every revolution of any significance he discovered socialist emotions and expectations. By socialism, he understands collective property that goes beyond the communal sense already present in the society in question, and which therefore necessitates compulsory measures. In so far as any revolution, by definition, involves a weakening of legitimate authority, there will always be people only too ready to believe that this means anything is permissible. Roscher mentions the manifestations of socialistic feeling, for instance, in England in Wycliffe's time, or in Bohemia during the Hussite Wars. Explicit doubts as to the legitimacy of private property will arise, Roscher says, only if three conditions are simultaneously fulfilled. 1. A direct confrontation of rich and poor, resulting in the envy of desperation. 2. A highly evolved division of labor, promoting the growth of mutual dependence and hence of potential points of friction, thus making it more and more difficult for the less well-educated man to recognize the connection between performance and reward. 3. Unrealistic demands by the lower classes after the introduction of democratic institutions, the contrast, for example, between theoretical rights and the practical inability to make much use of them. Roscher sees these factors at work in the peasant wars, when the wealth of the Fuggers existed alongside organized bands of beggars. The lower classes had fallen on bad times through the devaluation of gold and silver. Many people, at the time of the peasant wars, inveighed against the luxury indulged in by some people, and against imported goods. The more foreign trade increased, the greater was the division of labor. These made possible luxury and conspicuous consumption, so arousing the greed of the ordinary man, who further misunderstood many of the reformers' sermons on the equality of all Christians before God, taking them to mean equality in the material sense. Anti-colonial movements. A similar situation has arisen from time to time since the Second World War in various underdeveloped areas, Asia, Africa, and South America, where the revolutionaries paradoxically directed the envy of the mob against those institutions and persons which, though they may have given rise to envy, were at the same time a prerequisite for any economic development, export-import merchants, foreign concerns or compatriots in slightly better circumstances as the result of certain services rendered, etc. The French sociologist René Monnier has already stressed the envy motive, on the one hand in opponents of colonialism and on the other in anti-colonial revolutionary movements. Monnier, as a member of the French Académie des Sciences d'Outre-mer, considered these questions in his great work on the sociology of colonies. His book relates mainly to Algeria. About 30 years after the first appearance of his work, an account in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung of the revolution that had since taken place in Algeria contains an observation which clearly implies the envy motive. If the wealthy foreign society in Algeria collapses, this ought to give a dim feeling of satisfaction, rather than of dissatisfaction, to many classes of Mohammedans, even though it might mean a slight lowering in their standard of living, invariably the real criterion for the envy motive. Because their former employers will leave the country and close their businesses. Yet they cannot live at a much lower level than before without actually starving. The new employer, in the shape of the state, will, however, be capable, with the help of gifts of American grain, for example, of maintaining, or perhaps here and there of improving, the miserable standard at which the great mass of Algerians would have been living in any case. But the state as new employer will not in all probability be capable of producing the same surpluses and profits out of the country as private enterprise succeeded in doing. Envy's targets prior to revolution. It is my own impression that, since the Second World War, direct social envy of the middle class has been more in evidence in England than in the United States and West Germany. It is significant that during the 50s a greater number of indignant letters were written to newspaper editors about the middle classes than about the upper classes. A member of the working class would presumably find the middle classes, to which he is closer, more irritating than the remote upper classes. Generally speaking, envious dispositions would seem to select definite targets, such as doctors, executives, bankers, or bakers. During the French Revolution, these were businesses and callings concerned with the production and sale of foodstuffs. To be angry about capitalists, the middle classes, etc., a faculty of abstraction is required. People are not always altogether sure what they mean by these terms. Envy's habit of concentrating on a definite victim regrettably leads the politician, agitator, or propagandist almost invariably to seek out and to proscribe a scapegoat, money changers, Chinese greengrocers, or today Jewish merchants in Negro areas of U.S. cities, even where his object is to direct the discontent of the population elements required for his revolutionary goals against the more prosperous in general. The actuating images and causes of moral indignation, which in turn nurtures the bitterness leading to revolution, are largely determined by time. An action performed by a small minority seems to many almost a moral justification of the most grisly revolutionary terrorism, but as soon as it is perpetrated by the masses, or, more precisely, by those emancipated by the revolution, it is at most languidly relegated to criminal statistics. Many readers will be acquainted with Dickens's powerful description in which he shows the social tensions preceding the French Revolution in a scene where a French marquise coach has accidentally run over a working-class child in the streets of Paris. This particular marquis stopped to throw a gold piece to the child's parents, at least somewhat better than the total absence of concern for their victims in today's hit-and-run drivers. Whatever social explosions may occur in the future, one thing is fairly certain: later historians will not count among the things that provoked it the arrogant heartlessness with which many motor vehicle drivers mow down pedestrians. At a time when, in America, any tramp can tear about in a motorized vehicle, a driver who makes off after murdering someone with his car is no longer the material of which social dynamite is fashioned. Other catalysts are needed for public indignation. Thus the egalitarian viewpoint plays a dual role in preparing a revolution. Not only can any form of property or leisure activity be branded as intolerable provocation only so long as it remains in the hands of the few, but misdeeds, malefactions and crimes are socially explosive only until such time as members of all or of several classes have the means with which to commit them. Fox hunting, which until a few years ago was regarded even in the United States as one of the last preserves of a truly aristocratic upper class, has latterly been taken up in England by horsey miners. As criminologists have realized, not only are everyday, common crimes largely determined by their culture, which defines as crimes certain forms of behavior under certain conditions, but those misdeeds or offenses against so-called healthy public opinion, exploited for propaganda by every revolution, are equally relative. We do not, by the way, mean the unabashed way in which practically all real revolutions as a matter of course immediately, or almost immediately, adopt and put into practice precisely those despotic measures and infringements of civil rights upon which their accusations against society were based. What we have in mind here are longer periods of time, and also the less obvious phenomenon that not only are revolutionary governments quick to make a virtue out of the faults of their predecessors, but that individuals today, insofar as they do not belong to a single, small class, can also indulge safely, or at minimal risk, in provocation of their fellow men, in perversion of the law and in crime to an extent which in earlier times would have sufficed to unleash a revolution. The regular blackmail of the public, of which some American trade unions are guilty, and which cannot in any sense be ascribed to their members' real needs, is an obvious example of the way in which even economic extortion gradually comes to be seen as normal. Francis Bacon provides a profound insight, based, no doubt, upon his own observations, into the role of envy in the pre-revolutionary phase. He mentions public envy, which can also be beneficial in that it exercises control over tyrants. Bacon sees public envy as a symptom of discontent. It is a disease in a state like to infection. For as infection spreadeth upon that which is sound, and tainteth it, so when envy is gotten once into a state, it tragiceth even the best actions thereof, and turneth them into an ill odor. And therefore there is little won by intermingling of plausible actions. For that doth argue but a weakness and fear of envy, which hurteth so much the more, as it is likewise usual in infections, which if you fear them, you call them upon you. What Bacon has correctly noted in regard to envy's role in the early history of a revolution is this: once discontented elements have directed public suspicion, envy and resentment against unpopular government measures and institutions, little can be done to counter the evil eye by adulterating unpopular measures with popular ones. So long as the holder of power shows fear of envy, that state of mind will spread, and will eventually tear down the last barriers that have held back insurrection. A number of revolutions have already proved Bacon correct in his view that fear of envy by the government plays a part in unleashing revolution. Bacon concludes his consideration of public envy with the observation that it is directed chiefly against leading officers and ministers, much less upon kings and estates themselves. There must thus always be a person whose individual actions can be subject to testing and criticism. There is one sure rule, however: if envy of the minister is great, and if the cause he gives for envy is small, or if envy extends to all ministers and officers in a government, the resultant envy, though concealed, will be envy of the state itself. It might be described as total alienation between the state and the spokesman of envy. Oswald Spengler on Revolution. In his polemical hour of decision, Oswald Spengler probably devotes more attention to the role of envy in revolution than any other more recent author. The book came out in July 1933 but, as the preface explains, the whole, up to page 160, had been printed before January 30th, the date the National Socialists assumed power. In these pages there is the most scathing indictment of the existing envy-motivated revolutionary who stirs up envy, and the words closely fit the men and the classes representative of National Socialism in the narrower sense. Spengler must have realized this. He even writes of the hollow men who conceal their envy behind the facade of patriotism. In the preface, however, he welcomes Hitler's seizure of power of January 30th on the grounds that it will militate against those things he warns against in his writings. Perhaps Spengler, like so many other Germans during the first months of the new regime, genuinely believed that the all-embracing social and national solidarity propagated by the Third Reich would also alleviate those class conflicts that throve on envy. There is no doubt that many people in 1933 thought of Hitler as the lesser evil, because his program for German society appeared to assuage the class-conscious envy stirred up by the parties of the left, an envy which, during the last years of the Weimar Republic, and especially since the start of the worldwide economic crisis, had given property Germans real cause for fear. In the last chapter of his Hitler's Social Revolution, 1966, David Schoenbaum gives striking examples of that specific relief felt by many Germans at the time from their own envy as well as the envy directed against them. It is significant that, after the seizure of power, National Socialist propaganda very quickly abandoned its class-conscious, egalitarian tone, directing the abundantly available social envy against Jews and the colonial powers. Spengler's polemic against the engineers of envy is one of unexampled bitterness and anger. Yet basically he has little to say about envy since the French Revolution, and in particular its consuming presence in socialist democracy that could not be found in Alexis de Tocqueville, Nietzsche, Max Scheler, George Simmel, Ortega y Gasset or Jacob Burckhardt. All that Spengler sees is the envy which certain types of writer unerringly and cynically stir up in unwarped, simple minds. He is no doubt correct in thinking that the artisan of earlier times, conscious of his status and fitting snugly into his own place in his town, felt no envy of the patrician house where he sometimes went on business. So long as it is not tapped by the agitator, envy, as we have seen, is usually confined to people and groups in social proximity. Envy of remote classes or groups has to be demonstrated and inculcated in the general run of people engrossed in everyday affairs. But Spengler gives no thought to the general role of envy and its prevalence among primitive peoples where no agitator has ever been at work. He is scathingly contemptuous of those priests of all confessions who give free rein to their envy under the cloak of religion. His diagnosis of the sleight of hand whereby certain concepts or types of ideal have been raised to infallible gods of envy is sociologically correct. The abstract worker, specifically, may and should be an egoist, but not the peasant, artisan, or white-collar worker. This prejudice in favor of certain sections of a population has persisted with remarkable plausibility. In fact, it has long been other groups which have been genuinely handicapped economically. The role of the envious man in innovation. The role played in revolutions and insurrections by the envy and resentment of individuals underendowed by nature or society is further examined by H. G. Barnett, who observed these processes as a cultural anthropologist among primitive peoples in non-Western communities. Resentment, a term he uses almost synonymously with envy, is found in class-structured societies among those people who are dissatisfied with their subordinate position. Barnett stresses, however, that in themselves class differences or class distinctions are not productive of envy. They would not always and everywhere elicit the same reactions, but only in cases where a deliberate attempt was made to induce the victims to compare themselves with more favored people. Individuals in specially unfavorable personal circumstances, half-breeds, orphans, illegitimate children, outcasts, and the seventh son of a seventh son, may serve to crystallize the discontent in a larger group or class. Again, Barnett does not regard sensitiveness or envious reaction to the fact of discrimination as a natural phenomenon. Rather, he sees discrimination as an idea which, like any other idea, will at first seem novel to some people, and he further shows that the socio-political concepts of democracy and communism tend to attain their goals by making people aware of real or imaginary discrimination. In his fundamental work on the process of innovation, as the basis of cultural change, Barnett describes in detail the role of the envious man in the adoption of an innovation. No society really offers complete equality of opportunity. Basically, there can only be coveted objects and values in a group because these assets are fewer than the individuals who seek to possess them. And the written or unwritten laws of every group prescribe unrestrained competition for the valued objects. Whereas most people will accept their lot, there will always be some who feel resentment. These are described by Barnett. Unlike the indifferent individual, they are the have-nots instead of the care-nots. They are negativistic toward their roles but enamored of those of more favored individuals. They are envious and resentful of those who enjoy the things which they cannot. They are not resigned to their fate, and by contrast with the complacent individuals whom they envy, they are markedly receptive to the suggestion of a change which will at least equalize opportunities or, perhaps even better, put them on top and their smug superiors on the bottom. The envious man generally has less to lose than the satisfied one. He can advocate risky changes. Thus, basing oneself on Barnett, one might say that insofar as no cultural tradition is able to satisfy everybody equally and simultaneously, and insofar as in every group there are always a few people whose envy is above average, every society will always contain a few potential rebels through whom an innovation will be possible. It is quite conceivable that from a long-term point of view a society might benefit from innovations initially introduced as a result of resentment among some of its members. In other words, the man whose envious defiance leads him to reject the social controls opposed to innovation, and forces him into the role of a peripheral member, may, under certain circumstances, introduce innovations that last long enough to be adopted and end up by promoting the very society and elite which he was seeking to harm. For instance, the man in question may be a discontented, disregarded member of a primitive tribe who makes a show of being the first to be inoculated or treated by a Western doctor, in order to put his own medicine man's nose out of joint. But his courage, and the success of the treatment, induce other members of the tribe to follow his example, so that by degrees scientific medical care can be introduced. Thus, in this particular case, and disregarding certain side effects, the envious man, who always sought to do harm, had achieved something beneficial for his group. It is possible to conceive similar cases in which perhaps an industry, a hospital, or a district stagnates economically because its leading figures adhere to tradition and, being satisfied with the existing power structure, are averse to all innovation. Only one of the less successful, less influential employers or executives, motivated largely by resentment against the others, will risk any really original innovation, since he has, in effect, very little to lose by it. Against his expectations, however, this turns out to be so successful that his example leads to a general easing of tradition and to innovation throughout the concern or the region. Cultural contacts. A special form of revolution results from cultural contacts. Whenever a primitive, or relatively primitive, culture has come into contact with that of Europe or America, the majority of those natives who have transferred their allegiance to the representatives of the West has consisted in those people who, for one reason or another, were unable to participate fully in their own culture. Barnett mentions two Indian tribes, the Yurok and the Tsimshian, according to whose traditions social and political position was entirely dependent on inherited privilege, those born without it having very little prospect of attaining rank or renown. Now, these were the very people who would be the first to throw off tradition and to adopt the customs and faith of the white man. Before the Second World War, Barnett relates, he himself was told by members of the Yurok tribe who still adhered to tradition that they blamed the difficulties of their position explicitly on both the white man and on the lower-class members of the tribe, because the latter had, from the first, aped the white man's culture. In the same way, studies of caste societies have shown that the somewhat subordinate, but not the very lowest, castes are quicker to show sympathy for the alien culture. This would seem to suggest that Christian concepts and political democracy's ideas about the equality of man should be held responsible for arousing rebellious, envious feelings in the less favored, particularly where these concepts, within the framework of a cultural contact, are introduced into a rigidly stratified society. Barnett rightly points out, however, that the typical process of aristocratic rejection and popular acclaim of foreign innovations is a universal phenomenon, quite irrespective of the moral, political, or religious principles of the newcomers. Thus, during the Second World War, when the Japanese occupied the Palau Islands, they made no attempt to implant in the very class-conscious islanders the idea of human equality which, indeed, Japanese teaching and practice both denied. Palau children were taught that they belonged to a biologically inferior race. Nor could the Japanese have any objection to the local hierarchy, based on family and age, which corresponded to their own. But, as American researchers under Barnett were to discover after the islands had been recaptured, the results of the Japanese occupation were the same as everywhere else. Only families of traditionally high rank retained their original forms of cultures and their customs. Barnett cites two examples from missionary history. One is of the influence gained by Mormons among the New Zealand Maori, where the Western preachers obtained access to the primitive culture through chiefs who had been unsuccessful in the internal struggle for power. Barnett sums this up in one sentence. Envious men innovate to compensate for their physical, economic, or other handicaps, and other envious men who are struggling under the same handicaps find their solutions appropriate and appealing, certainly more so than do their complacent rivals. Yet it should be asked whether Barnett's expression, envious men, to whom he attributes so considerable a role in innovation, does not rather mean persons who, whatever their motives, are cold and distant in regard to their own culture, their tradition, and the power elite of their own group. It is true that a faint sense of envy may lead to a decision, in the sense of now we shall see, or I'll show them, and hence may represent a creative motive in the civilizing process. But it might be better to adhere to the exact definition of terms set out in this book. The man who is really envious, the pure type of envious man, is usually much too absorbed by hatred and self-pity to be capable of, or open to, compensatory, constructive innovation which, were it successful, would eliminate the cause for his envy. The envious man may wish to promote certain forms of innovation, such as new taxation, a revolution or restriction of the free market, which would harm, destroy, impoverish and cramp those he envies, but only very seldom, and then almost against his will he, as an envious man, carry out any constructive innovation. Yet there may be a task for envy which will be meaningful in the sense of a society's quality, for if, in the absence of social controls, no tradition were possible, so that any innovation, however frivolous and slapdash, could be realized, no stable culture could arise. And again, envy of those who profit by an inefficient system can also act as an incentive to the envious, who may then actually succeed in introducing a new and better system. It depends entirely upon the nature of the revolutionaries. The American colonists were angry and felt something like indignant envy on seeing how men in faraway England were benefiting from the tax on their own achievement. This kind of indignation need not be destructive. Envy in the French Revolution. G. Rood has made a careful study of the motives by which the actual mob, the menu peuple, were impelled during the French Revolution as compared with the outraged bourgeoisie. Their discontent was, in fact, always and literally concerned with their daily bread. We can hardly call it envy if, out of hunger, someone hits out blindly, or attaches himself to a revolution he does not really understand. His revolutionary impulse would immediately die down were it possible to provide and distribute food, or sell it at economical prices. Rood suggests, for instance, that we might very well sympathize with the Parisian workers and their readiness to help the bourgeoisie in destroying the Ancien Regime if, after reading C.E. Labrousse studies, we visualize the daily life of the lowest classes. A chronic grain shortage reached its climax during the years 1787 to 89. In August 1788, a Parisian building worker would have had to spend 50% of his income to get enough bread, and in the period from February to July 1789, more than 80%. In contemporary documents on the insurrections of 1778 and the first years of the Revolution, Rood found that a constant cause for complaint was the shortage or the high price of bread. He gives details which show how, often month by month, or week by week, certain social uprisings in Paris, and the intervals between them, coincided with the rise and fall in the price of bread. It was only gradually that unrest arising from these shortages led to a more purposive motivation, of which the terms envy might be used. With the help of the radical Hébertists, and even more with that of the enrages, the Parisian sans-culottes evolved a program of social demands. Their rage now turned against the grocers, whereas previously its object had been the bakers and millers. The revolutionary mob tried, for instance, to compel the grocers to sell their wares at pre-revolution prices. Rood sums up the results of his research in the following passage. The inescapable conclusion remains that the primary and most constant motive impelling revolutionary crowds during this period was the concern for the provision of cheap and plentiful food. This, more than any other factor, was the raw material out of which the popular revolution was forged. It alone accounts for the continuity of the social ferment that was such a marked feature of the capital in these years and out of which the great political journeys themselves developed. Even more, it accounts for the occasional outbreaks of independent activity by the menu peuple, going beyond, or running counter to, the interests of their bourgeois allies. Yet without the impact of political ideas, mainly derived from their bourgeois leaders, such movements would have remained strangely purposeless and barren of result. Unlike some other writers, Rood also believes that the sans-culottes could have absorbed the more abstract theories. Only thus can the depth and extent of the revolution be explained. We are given similar insights into the primary motives of mostly South European, urban rioters in a study by E. J. Hobsbawm, who exchanged observations with G. Rood during the course of his work. Primitive rebels and social bandits. Hobsbawm attempts to portray from primary sources the thoughts and feelings, the targets and methods, of socially minded bandits and other primitive rebels in the 19th and 20th centuries, in whom he recognizes archaic forms of social movements. He is mainly concerned with Western and Southern Europe, especially Italy, since the French Revolution. On the general question of the role of envy in revolutionary processes, I consider the following to be among his most instructive observations. Both before and after the French Revolution, the menu peuple, the populace, the small craftsmen, manual workers, and those who eked out a meager existence as day laborers in a major European city, particularly when this was the seat of supreme political or ecclesiastic authority, periodically resorted to rioting, in order to extort from the upper classes or from the court those privileges, commissions, cheap provisions, etc., to which they had become accustomed. Basically, it is in the interests of all, both upper classes and masses, that a balance should be maintained in the city. The revolts are accepted, even expected, as though they were natural phenomena. Everyone knows what must be done. The social system is not destroyed. Indeed, the rebels would have no idea of what structural alterations they should demand. Even long after the French Revolution, these insurrections, as the author demonstrates, lacked all egalitarian impulse. More was wanted from the wealthier circles and classes, but not their demise, nor did anyone want to join them. To the little man in the city, unlike the peasants, or smallholder, the attainment of equality is not really conceivable. What irritates or angers him, the luxury, perhaps, of the urban upper class, cannot simply be shared out. A fine carriage, a palace, expensive clothing, and an entourage of servants are property that can be destroyed but not shared. Their destruction would rarely be in his own interests, since the extravagance they represent means work for him. Hence what he seeks from the upper classes is, basically, a ransom. By contrast with the primitive urban rebels, however, rural areas have known, for centuries before the French Revolution, social movements, insurrections, and incipient revolutions with a markedly egalitarian character. Everyone must be equal. Anyone who lives off the soil and the cattle in the field, anyone, that is, who has only a small parcel of land and one or two beasts, or anyone who works on a farm as a day laborer, will not find it difficult to imagine a redistribution of these things. For this reason many pragmatic communists, like Stalin, have spoken contemptuously of the egalitarianism of the peasant mentality. For, after all, it would scarcely be convenient for the communist leader of an industrial society if his followers were literally to demand their visible share of the means of production. Such a solution to social claims can be provided only by private enterprise, whose shares can be distributed as desired. When the urban populace breaks out, however, as Hobsbawm shows, it is guided, in many cases very accurately, by envy. It destroys what belongs to the rich, especially things that are of no use to it. But this momentary destructive rage does not, unless abetted by an egalitarian-minded bourgeois intellectual class, give rise to a program from which a successful revolution might develop. Hobsbawm discusses in detail the social banditry in Ivan Albrecht's Czech novel about the bandit Nikola Schoeck. The bandit is helpless when confronted by the modern world, which he cannot understand and can only attack. He would like to destroy it, as Albrecht says, to avenge injustice, to hammer the lords, to take from them the wealth they have robbed, and with fire and sword to destroy all that cannot serve the common good, for joy, for vengeance, as a warning for future ages, and perhaps for fear of them. This is not only a nihilistic outburst of anger, but a futile attempt to eliminate all that would prevent the construction of a simple, stable, peasant community, the products of luxury, the great enemy of justice and fair dealing. To anarchistic peasants and the bandits who emerged from their ranks it might well seem, in the chiliastic sense, that, after the destruction of the rich and their property, a simple, good life of equality could be expected. The poor of the big cities could not share such ideas. For their existence depended on somebody's administering the town and keeping their economy going. For this reason Hobsbawm has been unable to discover, even within the last 200 years, a single chiliastic city mob. The utopia of a new and perfect world was something the menu people in the city found uncommonly difficult to imagine. Envy as a decimating factor in the developing countries. The victims claimed by a revolution or a civil war are incomparably more numerous among those who are more gifted and enterprising, but the proportion will fluctuate according to the level of cultural development. When a society has achieved really widespread and evenly distributed division of labor, it is easier for many of the more gifted to remain out of sight. Also, in such a society not everyone who gives evidence of education and some personal success becomes automatically suspect to the revolutionary tribunal. Thus, even supposing a European country, whether in 1950 or today, experiences a revolution in which 10% of the population is destroyed, it is very improbable that this 10% will comprise 95% of the intellectually more keen. But if, by comparison, a territory in Africa that has recently become independent undergoes a period of pseudo-revolutionary terror directed almost exclusively against the better people among the population, it is to be feared that a disproportionately large number of the more gifted and hard-working people will lose their lives. They are much easier to identify. The process is aggravated if, as in Nigeria, ethnically or religiously distinct groups have reached different levels of efficiency. The above consideration may be thus applied. Many of the so-called developing countries have, since 1945, entered a phase of permanent revolution. But because the most reliable and talented individuals among the population still, for the most part, live in small settlements so that each of them is very conspicuous, it follows that they will form a disproportionate number of the revolution's victims. In this way, these areas have entered upon long-term development, entailing a negative selection of those who might eventually have been responsible for economic and educational development. According to the reports before us, the rebels first massacred those who are better than themselves, which may often mean nothing more than 2 years' attendance at a mission school or the possession of a sewing machine or of a bicycle. In the New York Times of October 4, 1964, we read, Medera Aka, 23 years old, was considered a Congolese intellectual by virtue of a year at the University of Oregon. He had taken a teacher training course on an American scholarship, gone back to Leopoldville to teach English in a secondary school, and 3 weeks ago returned here to see his family. The next day the rebels took Lusaka. Mr. AKA was immediately singled out. "You're an intellectual, aren't you?" asked the rebel leader. "You have even been to America, our greatest enemy. You are too smart. You are an enemy of the revolution." With that, the young man was taken to the town square and beheaded. His death is but one of thousands of examples of the rebel army's deliberate liquidation of anyone with more than a rudimentary education. With rebel units of the Stanleyville Congolese People's Republic now in control of roughly a fifth of the Congo, this liquidation has reached staggering dimensions. No one knows how many intellectuals have been slain. Congolese with some degree of higher education are still few in the Congo. Under Belgian rule, the Congo's educational pyramid was broadly based but reached a peak at the secondary level. Few Congolese at the time of independence held posts higher than a clerk. Now, in the northern and eastern provinces of the Congo, where the rebels hold sway, even the clerks have been wiped out. "Here in Moyenne province," said a Catholic missionary in Lusaka today, "there is hardly a Congolese alive with more than a primary education." He added, "This means, quite simply, that this part of the Congo has been set back 30 years. There is also a report about the systematic decimation, by the dictator's strong-arm police, of the relatively successful middle class in Haiti today. The massacres in Indonesia in 1966, this time of communists, with 100,000 victims, also involved the death of many who had in some way provoked the envy of their fellow villagers, by starting up a taxi service, for instance. According to the available reports, this Indonesian bloodletting killed off not only communists but more particularly those who were unequal. Our thesis that it is the most talented in the developing countries who are exterminated is borne out by what has happened in Nigeria since 1962, where the Igbo, more intelligent and more adaptable to modern requirements, are being systematically persecuted and killed by the other tribes, who feel themselves to be inferior. Whereas in many rebels, bloodlust against the leading members of the community may simply derive from primitive envy-hate, there is also the possibility that such massacres are based on the calculations of specialists trained in these revolutions. Widely different ideas and concepts, and their concomitant emotive states, will serve either singly or together, for a polity's social and political basis. To integrate human beings there are concepts such as progress, solidarity, honor, renown, love, transcendental ideas, the concept of an historical mission, and even outward-directed hatred, or feelings of inferiority fed by envy, in regard to other groups. But there is one state that no society can live in for any length of time, accepting it as official doctrine, and that is mutual envy. It is, of course, possible to use it as a rallying point in order to prepare for, and successfully carry through, a class revolution, but no sooner has this been achieved than the envy must be deflected onto a few scapegoats within the society which are regarded, perhaps wrongly, as expendable, or, better still, deflected onto groups and symbols of prosperity situated outside the nation. A theory of envy in human existence. Here are some 3,000 known and distinct cultures, varying from small tribes to complex civilizations. The social consequences of the emotions of envy and fear of envy are not found in anything approaching equal measure in the various cultures, neither can a straight line of development be traced leading inevitably from more envious up to less envious cultures. To keep a society going, and to ensure that essential social processes take place, only a minimum of envy in that society's members is requisite. Envy in excess of that minimum is a surplus which can, as often as not, be digested by the social system, but it will certainly do more harm than good in so far as the potential development and standard of living of the society are concerned. There can be little doubt as to the economically inhibiting effect of the envy motive. There is an envy barrier in the backward cultures of the so-called developing countries today, but special consideration of other people's envy is found in poor cultures as well as rich. The frequency, direction, and intensity of mutual envy in a society, or the consideration taken of the envious man in the cultural ethos, bears very little relation, as is plainly demonstrable, to the actual state of inequality, the wealth of poverty of the individual. The differentiation in performances and the level at which a culture admits, or rewards, socially relevant actions resulting in an improved standard of living for the majority, are dependent on those gaps which, so important organizationally, economically, politically, and technically, sometimes perhaps by chance, occur in envy's net. When it succeeds in establishing itself, and this includes sadistic social controls or subversive secret societies, envy, or the envious man, endangers any group and any society. By definition, envy threatens every individual who can never be sure that, somewhere, an envious man is not waiting for an opportunity to avenge the fact that the other is doing better than himself. Even in the rural districts of industrial countries, this fear lingers on. In Bavaria and Austria, old peasants still mix envy herb with fodder to protect the cattle against vernieden, a term that corresponds to envious sorcery among primitive peoples. In the Gmund district of Carinthia, a beast that will not eat is said to have got envy. The following spell is put on its disease: turn, envy/chafe thyself, envy/out with thee, envy. In their understandable and necessary concern about envy, nearly all its observers and critics have overlooked the indispensable function and universal role it alone can play in social life. And even those authors who, in about 1930, studied envy and recognized that it had a certain positive function, Sven Ranulf and Eugene Riga, failed to draw upon any series of observations of primitive people's simple societies. They regarded envy as little more than an occasionally desirable corrective for extreme luxury, irritating unsocial attitudes, etc. They hardly recognized how little the emotion of envy is dependent on the absolute extent of inequality between people, the degree of a luxury, and so on, and that it is, indeed, wholly independent of it. Envy plays a negligible part where it is a question of restraining a prince, a head of state, or a tycoon from absurd expenditure, but it plays an important part when one among almost equals has got out of step. There are two contrasting social processes in which the envious man plays a considerable role: inhibiting processes, which serve tradition by thwarting innovation, and the destructive processes of revolution. The ostensible contradiction disappears as soon as it is realized that in both cases envy is the motive for the same action, the sarcasm, sabotage, and menacing schadenfreude towards anyone who seeks to introduce something new, and the gloating, spiteful envy with which revolutionaries seek to tear down the existing order and its symbols of success. Anyone who inveighs against innovation in the name of tradition because he is unable to tolerate the individual success of the innovator, or anyone who rages, in the name of the downfall of all tradition, against its upholders and representatives, is likely to be impelled by an identical, basic motive. Both are enraged at another's having, knowing, believing, valuing, possessing, or being able to do something which they themselves do not have, and could not imagine having. In cultural history, the envious constitute a double threat to the works of man. In the first case, a jealous tradition endeavors to fend off any new creation. Should the latter succeed, however, and become a powerful institution, its beneficiaries may well arouse the envy of a younger or subordinate class. Thus private enterprise was at first compelled to defend itself against and evade princely envy until, once successful, it became the target of every unprincely critic, though, indeed, aristocratic envy of later private enterprise and its owners in the 19th century was not infrequently the ally of the early socialists. This poses a crucial question: should man's capacity to envy be regarded as an entirely negative impulse, capable only of inhibiting or suppressing innovation and more advanced economic and technological development? Are the opponents of envy, who succeed in domesticating it within the framework of a culture, the only institutions and forces that promote culture? Or does a positive role in cultural change and the progress of civilization devolve indirectly upon envy as such? Power domesticated by envy. Envy is a drive and a mental attitude so inevitable and so deeply rooted in man's biological and existential situation, That no scientific consideration of this phenomenon ought to start from the postulate that its consequences in the process of social change and the differentiation of social forms were exclusively negative. May it not rather be supposed that certain social controls, dependent in part on the capacity to envy, are not only necessary to maintain the status quo of a society, but are also sometimes essential to the processes of development? Envy is not just a constant threat to property, it also motivates the countless unofficial watchdogs of property who, simply because they begrudge the swindler, the thief and the robber their loot, assume unasked the function of police. It was Sven Ranulf's achievement to have demonstrated this disinterested tendency to punishment in the Athens of antiquity. It might almost be regarded as fortunate that envy also extends to the values held by asocial, criminal and semi-criminal elements. In the case of the notorious gangs during the 30s in the United States, the crime squad was occasionally enabled to get hold of the leaders through the jealousy of an accomplice who had himself failed to make the newspaper headlines. In other words, the preeminence or predominance of any one group in a society is potentially limited by the mutual envy among members of that group, or by their envy of the leader. This also applies to the absolute tyrant. In so far as the ubiquity of envy runs counter to the unlimited monopoly of power, and hence will often lead to its dispersal, and in so far as it is only through the domestication of power that most creative innovations, and, indeed, humanity, become possible, envy cannot be regarded as a purely negative phenomenon. Envy, however, plays a more direct part in innovation. As has been shown by Max Scheler and H.G. Barnett, it is above all the resentful man who welcomes innovation. The defiant, now I'll show them attitude has productive results as well as destructive ones. A distinction must, however, be made. All who have written about it describe pure envy as an exclusively negative, destructive, value-denying and value-depreciating attitude. Only when a man realizes the futility of brooding on invidious comparisons between his own lot and that of others, when a person realizes that the torment of envy is ineluctable because it will never lack stimuli and, out of that realization, is able to turn his feeling of envy into an agonistic impulse, endeavoring to outdo the others by his achievements, will he attain, by intent though motivated by envy, a fundamentally new plane of value-enhancing, competitive behavior. Contrary to the superficial view, the way out of envy is not the way of asceticism, or ostentatious abstinence, of the monastery or of solitude. All such activities and states of mind, should they derive from envy, remain bound up with the envious intention. By the emphasis on poverty the pleasures of the rich are turned to gall, yet others are to be tormented with feelings of guilt because of their comfortable circumstances. Whether this will make the envious man happy is questionable. The only activity that liberates from envy is that which fills us with new, different impulses of feelings and thoughts which, to be of help, have to be value-asserting, dynamic and forward-looking. To many, the desire to overcome their envy may have been a genuine incentive for positive achievement, and hence have led to satisfaction in a sense of achievement. It is true that in all cultures envy avoidance behavior is the norm, but in a great variety of cultures there may also be cases of individuals who deliberately aim at or achieve something in order to evoke in their critics, rivals or relatives the impotent rage of envy. In such a case, the provocation of envy in others is a means of revenge or punishment. Unlike most other actions and methods that may be used in revenge or punishment, the provocation of a tormenting sense of envy in his rival is not a negative or destructive act so far as its instigator is concerned, for he cannot as a rule cause envy in the other unless he himself achieves a particular object, proving himself the better rider, fisherman, hunter, fighter, lover or writer. We are here not concerned with spurious attempts, whose falsity is apparent to the envious man, and which are therefore bound to fail. A case in point is that of the proverbial American who gets into debt so as to outdo his neighbor in conspicuous consumption. The limits of envy. The ubiquity of the envious man, who should not be mistaken for the thief, poses the following question: how is it possible that property and circumstances of life should vary to the degree that we observe them to do? Why is it that the envious have so rarely succeeded, and then only transitorily, as in a revolution or an ephemeral sect, in shaping the world according to their own standards? A comparison might be the sexual drive, whose ubiquity and intensity have never made promiscuity the norm. No society permits totally uninhibited promiscuity. In every culture there are definite rights of ownership in the sexual sphere, for no society could function unless it had foreseeable and predictable restrictive rules as regards selection of the sexual partner. Envy inhibitions rooted in culture may be similarly understood. Envy is a passion so exclusively oriented towards human relations, and is, indeed, so negative, that no group or society could function without first having managed to outlaw envy to some extent and, in so far as it is extant, to deflect it to values which are not crucial for the survival of the society. The domination of envy as an institution and the tyranny of the envious as separate individuals are further restricted in every society in that it is emotionally impossible for most people to live with a picture of the world as prescribed by envy. The word "a hope" is an indication of this. The envious man is convinced that it is always other people who are lucky, they get all the breaks, and he alone is unlucky. Yet it is hardly possible, even physiologically, to live for very long with this exclusive expectation of the future. More succinctly, the extremely envious man does not live long. In the course of phylogenesis, there must have been fewer chances of survival, and hence of shaping behavior patterns, for those people who were most intensely envious. Anyone who does not succeed in concealing his envy from his fellow tribesmen is nearly always suspected of sorcery and is often eliminated. Unlike some social philosophies since the end of the 18th century, human societies have never recognized envy as a positive value but have only, and that precisely because the envious man was regarded as malicious, evolved specific or general envy avoidance behavior. The extremely envious man always belonged to a minority. It is only in Marxism, the abstract and glorified concept of the proletariat, the disinherited and exploited, that a position of implacable envy is fully legitimized. And even this is possible only because of the implied promise that, from the revolution for which it was necessary to mobilize the envy of the masses, there will arise a classless paradise of equality devoid of envy. It would be absurd to seek to proclaim envy as a permanent institution over and above that which, without official sanction, it has already assumed in every society. The cultural ethos, those temporal and supernatural conceptions that rule everyday life, are generally supported by views which oppose the excesses of the envious. That which man, during the past millennia, has succeeded in making of himself and his environment, is in itself sufficient evidence of his intense need to envisage a world of possibilities understood in the personal sense. An existence in which I can see a number of possibilities for myself will leave little room for the principle of envy. From the fact of continual conflict between sorcerers and their victims, to which ethnological literature overwhelmingly testifies, it is clear that, almost always and everywhere, there must be people who, even in confrontation with a world full of the dangerously envious, insist upon their personal idea of the future and upon a betterment of their environment. The first and only owner of a sewing machine or bicycle in an African village knows what awaits him, but nevertheless still risks the step forward. The path of inequality, however, is less rugged for the man living in a community whose culture has evolved conceptions, such as varying degrees of luck, which can assuage his own conscience and disarm the envious. A doctrine, highly successful in the suppression of envy, is that of predestination taught by Calvinism. Pressure of envy as a civilizing factor. Escape from the next man's envy can often be favorable to civilization. The importance of cultural diffusion in the development of mankind's more complex skills and attainments is well known. Inventions, innovations, the creation of new concepts and new procedures may initially be confined to a single family in one locality. New ideas and methods are more likely to be conveyed to, and reproduced by, other population groups and tribes if the innovator meets with prejudice in his own country. Proverbial wisdom has long known that no man is a prophet in his own country. While there are, of course, examples of people's unwillingness to accept lessons and help from strangers, such unwillingness is even more apparent, as a general rule, in those to whom an innovation, which they were not the first to discover, is proposed by a neighbor or relative, a person, that is, known to them long before the discovery of the innovation. The reason is not far to seek. If my fellow villager, schoolmate or workmate suddenly comes up with an invention, a discovery or some new process whose objective value and quality are undeniable, this will excite my envy much more than if a stranger does the same thing. For in that case I can console myself with the thought that he has previously had certain opportunities, experienced certain influences and enjoyed possibilities of learning and observation which were denied me. His superiority is neither so crushing nor so much of a reproach as that of the successful innovator from my own circle, which forces me to ask, why didn't I think of it myself? What had he learned and seen that I didn't learn and see as well? If an innovation is to contribute to culture and civilization, there must be an opportunity for migration and an incentive for horizontal mobility. Hence, as has been pointed out, the early development of science, technology and modern economic practice in those areas where inland waterways, a good system of rivers, or a long, indented coastline permitted easy travel at a time when there was no suitable overland transport. Innovators, inventors and resourceful men would in any case have traveled far afield out of mere love of adventure and desire for gain, but it is not difficult to imagine that the incentive to leave home, in the narrower sense, was the hostility, mockery and mistrust to which the creative man is most exposed where he has been longest known. Thus the universal factor of envious reprisal against the man who makes himself unequal by introducing an innovation, in whatever sphere, is desirable in so far as it promotes the overall development of cultural achievements and hence mastery of the environment. Of envy's function, it may therefore generally be said that it not only makes possible social controls upon which human societies depend but also, by way of emigration, has far-reaching consequences in promoting civilization. Only at the cost, however, of the innovator's native locality. Up to a point, these consequences may be self-compensatory, so that the overall effect on a civilization, or on a certain trade, will be the same, where, for instance, an inventor is driven out of town A by the hostility of the inhabitants, and arrives in B, where he is successful, while another inventor takes the opposite course, from B to A. In such instances, even if they were multiplied indefinitely, the rate of growth of innovations in a country or a continent would be roughly the same as it would were the factor of envy entirely absent. Yet there will be certain places, more especially large cities, offering favorable conditions to the inventor who has left home in disgust. More often than not, inventive men will gather in a few places, with results favorable to the general development of skills. Again, a situation may arise in which talent is driven out of a country by social and economic controls which are basically envy-motivated, to take refuge in a region offering considerably better means for its effective employment. The meaning of envy in the phylogenesis of man. The following might be a plausible general theory of the meaning of envy in man's phylogenetic development. Social coexistence, and especially any cooperation, requires reasonably efficient social controls. That is to say, instructions, commands and prohibitions must be issued and respected, even if the person from whom they emanate is not physically present. This means that the unsupervised members of the group, impelled by what are often only mildly envious feelings, must keep jealous watch upon each other, lest any deviate from the appointed task. None can be certain that he will not be denounced. The chief who sends several envoys to another tribe is able to count on the loyal execution of their mission because each one of them would be inhibited by the envious anger of his companions from attempting to compromise with the opposite group for his own advantage. This situation can probably be most easily illustrated by the incest taboo. In the father's absence, none of the sons can afford to take liberties with female members of the family, because he has to reckon with jealous denunciation by at least one of his brothers. The same kind of thing will obtain in a working group of equals. No one will let anyone else idle, since this might mean that he would himself have to make up the other's deficit of work. Thus he would be envious of any work breaks or skimping on the part of a fellow worker, which he would therefore seek to prevent. In British coal mines, long after nationalization, it was found that work groups of about 7 or 8 had less absenteeism than groups, say, of 17 men where absenteeism soared. It is not enough to say, the family-type smaller group is so cozy, so intimate that in it men enjoy working more. Rather, the difference is in fear of the envy of those who showed up for work. If a man of a group of 15 goes fishing, he can assume that at least one other man will also be absent, thus diverting the shafts of envy from himself. As a member of a group of only 7 men, the one considering taking a day off for fun must risk being the only one missing that day, thus all the ugly looks the next day will fasten onto him, and him alone. Such facts of social life, unfortunately, rarely convince management, be it private or public, which prefers to let the kind of technical equipment determine the optimal size of a work team. It may thus be said that a being who has become largely independent of instinctive activity and biologically determined behavior can use the opportunities afforded by his new freedom in a socially constructive way only if deviant behavior and innovations are reduced to a minimum. Thus the individual scope for action of a being who has outgrown instinct must once again be so restricted as to permit the proper functioning of a larger social group. No motive that we have been able to discover, however, ensures conformity more certainly than fear of arousing envy in others and the sanctions this entails. To the degree, therefore, that man has developed the capacity of mutual control out of suspected envy in the other, larger social groups with division of labor for their members have become socially possible. The exceptionally long, biologically determined period of at least 10 years, during which the human character is formed within the framework of a sibling community, has meant that this social consideration of envy has become a constitutive part of the personality. It may be imagined that those smaller groups and families, whose members failed to develop sufficient sensitivity towards the threat of envy in others, fell behind phylogenetically because they were unable in the long run to form themselves in the larger groups necessary for the mastery of their environment. Hence man, as an envious being and by reason of his capacity to envy, became truly human. There are still some very simple primitive peoples in existence today, organized in groups of an extremely primitive character, which have remained at about this stage. The Suriono Indians offer, perhaps, the clearest example of a group in which, while a man's personal behavior may be greatly influenced by the other's envy, he is not yet in a position to take the next step forward. The tribe, which A. Holmberg studied 25 years ago in Bolivia, consists of hordes of some 20 members. These people, out of fear of the other's envy, seldom eat except when they believe no one is looking, usually alone and at night. This mutual envy, however, has not in their case become a social system of control such as would permit communal action by the group, or by several groups together. Nor is very much achieved by the formation of enduring larger groups of, say, 50 to 500 members. Depending on environment, they will, of course, achieve more than autonomous bands of 10 to 20, but if they are to be the nucleus or point of departure for higher cultural structures, they must develop and institutionalize another capacity, restricting mutual envy's ubiquitous social control. A differentiated culture, a definite division of labor, a political structure, economic growth, and diversity of trades can arise within a group only if individual innovations and disparate gains, acquisitions of wealth, etc., have again become socially possible, at least for a time. A certain amount of inequality on the grounds of unpredictable individual deviations from the group norm must be tolerated. The binding culture of the group, which by now may be termed a society, must therefore attain a state of equilibrium in which sufficient envy is unleashed on the one hand, which also means consideration of envy, to power the social controls necessary to the polity as such, while, on the other, envy of certain individual performances and achievements must be so far suppressed and outlawed as to leave sufficient room for those innovations which are essential if the growing group is to adapt to its environment. Our second premise is therefore the following: man, being envious, can become a genuine, culturally creative being only if the envious within the group are to a large extent disarmed by certain concepts, e.g., of a religious nature, or rationalization of the inequality of fortune, the idea of luck, or politically created reservations for those who are unequal. Most ethical systems and religions under whose aegis there has been cultural, economic, technical, and generally civilizing development, have usually fallen in with the requirement, perhaps only through right intuition and conjecture, that envy be suppressed. There is no ethical or religious system that has sanctioned envy as such, even in one individual towards another. But while execrating crude envy, most long-developing normative systems, at least where they have not been distorted for particular political ends, have numerous prohibitions, restrictions, and precepts unequivocally opposed to the provocation of envy. And these ready-made sanctions call for a sufficient number of the envious in a society to press for observance of the envy-avoiding forms of behavior. This explains the apparent paradox whereby, on the one hand, religions keep the envious man within bounds, expressly rewarding in their allegories the one who is able to master his envy, while on the other they demand a kind of social justice tending towards the ideal of equality, which only consideration of the envious can explain. Capitulation to the envious. Unfortunately for the general understanding of economics, some social philosophies, as also some ideas evolved within the Church since the late 18th century and reinforced during the past 100 years or so, have laid their whole emphasis on the satisfaction and assuagement of envy, having, indeed, virtually handed over to it the determining of social norms. This shift of emphasis is attributable, not only to some publicists and politicians who were themselves highly envious and resentful people, but also to very magnanimous, unenvious persons tormented by a sense of social guilt. It is doubtful whether the latter themselves were often aware of this combination of the sense of social guilt and the fear of primeval envy. The great success, often running wholly counter to reason and convention, of manifestos in social political or philosophical theories addressed to the envious and against the enviable, is explicable in terms of this phylogenetic root. The appeal could not have been made to any more elemental emotional level in man than this one. Yet two decisive facts have been overlooked by those who have capitulated. Firstly, the efficient functioning of every larger human group depends no less on restraining envy than upon consideration of the envious man. Secondly, there is no possibility whatever of setting up an enduring human polity in such a way that it will contain neither envious people nor people with a bad social conscience. The member of a primitive people comes to terms with the malice of his fellow tribesmen, whose envy he incorporates as a definite factor into his picture of the world. He cannot and does not need to believe in the goodness of man. To him, the other is always an envious enemy, and probably all the more so for being closely related. His own inequality, modest though it may seem to us, is no great problem to the primitive man, because the other's envy is an unavoidable fact. Though this may be a cause for fear, it would seem improbable that there could be any question, in primitive peoples, of a man's inequality and other people's envy engendering a bad conscience, in our sense, capable of social and political activations. Not so the sensitive European and American, Western man, towards the middle of the 18th century, who had been gradually losing his nerve in the face of envy in others. A further question might be whether social destratification since the French Revolution has been furthered by a growing fear of envy, or whether the social reshuffle, the demolition of hierarchies whose legitimacy had hitherto gone unquestioned, has increased the fear of being envied. Whatever the cause, during the past 200 years the need to believe in the goodness of man, independent of the society that spoils him, has become ever more pressing. Yet if we are to believe in the possibility of the absolutely good, benevolent and unenvying man, we must also insist upon the utopia of egalitarianism, the idea of equality progressively understood as an historic mission. Under the evil eye of our contemporary and neighbor, we seek to create a comforting alibi, if only by committing ourselves, whether ideologically and politically, or merely in naive and sentimental play-acting, to a future program promising a society of absolute equals, or, in other words, a community from which envy has been eliminated because of universal equality. This is impossible, as we have seen, because the ability and need to envy is inherent in man. A society in which no one need fear anyone else's envy would not have those social controls necessary to its existence as a society. How little the fact of everyone's being almost equal is able to eliminate mutual envy is surely evident from the simpler cultures. Again, from the viewpoint of developmental psychology, the hope of ever attaining a society in which no one would suffer from envy proves unfounded. Pure envy as the basic concept or supreme norm of a society is just as intolerable and destructive as, for instance, the raising to an absolute of pure sexual jealousy, which would demand a condition of permanent promiscuity. If we disregard precarious experiments, it is on principle socially impossible to legitimize as a central value a mentality and an emotion which proclaim privacy and private property as invalid. The unalloyed concept of envy and of man as an envious being, from primitive man to the modern city dweller, is sheer irrationality. It is irreconcilable with the concept of rationality, of rational action, of purposeful ordering of the world if someone, outside of a comprehensible competitive or conflict situation, insists that another shall not have or be something if the same asset is not attainable by himself, even though it may not be worth attaining. It is remarkable that, in the course of several millennia and in various societies, man has gained sufficient control over this basic drive to be able to realize civilizational achievements through the individual process of becoming unequal. The capacity to envy is a fact. Insofar as man is a being who is able to reflect upon his existence, he will inevitably ask, why am I myself and not someone else? The next question follows naturally, why is the other person's existence so different from my own? The degree of the questioner's self-estimation will determine which ensues, envy or a sense of guilt. Both may torment the same individual, and one may reinforce the other. Insofar as the person experiences himself as an individual, however indistinctly in certain societies, he can never be sure that someone else might not rather be he. There will always be some other he cannot trust and towards whom he feels a sense of guilt. This is inevitable. It cannot be conjured away by social reforms. The only liberation from this useless and destructive sense of guilt comes from the realization that there is no way of eliminating what causes one to be envied. Envy's culture inhibiting irrationality in a society is not to be overcome by fine sentiments or altruism, but almost always by a higher level of rationality, by the recognition, for instance, that more, or something different, for the few does not necessarily mean less for the others. This requires a certain capacity for calculation, a grasp of larger contexts, a longer memory, the ability, not just to compare one thing with another, but also to compare very dissimilar values in one man with those in another. Today we can state on a better empirical basis than would have been possible 50 or 100 years ago that the world cannot belong to the envious, any more than the causes of envy can be eradicated from society. The society devoid of all traces of class or status, and similar refuges for wits' end thinking and uncomfortable feelings, should no longer be considered worthy of serious discussion. The sciences concerned with man must come down to earth, incorporating man in the equation as he is and not as they imagine he will be when, for obscure reasons, he has lost that motive force which alone, as we hope we have shown, has enabled him to construct larger social groups and polities characteristic of our species. Even those who have never taken seriously utopias of classless societies and pure socialism have been seduced in the course of the last 100 years into falsely concluding that the critical role in society is the prerogative of envious dispositions whom a single concession would supposedly placate. Of course there is much social stupidity that can and must be avoided. There is no virtue in rubbing salt into a wound. But historical observation and rules deducible from basic human behavior would seem to suggest that there is something like a hardening towards exaggerated sensitivity to envy. Francis Bacon had already realized that nothing is more calculated to exasperate the envious man and to feed his discontent than irrational action, an abdication from a superior position with the removal of his envy in view. The time has surely come when we should stop behaving as though the envious man was the main criterion for economic and social policy.